Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I am CCP Overload, and I am joined on the desk by Mystical Might and Black Bart Pirate. We have a whole bunch of matches for you today. Explosions guaranteed. I'm sure there's plenty of explosion enjoyers in chat today. We started today with 18 teams remaining. 14 of them will be eliminated today. Two of them still waiting to try and get prize ships, because prize ships go all the way to 16th place, and we have 18 teams remaining. So some teams going to go home very disappointed today. And I looked at the matches earlier on today from the upper bracket, the winners bracket, and there's some absolutely hashtag POG matches coming up in that winners bracket. Mystical Might, anything you're looking forward to seeing today?
I'm looking forward to Platinum Sensitivity winning their upper bracket match today against WeForm Volta, I believe. I'm also really interested to see how the Brave match goes, because I think Fear has been selling themselves short. I think they could really make an actually deep run here. So let's see what they do.
I actually agree with you. I think that's a super interesting match as well. Fear, one of the co-captains, spent a long time telling everyone how bad Brave was, and Brave have been very, very solid. So we're certainly looking forward to seeing them. We have Truth Honor Light going up against the Tuskers Co.
Oh, yeah.
That should be a very exciting match. I think Truth Honor Light, obviously, that's Hydra Reloaded from last year, the current defending champions. The Tuskers, also a championship team at one point in their history. They're a good team this year. They have been performing really, really well. So they could give Truth or Light a solid run for their money. Like, they can't underestimate them. Bart, what do you think might happen in that match?
Oh, in that match, well, I think we actually talked about it a little bit before this because we were sort of hyping ourselves up and getting ready for it. But I think that this is one that Tuskers definitely could take if they're able to not out-meta themselves, which we have seen in the past before. It was a very interesting match when they did it last time, so I'm very excited for that one. I'm also very excited for Platinum Sensitivity because if they get knocked down, I get an L next to my name on the EVE Discord, and I will be very sad.
Yeah, the Tuskers Co. a solid execution team, really, really, really fantastic at running comps, especially mirror matchups. I'd love to see them in a mirror matchup against Truth Honor Light. I think they could really push it. But last year we watched them out-meta themselves, as you say, get a little bit too deep into their own head and bring essentially the wrong comp. Mystical Might, you have a comment?
I was just going to say, I know you want it to be really exciting, but I hope it's not too exciting, for my heart's sake. Thank you.
Okay, I'll pass that on to the script writers.
Yeah, if we could get that
so
just
can
amended,
can we just
great.
make sure that it's a nice and easy win for Tuskers, please? Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
Let's look at our first match of the day. It's coming up in only 5 minutes, and it's going to be No Forks Given versus Boundary Experts. Let's see what they've chosen to ban. So No Forks Given, banning out the Eos, the Sleipnir, and the Balgorn. Boundary Experts banning out Balgorn as well, Curse and Arbitrator. The trickle bans then being the Nighthawk for No Forks Given, and Boundary Experts banning the Sentinel. Mystical Might, Curse, Arbitrator, and Balgorn. Lots of Amar stuff being banned there.
Hell, Curse, Arbitrator, and Sentinel as well.
Yes.
Being a really interesting set of bans. It looks like they really want to remove disruption.
Yes.
It seems like it's less about the newts themselves, although the Balgorn also suggests that perhaps they don't like newts. But it seems like they really are looking to project their damage this time around. And they've basically removed everything. There's still the Crucifier in the pool, so there is still the option for No Forks Given to bring the Crucifier. But they're very limited in their options now.
Yeah, and Bart, that Nighthawk and the Sleipnir ban taking out a bunch of bonus link ships. What do you think that's saying?
I think that this entire tournament we've been seeing this like massive resurgence of the Kaldari ham rush, and Sleipnirs are also very, very good in that. So even if you ban a Nighthawk out, you can bring a Sleipnir. Both are extremely high DPS ships, very versatile. Both of them can actually be flown either as a kiting setup or a rush setup. So I think it's just a good, like, we don't want to see this, and it kind of hurts the shield setups by a significant amount. So pretty smart bans. I still question the Balgorn ban. I will always question the Balgorn ban, but that's okay. Maybe they all know something I don't.
I mean, the Balgorn's obviously a fantastic ship. Long-range webs, even though they can't use them as flagships, so they're only Tech 2 fitted, they're still pretty long-range. They don't get a newt range bonus, but they get a newt amount bonus. So if one of them gets on top of you, it can really just, like, until you have to go home.
Yes, quite.
Yes.
Mystical Might, Balgorn, do you think it's worth banning, even though you can't bring it as a flagship?
We've only seen a few teams really rely on the Balgorn, I think, this tournament. And I don't know how well the Balgorn necessarily does when you're going up against so many different types of rush comps. There's so many high damage setups that want to sit on top of you, and most of them don't really have cap-using weapons. So even if they're fully neutered out, it's maybe their tank that may go off. But even then, some of the modules cycle for a really long time, so it's really easy to try and get that back online. Because we have to remember that the Balgorn is using heavy newts, which have a 20-24 second cycle time. and you don't need that much capacitor to run an invul. So I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily something that needs to be banned all that much. It does pair well with the Vindicator though, which we know some teams do have their Vindicator flagships, and you can't really ban out the Vindicator in those cases. So removing the Balgorn does weaken what you can bring with the Vindicator.
Yeah, and if you want to bring a Vindicator, then the Balgorn is probably one of the worst things you could see, because it can effectively shut that Vindicator down. We've seen it already a couple of times. Teams bringing Vindicators and just getting muted 0 and just sat useless, a big 23-point hole in a team doing nothing. So this first match, we have No Forks Given. They are 1-1 so far in the tournament, dropping a match to Lock Range Enjoyers and winning against Castabouts. These are elimination matches, so that means that these teams are fighting to remain in the tournament. If they lose, they go home. This basically sets up the final 16. So if you win this match, you become a prize ship enjoyer. You get to go home with at least some prize ships, which is definitely better than going home with no prize ships. Bart, I am looking for a prediction from you in one word.
Looking for a prediction from me in one word.
You may use multiple words if the team name has
Okay,
multiple words.
good. I was like, this is going to be tough. So I'm going to say No Forks Given.
Okay, and Mystical Might.
No Forks Given.
Interesting. So I'm going to have to balance this out and go for Boundary Experts, but let us go to the arena and find out right now.
And welcome to the arena, and we have a very interesting match to start off the day with a double Lashak comp versus what looks like a Galente drone rush kind of thing. What are you thinking about this one, Swift? This looks interesting.
I think the double Lashaks. Now we see why they banned out the Balgorn. Unsure why No Forks Given banned out the Balgorn too. Maybe they just hate Balgorns. They're going to be kiting around like maniacs in their drones. So it's going to be really, really close for this Boundary Experts team. They're going to have to grab something quick and lock it down. I
It's
think
kind of
all
interesting
eyes,
to see. Sorry,
all
that's
eyes
kind
are
of
going to be on
interesting
this
to see
Navy
Navy.
Dommy.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see the old king of DPS versus the new king of DPS in terms of Domi Navy versus Lashak. So I'm kind of amused to see what's going to happen there. I feel like Domi Navy is going to have a really bad time with two Lashaks on his face, but he does have an Oneros backing him up, as does the Lashak. So we'll have to see where this match goes.
Yeah, the No Forks Given team, you'll see them in red. They warped in all in a ball at 50 kilometers from the arena center. Boundary Experts, they warped in between 30 and 50 at quite an obtuse angle. So it's probably about 90 kilometers between their backlines, respectively.
The one thing I'm going to be finding very curious about this match is the extra support of control that Boundary Experts were brought, because they brought quite a lot of the small-sized support control ships, but No Forks does have ships that can go kill them, so we'll have to see how long those ships last as the match is now underway.
Yeah, crucially, no Jackdaws in this match. So this Mollis and Griffin and Kitsune, they're going to have to try and do something here. It's tough because they're up against the drone boats. Drone boats don't really care about being damped or anything. They can just assign their drones to the trigger. And we see this Exec Navy leading the charge, rushing right in to the No Forks Given team.
Attaboy! Gotta love the old Exec Navy, one of my favorite old ships back in the day, but looks like a Hyena is the first primary at the moment, getting beaten down. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what's shooting him. Probably the Lashaks, I guess.
Clive is definitely taking some damage here. Ekan in the Exec Navy, he has gotten really, really close. He's right up in the No Forks Given team, taking quite a bit of damage here. And now it looks like he's scrammed as well. So the No Forks Given team is going to have to charge it, or rather, Boundary Experts are going to have to charge in, kind of save their boy over here.
Yeah, but likewise, the Dominic's Navy of Conkel has now been held down, which means that both Lashaks will get on top of him and start applying that ramping DPS. So now at this point, I believe No Forks are kind of on a time limit here. They got to make some damage quick before their Dominic Navy goes down and a big chunk of their DPS gets removed.
Exactly, and this will not be a good trade if they trade a Domi Navy for an Exec Navy here. That Exec Navy still holding on for a remarkably good time. Recently bonused in Uprising, so it can be a little bit more tankier.
And interesting as well is that one of the Lashaks of Avery Lewis has a smart bomb fitted, and he's right next to his friendly Exec Navy. So he's going to start smart bombing off these DPS drones and even the Logi drones on the nearby Lashak. Sorry, not Lashak, Dominic's Navy. So he's going to remove a lot of both the DPS and the tankability of this No Forks Given Dominic's Navy.
Oh, it's ramping up that damage. Domi Navy is in half armor here. Exec Navy also in half armor. No Forks Given, they're swapping over to Captain James Sparrow, maybe trying to do a chunk of damage while they still have their Navy Domi alive, but it's not going to be enough. This Domi Navy is going down.
And that is the power of two Lesheks. Like, they're just so much DPS on very tanky platforms. Surprisingly, the Exec Navy is still alive. I honestly thought they would be able to break through him, but he's just holding very comfortably. Pontifex just gets nuked.
Yeah, Alchemist 8 goes down, losing the armor links, but I think boundary experts don't care too much. They just trade for a Navy Dommy. That's a huge chunk of DPS down. And as you mentioned, Avery Lewis does have smart bombs running. So these drones are going to have, like, as this game goes longer and longer, these drones are going to go away.
They're going to lose a lot of their DPS there because this is a drone comp. So losing their drones is just not a fun experience. Just trying to figure what Leshek's going for next. I think they're going for the Myrmidon next, which is definitely a very fair call. Next biggest thing.
Yoyaz in the boundary experts, his Oneros is tackled. He did battle ball in with the rest of his no boundary or boundary experts team, and he doesn't mind too much. There are some rep bots around him that No Forks Given will have to deal with, but this actually could be a pretty decent way for them to come back in if Yoyaz does go down.
Very much so. They definitely have to kill him to try and make this match swing the other way because at the moment, No Forks are kind of on the back foot right now, and they just can't. I don't think they're going to be able to break through the Oneros, to be honest. He's holding well enough. I think the Myrmidon will go down first.
Yeah, it's so tricky because you see so many of these armor rep bots, and you're like, oh, maybe I can go through it. But once the reactive kicks in on the Oneros, assuming he's got a reactive fit, he can tank so much better. And yeah, it looks like they are potentially moving off of Yoyaz right now.
Well, that's because Yoyaz managed to break free. So not only can they not break through the tank, they also can't hold on to the guy. As you said yesterday, last week, this is the power of the dual proper Neros. We had a pretty much self-escape with a little bit of help.
Yeah, Yoyaz breaking free, still getting rep bots from the Leshaks, so he's doing just fine. And we see boundary experts just making quick work of anything else that they can catch here. It does look like they've now caught up to and caught Rogue Clone in the No Forks Given Oneros. This will be definitely a great primary for them to go through. We'll see if it pays off, or we'll see as soon as they catch up.
Yeah, gotta get the Leshaks over there first. But it's been great to watch these exec navies from both sides, kind of running around, being very aggressive, tanky fighting platforms. Just see a Kitsune just getting nuked. But these are just they're great to see these ships becoming honestly very interesting picks in this tournament.
Dice Verpio on the No Forks Given team, he is dying right now in an Ishkur, but he's doing a great job right now. He is pinning down one of the Leshaks, trying to keep them separated a little bit. When you come up with a comp like this, you have to execute perfectly. So Dice Verpio doing a really, really good job, admirable piloting on that side.
Definitely, the power of a single assault frigate can just tackle and hold down one big ship. And it looks like at the moment, no one's even trying to really shoot him. They're just kind of leaving him there now. Looks like they're actually priming the Vexor instead, and that's honestly a very good call. It's much easier to hit and much less tanky.
You can see boundary experts exerting almost all of their control bar right now. That's Dams, that's Newts, that's Jams from the Griffin, now that the Kitsune is dead.
Yeah, they honestly brought a lot of control in this comp, and they've been able to like wield that throughout the entire match. It's been honestly just. I'm honestly surprised the Griffin and the Maws have survived as long as they have when there's an Ishka in the grid that could easily go kill them.
Yeah, you can see.
I say that.
The exec Navy issue is the one that's tackling the Oneros right now. The fact that he's still alive is just a testament to how this boundary expert team played. They knew exactly what they were getting into all around in the beginning of the match. Usually the first one that charges in is at a disadvantage, but boundary experts were confident. They knew what this matchup would do, and they just rushed in and applied all of their DPS.
Yeah, I'm honestly happy to see a Twin Leshak comp win. I always tend to find they're a bit lackey on the support wing, but this one has brought a lot of good support ships as well as a really strong Logi to back it up. So this looks like a potentially very strong Leshak comp, but hopefully we'll see a few more of it.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's so powerful. They're just able to get spot jams on the No Forks Given Oneros and then just clear off the small ships during that one jam cycle. So the UI, as you see on your screen, it will show an attempt of a jam, but not a successful jam. We don't know if it's successful or not. We just have to kind of glean that based on what's happening. But based on how fast some of these ships died, I have a feeling that Oneros was jammed for a huge chunk of this match.
Yeah, that's the economy Griffin pick doing a lot of work as well as the Kitsune as well. Again, we've seen this from a lot of teams. Even like Brave is most well known for having that single Griffin just managed to win them the entire match. I think it was like last AT.
Indeed, that pilot's name is Jinx Dakar, is now the new leader of Brave. They just find the best Griffin pilots they can and just put them in charge of the Alliance.
Carry the entire team on your back once. Guess what, mate? You can do it again. Where's this Ishtar hiding? A good distance away.
All right. Kretos does have a relationship with the Boundary Experts team. They were, all previously on, well, some of them were all previously on PL teams, some gold medal winning teams. So, just a little bit of respect going on here, letting their boy die last, or just making him watch until the very end. And it's super disrespectful. Who knows? But I'm going to say that they're very genuinely like on this one.
Yes, gentlemanly and Eve. That is definitely a thing I expect to happen.
Yes, quite. Boundary Experts, with this win over No Forks Given, will actually now be prize ship enjoyers. They are guaranteed Alliance Tournament prize ships. So they're going to be really, really happy with this one. No Forks Given, unfortunately, they're one of the last teams eliminated before the prize ship round. But we'll send it back to the boys in the booth to analyze everything that you just saw.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
Welcome back as Boundary Experts take that victory over No Forks Given and kick them out of the tournament. Boundary Experts, as CCP Swift says, are now prize ship enjoyers. They have confirmed themselves into the top 16 of the tournament, eliminating No Forks Given in a pretty solid match. We saw at the start of that match, Mystical Might, the Executor Navy of the Boundary Experts team. We were all thinking he's way overextended. He was quite separated from his logistics. The rest of his team, he was just getting dunked upon by a bunch of drones. What is overextending and what happened there?
Yeah, so overextending refers to the positioning of your ships versus the enemy ships. Fantastic. Overextending would be putting yourself out of the rep range, really, of your logistics ships. And you're not able to get support when you overextend because the rest of your team is probably going to be over here somewhere in a nice little cloud. The enemy team will be down here, and this will be you. So that will be the overextending. The reason we thought the Navy exec had overextended was because he was in the middle of the enemy team tackling down, I believe, the Navy Dominics. We thought that he would die a lot faster than he did, but it seemed that that was actually part of the plan, was just to get in there, get that Navy Dominics nailed down, and then make sure that the two Lashats could get on top of it. And one thing that we didn't really consider when we were talking about it is that one of the recent changes is to the mass
Armor
of
mass
plates
penalty, yes.
on Navy execs, which means that they are super quick, and they can also be very tanky as well. So, yeah, I think a really good use of the Navy exec as a tackle boat there.
Yeah, that had the effect of almost pulling in the Oneros for the Boundary Expert. We were watching that ship fly in, Bart, and we were like, oh no, don't get too close, don't get too close. And then he got webbed, and then I think someone said, GG, that's it. But then he just kept holding on. They took down that Navy Dominics, which was a solid trade for them at that point, and they also managed to kill that EOS before they lost their Oneros. So they've taken off a lot of DPS from the field, a lot of logistics, and they still have those two Lashaks. So is there anything else that the No Forks Given team could have done in that situation?
Not really. Honestly, they probably could have done some swapping a lot faster. I do think that they got baited into going after the Navy Executor because it did ram in and it looked out of range. But we did see just how powerful a Tech 2 logistics is there versus Logi frigates, because the logistics frigates would have had to get right in there as fast as they could. So if you tried to ram in, wouldn't have caught them. Boundary Experts using Oneros, they were able to keep them alive. Their Oneros almost died, but they got a clutch jam off at the last second, and so he lost tackle and was able to get away. Really good job with Boundary Experts planning. Also, No Forks didn't spread out ever. So they're like, oh no, my Dommy's tackled. I have to stand next to it and save it. No, you don't. You're in drone ships, but oh well.
Big brain tactics. Mystical Mind?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that while it did work out for them this time with the 2 Leshaks, telegraphing that you want to bring something like Leshaks by banning every other tracking disrupting ship in the game apart from the Crucifier does mean that people may be able to anticipate your moves and then try to counter that in other ways. So ECM, for example, I think would have been a decent counter to the Leshaks, breaking their spools instead of just limiting their range, and they would have run into similar issues as they would against the tracking disruptors. So something to think about perhaps for the Boundary Experts team, but I'm glad that they are now prize ship enjoyers.
I'm pretty sure the Boundary Experts have been a team that has favoured the double Leshak more than most. I think Odin's as well are a team that like to use it.
Yeah.
It's not a very common comp. The teams that use it tend to use it quite heavily. Bart, 52 points though in 2 ships. That's those are big numbers. What do you think?
No, yeah, 52 is a pretty big number. It is actually over half the amount of points you can have, and over half is a very good number as well. I do think 2 Leshaks is very strong. The ship hasn't actually been changed much since we saw its like overwhelming dominance back in, I want to say, AT16, where they were like 21 points each, because it's like, oh, it's Triglavian sponsored, so they were super cheap. Obviously, that was realized to be maybe not the best idea ever. They're still very strong. We saw it like once they get on top of you, you're done. Like they just sit there and they ramp, and eventually their damage becomes unreppable and you go down. They are, however, very, very slow. Hence why I was like, oh, just kite away with your drone setups. And No Fork said, no, we will not. We will stand and fight, which is not a good idea. So double Leshaks is strong, but again, like Misty said, there's so many little things you can use to stop it. They just weren't used in this match.
Well, that is unfortunate for them, and they have left the tournament. And with that, we move on to our next match, which is going to be Big Yikes versus Deepwater Hooligans. So let's take a look at the bans for this match. So Big Yikes banning out the Leshak, the Claymore, and the Armageddon Navy issue. Deepwater Hooligans banning out the Vindicator, the Nighthawk, and the Loki. Mystical Might, interesting sets of bans here.
Yeah, I mean, the Armageddon Navy issue, again, teams seem to be thinking that it's extremely strong. We saw a lot of teams bringing it last weekend. Not everyone did well with it. A lot of teams seem to try and cram it into their setups, favouring it because of the recent buffs that it's received, but it never panned out for them. So interesting to see that it's banned here. The Leshak ban makes sense, again, because it is still an extremely strong ship, as demonstrated by Boundary Experts just now. And then we have the typical bans coming out on the Nighthawk and Loki to try and get rid of those strong rush elements that we've been seeing. But the Sleipnir is still available, so there's other ways that they can go about it if they want to.
Yeah, again, this is another elimination match, so one of these 2 teams is going to go home with nothing. The other one's going to get at least some prize ships. Let's take a look at some of the background of these teams. Whichever one the production crew wants to put up first, we'll have a look at that. There we are. So Deepwater Hooligans, 21 pilots have flown for them. A bunch of veteran pilots, Tamoxa Zero, I believe, the captain, and Dano I. Last match they have played was against Ahil Na, which they won, and prior to that they lost to Arrival, so that's how they ended up getting put into this lower bracket, I believe. Local's Primary lost against them. Ride My Turtle they beat, and then Goon Swarm Federation, Hard Knock Citizens, and lost to Esports Bitopia. So they've had reasonable success in the Alliance Tournament thus far, 4 wins to 3 losses. Let's take a look at their opponents here.
And I just wanted to quickly say, Rigilio Smith, I think, did excellent work in one of the previous matches, so I just wanted to give him a quick shout out.
Nice. So here's the Big Yikes team. A little bit less varied so far. It's a newer team this year, but no less experienced pilots. Kit Kat, the captain, with 11 matches played in the Alliance Tournament. They won against Hidden Leaf Ninja Village and lost against Brave Collective, who dropped them into this lower bracket here where they are right now. We can also look at some of the top pilots in these teams and see what they like to fly in. Let's see if we can throw that up right now. Okay, we cannot throw that up right now, but I can tell you that there is a flagship Barghest coming up in this next match, which should be super, super exciting. Mystical Might, what do you think we can look forward to here?
Ooh, tricky question when there's so many ships available in EVE Online. Who can say? I don't know. Big Yikes, I don't think have really demonstrated that much depth when it comes to their theory crafting. I looked back at a couple of their previous matches, and they ran the same thing twice. They won with it, and then they lost with it. So I'm wondering if they're just going to bring the same thing again. Maybe this is the extent of their theory crafting and have just looked to crush the execution of it, which is what some teams do, and it obviously gets some people fairly far. They are on the second weekend now, within reach of prize ships. So it's not necessarily a bad strategy, but again, if your opponent is able to anticipate what you're going to be bringing, it does make it a little bit harder to execute. But yeah, no idea what they're going to bring.
Okay, let's take a look at one of the player graphs. This is the flagship and captain of Deepwater Hooligans. So this is Dano I. You can see normally he likes to fly in the larger ships. We see the Apocalypse Navy issue, the Absolution Typhoon Fleet issue, Golem. He's a Chad Golem pilot, and an EOS. Wins more often than he loses, which is always good. And you can see he's been playing for a bunch of Alliance tournaments, so very experienced pilot here. Deepwater Hooligans last couple of times, and prior to that, Nully and Goodfellas. So this is definitely someone who knows a little bit what they are doing. Okay, I hear ships are now landing on grid. So let's talk about our predictions at this point now. Mr. Clemite, who are you going to go for between Big Yikes and Deepwater Hooligans?
I'm gonna have to go with Big Yikes here.
Big Yikes and Black Bart Pirate?
No, I'm going with Deepwater Hooligans because that's where my heart tells me to go.
My heart hopes they lose.
Well, that makes me want to also go for Deepwater Hooligans so that Mr. Clemite is wrong. So let us go to the arena for Big Yikes versus Deepwater Hooligans.
And welcome back to the arena. We have a very interesting match. Obviously, as said by Mr. Overload, that there is a flag barg, but it's in a very interesting comp. What do you think about this one, Swift?
Yeah, this is gonna be good. The old armor bargist, that's a real thing. The barg obviously gets quite a lot of mid slots. It is a very flimsy ship though for your flagship. So we'll see how Dano does this. As the Dex pointed out, this guy has a ton of experience in the Alliance tournament, and kind of all eyes are definitely going to be on him.
And interesting on the other side, we have another honestly quite interesting comp. Full projection, Navy APOC, Fleet Tempest, Astarte Absolution comp. So that is a lot of DPS at range. And obviously a very good support wing in terms of T3Ds and Jackdaw and Svipple. So this is a very, I would say, DPS heavy comp, but that attack bar does not say that at all.
Yeah, this should be actually incredibly interesting. Obviously, we kind of glossed over it, but there's also a Balgorn on the Deepwater Hooligan side. A lot of control out there. You can't fit officer webs or anything on this thing, or even faction webs. So it's just going to be standard Balgorn webs there. So they're going to need their Sfeeple and Fleet Vigil to kind of tackle something in order for the Balgorn to kind of lock on and hold it down forever. So we'll see how this goes real quick. Keep an eye on the Oneros for the Deepwater Hooligan side. I think Tamox is going to be put under quite a lot of pressure here early on. We'll see.
Indeed, indeed. It's also very interesting to see a Balgorn paired up with a Barghest. They're both kind of control ships, but on different sides of the spectrum. And they've just decided, no, let's just bring them both. This is fine. But as you said, that Oneros is definitely going to be the one that gets probably pressured immediately by these ranged battleships. But we'll have to see how many rep drones get thrown on them to try and give them some more life as the match is about to be underway.
Yeah, also want to shout out Deepwater Hooligans, who you'll see in blue. They brought a Hound, a Bomber, a lot of battleships in this meta, so huge value there. 3 points, 600 damage. Let's see if he can stay alive, though.
Honestly, I'm just watching a lot of E-Warp going out immediately. I believe the Jackdaw from both sides have just dumped out their damps.
Yep, and you can see the Big Yikes team is charging into the Deepwater Hooligans team, who are just kind of holding back and waiting a little bit. And as you mentioned, the support wings are the ones going to be taking a lot of the damage so far.
Just keeping an eye out on the Jackdaw and Swipple at the moment. Looks like that's going to be the primary. Swipple is being beaten up quite handily at the moment.
Yeah, Tamox and the Oneros is way back there. He is... Oh, this people just gets deleted. Instantly gone there as soon as the webs apply.
I'm just double checking as well. I believe, yep, that is a rapid heavy Barghest. So that with the webs from a Balgorn is going to apply very well, even to these T3 destroyers. So this could honestly be a surprising amount of DPS coming from this Barghest. I see that Tyrannus about to go down too.
Yep, the Tyrannus was tackling Tamoxa all the way in the back lines there, or at least got the initial tackle there. But he just way outplayed the rest of his team, and they could not keep him alive. No way, no how. This Big Yikes team is just losing a little bit too much of their support too quickly here on that initial charge in.
An amazing work as well, but by the Balgorn and the Barghest. The Balgorn has an Absolution held down permanently, and the Barghest has an Astarte held down, which means Tamoxo can honestly just run away and be safe while still repairing his friends. This is honestly some great screening work from the battleships of all things.
Yeah, this is a super controlled team here. The Astarte, as you mentioned, Abso, Thalia, they're all webbed down, held down. And this Fleet Tempest, too. He's just scrammed with his heavy scram by this Barghest. So he is not going anywhere. This team is just being kept at arm's length, and they want to get in a little bit closer, but they just can't.
Yeah, the Tempest fleet can shoot, and he's not even being track disrupted, but it doesn't matter. He can't do it on his own. You see, actually, he's track disruptors going to the Navy IPOC and to the Astarte and to the APSO. So all those ships are kind of neutered at the moment. So the only ship that can really fight back is the Tempest fleet, and that's just not going to be enough against an Aneros. This is well flown and controlled by Deepwater Hooligans here, who are just dominating this match.
BBP's heart was right here, it looks like, as the Thalia goes down. Deacon's going to fall down with it really quickly as it is painted by this fleet visual. Webbed down, nuded, damped. There's nothing this poor Deacon can do, especially with his Thalia buddy down.
I'm seeing some damage going to the Bargus, but again, I do not see them breaking through this flag Barg under Aneros reps. That is a very tall ask for a comp that is rapidly losing teeth.
Yeah, the Astarte is also going down of Kit Kat, losing quite a lot of damage here as he goes down. No local tank on this Astarte. You could see the defense bar would have a nice little bit of purple if there was, but nope, he is just all buffer and damage. Tracking disrupted. He's not able to apply anything here. Big Yikes are having a really hard time. They're chewing through the Barghest a little bit, but I have a feeling Deepwater Hooligans are just kind of baiting. They're not really worried too much here. They've got full control of this grid.
Exactly, and they've also got a lot of newts in both the Balgorn and the utility highs of the Bargus, so they are constantly newting out this Apoc Navy and also the Absolution, so they can't shoot enough to actually kill this Bargus. You see, his armor is now going up. So honestly, again, even on their high slots, they have got amazing control on this team and are using it to the absolute perfect effect.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this Stormbringer here on the Deepwater Hooligan side. This is a ship they brought last time, and we kind of questioned it a little bit, but it is incredibly tanky. Gets a shield resistance bonus, and also is great at clearing some drones here. And wow, just great target culling on this Deepwater Hooligan side. They've systematically gone through every ship that they need to. Their Jackdaw people and Fleet Vigil are just kind of working as their own separate unit, killing the Big Yeg support team as it comes through. Incredibly flown and just well executed.
I'm just having a bit of a giggle with myself at the moment. The Stormbringer with a shield bonus is being brought to an armor comp and is still kicking butt. This is just what do you say to this besides well done Deepwater Hooligans, well flown indeed. The Bargus are still holding comfortably. Tamoxa was threatened at the start, but he flew his part perfectly as well as his entire team. Like it looks like it's entirely one-sided, but it honestly could have gone the other way with maybe some potentially better flying from Big Yikes or some unlucky moments with Deep Water. It doesn't look like, even though it'll be 100-0, it was not 100-0 at the start. It was looking a lot more what would you say? Risky?
Yeah, it could have been quite painful there. This is one of those matches where you're like, oh, if I could do this again, here's what I would do. And maybe just if you have like best of 5, there's an entire possibility that the Big Yikes team can pull out the dub on that one. But you only get one chance in the Alliance Tournament, especially in the elimination bracket. So they're going to have to, unfortunately, exit on Big Yikes. But for Deepwater Hooligans, these guys will be prize ship enjoyers with this win. So they just kind of squeaked into the top 16 now as they finish up this Fleet Tempest. Interestingly enough, match is completely over. They're still playing this one perfectly, nuding out the APOC and killing the Tempest. Just great execution.
Very much so. You also notice that they're also tracking disrupting both Tempest and the Navy APOC. They're not letting anything happen at the last second. They're being very careful about it. But this Tempest fleet is dying incredibly slowly. So can someone please just nude him out, remove his hardness, please? He's taking so long to die.
And you can see where they went for him last there. They knew that they could keep these ships from applying their damage onto what they need. But I wonder if someone's doing a little bit of cheeky looting of the field right now. So they're kind of just keeping him alive to do a little bit of looting. Who knows? This is, of course, on Tranquility. So all these losses are like, of course, real losses, and the loot does matter. So, the flag barg, it's not exploding, so no one needs to grab that loot. But everything else, a few hundred mil here and there, it adds up.
Very true. It looks like the flag bug is now finished reloading and is finally finishing off this Tempest fleet, leaving with just an APOC Navy who, I said like last week, the Vindicator hates when it's being fully E-ward down. I think the APOC Navy hates it more because he has less tools to stop that from happening. Nuded out so the guns can't even fire.
That's just the super feels bad, man. Like you just can't do anything and you're just stuck on grid, kind of trying to maybe doubting yourself, what could I've done differently? But there's really nothing to do in this match with the way it panned out. Christian Moon in the Hound. I'm sure he's going to be top damage on a lot of these battleships. Really well flown there. These ships are hard to keep alive, specifically when there's a Jackdaw Sweeple Tyrannus on the other side. Expected that guy to take a little bit more damage there. But bam, Navy APOC explodes. Wingnut and I, we're going to send it back to the boys in the booth where Bart's heart is going to grow 3 sizes this day.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move.
That kind
Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Big Yikes exiting the tournament as Deepwater Hooligans take that final spot in the top 16, thus securing themselves some prize ships. In a very interesting match, they had it pretty much locked down from the start. We saw some interesting ship choices on both teams. We saw the use of a Hound. We haven't seen very many stealth bombers this Alliance tournament. Usually they're a staple in the tournament, very low amount of points, very high DPS, especially against battleships. Mystical Might, why do you think we're not seeing as many as we have in previous years?
It seems like teams are prioritizing control and tackle a little bit more than just raw damage from the lower end. We are seeing some Jackdaws coming out, for example, some Seeples as we saw in this match, which double as effective damage boats, but also ships that you can send in to actually pin down the enemy team. The reason that we might not be seeing some of these stealth bombers a little bit more, I hypothesize at least, is that we're seeing a lot of rush setups, and bombers are going to suffer greatly from these rush setups because they aren't able to go in and tackle these rush ships down. So it allows their full team to get on top of you and then work their way through your core. So even though they do a lot of damage, not always the best option to bring because it's fairly risky, leaves you open to being rushed.
Bart, speaking of rushing, we saw that Tyrannus there. We kind of expected him to just rush in for that bomber and try and remove it, especially as Big Yikes brought a couple of battleships, for which the bombers will be applying perfectly too. But he ran in and he tackled the Oneros, I think, and it was you were pointing out that he's done it too early. Like the team wasn't there to capitalize on it. Like what was going on there?
I think it's the overextension that actually was an overextension, not one that kind of baited us into thinking it. So the Tyrannus was going at about close to 5,000 meters a second, which is very, very fast compared to pretty much every other ship on there because there was, heavy armored battleships. He just went straight for the Oneros, tackled it, immediately blew up, and the rest of his team was like 50 kilometers behind. And so it was kind of like you said, if he had gone after the bomber, which is probably 600 to 700 DPS, maybe tried to solo PvP it down, stress out the logistics, especially when you're using logistics frigates, that might have worked as much better. Or just hung back and waited until his other ships were in range, because he did get the Oneros. He tackled the Oneros, did a great job. There just was no follow-up. So
yeah, sometimes we see teams using suicide tackle. Their job is to just run in, hold something down, and survive long enough before you inevitably die for the rest of your ships to trundle in. But if you just get too far ahead of them, then that's not going to work. No one can save you. Mystical Might, we also saw another armored Jackdaw, not the most common ship on TQ, but very popular in the tournament. Why would you bring an armored Jackdaw?
Yeah, so as mentioned, an armor Jackdaw does two things really well, I think. One is that it is able to project damage, so it's a constant stream of light missiles that come in to pressure either the lower end of the enemy team, especially useful if you are using a thing like, or if you're fighting against something like a Zarm or Logifrigs, because having to make the decision on what you rep is actually fairly difficult in those two circumstances. So they do damage, which is great, and they project it really far. And the other thing that they do really well is that they have a lot of mids. And if you're armor fit, you can use those mids for things like tracking disruptors or mid-style guidance disruptors, which means that you can effectively shut down one or two of the ships on the enemy team. The only real downside of an armor jackdaw is that if it gets shot, it disappears. So the trick is to not get shot.
And by disappears, Bart, do you think he means cloaking?
No, I don't. I think he means it explodifies.
Yeah.
But yeah, the other thing about the armor jackdaw is when it goes in defensive mode, there's no bonus to it. It's like, oh, the signature gets reduced a little bit. So even if you fill those 2 low slots with as much tank as you possibly can, yes, it has no chance. So it actually becomes a pretty piloting intensive one because you have to be very aware of where you are compared to the enemy. But I think especially with this new, with the changes allowing scripts, it has become even more powerful because now those damps, tracking disruptors, whatever, are like twice as good.
Awesome. Now, our next match is going to be Arrival versus Exodus. So let's check in with Jin Tan and an interview with the captain from Exodus.
All right, so first of all, can you just introduce yourself to the audience, both who you are and what team you represent?
Yes, I am a Zeraxel Nightblade. I'm with Team Exodus. I've been an EVE player since 2007. I'm currently the captain of the AT team this year, and been a member of Alliance since 2013.
So what do Exodus typically do on Tranquility outside of the tournament?
Currently, currently we do a lot of small gang PvP, solo PvP. Not quite as active as in the past. Most of us have been playing for years, and we just really focus on the AT. That's when we become active, and then we go in our little holes when we are not playing. But mainly small gang PvP and solo PvP.
All right, so what's Exodus's competitive history? Have there been any major results from the team in the past? Give us some idea of your tournament pedigree.
Of course. Exodus first played in AT10, and we've participated in every AT since then. We have current members of our Alliance A team participate in the New Eden Open tournament. We also had one of our members win the MAR championships. The name is Awasa QC. We actually took an account of our team members and found that we have almost 100 years of AT experience among us. 8 of our team core members have been in Exodus since the first tournament run. We finished 3rd in the first and the second ATs we were a part of, so 18, 10, and 11. And then since then, we finished 2nd and multiple times in the top 10. One year we didn't practice at all, and we finished in the top 12, which was pretty fun. We also were made aware of this by one of our practice partners, that among all U.S. teams, Exodus has finished the highest in history in ATs at 2nd and 3rd. A fact that we've never really even considered.
Representing NA.
Yep, representing NA.
Can't believe EVE is the only esport where NA is actually good.
Big facts.
Can you give me some idea of where you would hope to or expect to place within the Alliance tournament? Are you expecting to compete for that top 4 this time, or maybe even take the trophy itself?
I think that with the group of guys that we have this year, and just the general atmosphere of the team, I think that we definitely have a very good chance of getting to the top 4. As long as we don't beat ourselves and do something stupid, I think we should very well be competing for the top 4.
There you are, Jin Tan talking to the captain of Exodus, a very experienced team with a lot of pilots. I think he said, was it 8 years or 100 years or something like that combined experience? That's just mind-boggling. Let's take a look at some of the most experienced pilots in Exodus and see what we can look at there. At some point, maybe. Here we go. All right, so Walter Ubersnell, of course, now flying with Truth Honor Light, I believe. 61 matches when he flew with Exodus. That's something in itself. I'm pretty sure one of the more experienced pilots in Alliance Tournament history right there. And this is just a who's who of experience here. We have, of course, got Zaraxel there. We just heard from him. Nixor, Mr. Falcon, some amazing names in there. Anyone jumping out at you, Mystical Might?
I know Sabotage, I think, from my days back in Faction Warfare, so it's nice to see that he's been doing well with the AT and getting involved. I've seen him quite a bit. It's been years now since we flew together. Yeah, I mean, Nixor as well, Water Ubersnall, like you said. A few members there that have left Exodus and moved on to other teams. And they've also had good runs as well with those teams, so really high-skill pilots.
I'm a big fan of Snall's win rate there. Is a solid number. Let's look at the bans for this upcoming match. So, Arrival choosing to ban the Orthrus. Oh, I can see myself again. Hello. The Orthrus, the Caracal Navy issue, the Barghest. Exodus banning out the Nighthawk, the Barghest, the Armageddon. And then the trickle bans, we have an Osprey and a Curse. Blackbird Pirate, what do you make of this?
I think that Arrival has finally done something that I have been suggesting for like at least 3 ATs now, which is ban Caldari Kaidi type stuff out against Exodus. And also, thanks to the current modern meta that we're starting to see, the Orthrus and the Caracal Navy issue are both like key ships for the Caldari Rush. So somebody finally actually studied their playbook and was like, we think we have a way to defeat them. Yeah, they're just very, very smart. And then the Osprey as well is like kind of key to these Caldari Rush setups because it's so few points but still reps very, very hard. So I really like Arrival's plans. They definitely thought about this, and yeah, just really, really good play on their part.
Mystical?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that one of the talking points that I had about Arrival as a team is that they seem to actually go back through and watch some of the matches that their opponents have played and then try and put their ban strategy together based on what they've actually shown. So with Truth on the Light, as an example, they banned the Exec Navy issue, which is, I think, the first and only Exec Navy ban that we've seen. Maybe there's been 1 or 2 other ones. But it's interesting because it shows that they're actually taking an interest in understanding what the meta of the other team is, instead of just assuming that everyone shares the same understanding of what's good and what's not.
Excellent. Well, it's time to find out. Can Arrival pull one over on Exodus, or will Exodus try and rise to the top, being one of the first NA teams potentially to win the Alliance Tournament itself? Let's go to the arena and find out.
And welcome to the arena. And we have, of course, Arrival versus Exodus. And we have a very interesting match with a, honestly, it looks like a bit of a Kite Rush maybe versus Balgorn Navy APOC. This is very interesting. What do you think about this one, Swift?
I think it's crazy that Arrival are almost a 3-1 underdog here. As you mentioned, they've got the Claymore Sleipnir, Loki, double Navy Osprey. This is definitely going to be a nice little rush team over here. Against Exodus, taking in Abaddon Navy APOC Balgorn Corps. Ooh, that is definitely a bunch of tanky boys sitting right up there. Augmented by an Arbitrator, Confessor, Crucifier, and Punisher. So a lot of missile guidance disruptors potentially. We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's a very heavy core indeed. Just checking around the ships at the moment, seeing if the Sleipnir, if it would be artillery for some reason. It's not, but I can hope. Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how this match develops. But that's a very heavy core from Exodus. That's going to be a pain to break, even with Arrival's big, massive chunk of DPS.
Yeah, and they're actually fairly close to one another here, so probably a little bit of advantage to Arrival. We see their Navy Osprey is already webbed down by this Exodus Balgorn, and he's going to be deleted off the field here. Let's see how fast they can apply that damage.
It's pretty good at the moment. I'm waiting to see if it slows down, but they're actually kicking his butt real hard right now. And of course, the APOC Navy and Abaddon can apply at range, so as long as he's webbed, they can apply them. As a Punisher is getting absolutely ripped open, but he actually managed to survive, maybe? Yeah, he's hold at 50 structure.
Easy. That you only need a little bit of structure, right? So he's totally fine. And we see Wasik QC now taking quite a bit of damage here on the Exodus side. He is right up in there. But now it looks like he might be trying to save himself a little bit. I think this is probably one of the most individually skilled pilots in the tournament. So let's see how long he can last, if he can outlast for this Navy Osprey, who is slowly about to enter armor here, or quickly about to enter armor here.
Yep, Mawasa being the intelligent pilot, he's currently in defensive mode, which makes that Confessor even harder to kill. As you can see, he's now sitting at 100% armor and not moving. As the Osprey Navy is now going through armor, so they are starting to punch through the ship, and that will start swinging this match towards Exodus's way.
Yeah, one of the things you can't see here is the Arrival dot they have a cloud, or at least had a cloud, of light shield maintenance spots that the Exodus support wing was actually shooting off there. So that's why you saw the kind of the damage die there a little bit more. Claymore and Sleipnir are pinned down. Oh my gosh, this Exodus team. Maybe a rival should have been a 3-1 underdog. But we'll see as another Navy Osprey is pinned down here. This guy is double webbed. Larynx is not moving anywhere. And this Balgorn, Navy APOC, and Abaddon are going to throw their EM damage right into his face. It's not going to be pretty to be a Navy Osprey on this day.
Yeah, but it looks like a rival is now committing fully and trying to kill the Balgorn. The Balgorn is obviously very tanky, and they've got a reactive arm hardener. But then again, they've got missiles, so they can fire the rainbow at this guy. But that is not going to change anything. He is tanking incredibly well. His newts aren't really going to hurt anything on the grid, except for maybe removing that tank. But they just don't have the DPS to make this work.
I love the confidence of Mr. Falcon here in the Punisher. When you are flying around with like 30% structure, maybe your instinct is to kind of hide in the background. He is not hiding in the background.
Look at the Augur. The Augur's been held down. Now he's being absolutely pounded. That's going to be that Logi gone, and then maybe they can break this bar. They need to potentially go for another big ship, or maybe go for the Logi trade now, because now they are now on a timer.
Oh my gosh, Arrival are swinging this one back here with that Augur trade. They still have their Scimitar. Sure, he's being neuted down, but he is being neuted down by the Balgorn newts. So he should be able to kind of get some reps off here and there. As we see, a Sveeple is now tackled on the Arrival dot side. Let's see how these guys respond. They're going to have to clear off all the tackle that's keeping their Claymore and Sleipnir down. And then they're going to have to start moving around as a unit.
I think they're going to recommit to the Balgorn. Yep, I'm already seeing the Loki back on the Balgorn now. I'm just keeping an eye out for the other ones. And I think they're going to fully commit to this Balgorn, try and get one of these big ships down. The Balgorn is probably the biggest center of control for Exodus on this grid right now. If they can get him,
snap.
look at the Scimitar. Look at the Simi.
Simi
Starting to
is
get him.
now tackled. All right, Exodus, ice water in their veins, saying, hey, we got that Logi trade. We can do this. They're about to lose their Magus, which is going to be a lot of their links. But the Simi for Arrival is now tackled. Let's see if the APOC
Do you know what's
and
tackled by? The Punisher.
Mr. Falcon, MVP of this match, if Exodus can kind of take this one back. Riding with no Logi, a sliver of structure left, pinning down linchpin ship after linchpin ship. This Scimitar is dropping. Exodus are pulling this one back. Just a back and forth match here. You see the Scimitar is repping. He has an XLASB. He's got 9 charges that can go up and down. So when you see it, just every time it goes up, count. And as soon as 9 is over, then it's going to start dropping.
Doing his job, though. He's doing his job because he's buying time as his team has now killed the Balgorn, and they are starting to slowly maybe claw this back. If he can survive just a little bit longer, he can buy his team that extra bit of time. They can maybe start working on maybe the APOC Navy and start breaking apart the DPS core here. This could honestly flip to a rival's way, even with a Scimitar loss.
Yeah, and we see this. It looks like Wasa was trying to kill this flycatcher here. Oh, Mr. Falcon finally goes down.
No.
Oh my gosh. All right. I mean, this is incredibly back and forth here. This is almost a dead even heat. Arrival still have their DPS core alive. Exodus have 2 of 3. And now it's just decision making. What are you going to do? Are you going to take out the support wing? That's what Exodus wants to do. They just killed a Jackdaw from the Arrival dot team. As Arrival are kind of working on this Abaddon, they say, who cares about the small ships? Let's kill the big boys. Get them off the field now. My gosh.
That would be the center of this match for them at the moment. You can see, obviously, they're all right on 0. The Sleipnir's loaded hail. This Claymore's probably firing rage. They are putting everything into this Abaddon. I was confused why they're going for the Abaddon first, but turns out the APOC Navy is actually quite a distance away. So they had to go for this guy, which is not usually the best of calls, but his armor is not that much. Like, he's taking massive chunks.
Yeah, generally when you see an Abaddon, you don't want to shoot it. So maybe he kind of baited a little bit. We see Exodus kind of swapping their strategy over. They say, yeah, we don't need the small ships. Let's try and get the Logi or DPS trade going. They're shooting into T2. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Handsy Babes in the Sleipnir is very tanky, a very high EM resist. I think he's going to outlast this Abaddon though.
A Sleipnir outlasting an Abaddon. This should not be the case in any world. The Abaddon is now going through structuring. He's going to go down before the Sleipnir, and this is honestly a painful blow for Exodus. The rival core still exists, and their Sleipnir is still holding. And all they've got left now, really, is an APOC Navy for real damage.
My God, Arrival are doing it. Oh, this is great. The Sleipnir is still tanking of Handsy Babes. Let's see what they're going to go for next. Obviously, they can now break off if they want and start clearing off some of this tackle. They have a lot of control on Vitone's Navy APOC, so not too worried. And that's exactly what they're doing. Wasi QC is now tackled. They're going to try and clear up some of this back end here and survive a little bit. Just both teams going back and forth, back and forth. Incredible match.
And notice that the Sleipnir is now tanking comfortably. He's actually run away from the Navy APOC, and is also the Navy APOC's been tracking the shop, so they can't even shoot him. So that Sleipnir will survive, reload his XLASB, and go straight back in. This is honestly a surprising victory from a rival who, honestly, I think they've got this completely.
I think you're right. And Hansi and that Sleipnir, he's reloaded his ASB, or in the process of reloading. So that's why he's kind of out in no man's land here, doing a little bit of damage, clearing off some of the smaller ships. But Exodus, they're not throwing in the towel. They want to keep this one going. They think they've got a pretty good chance to win here. So they're just clearing off a little bit more of the back end, going after the Caracal
Notice how quick it
of
died
Arrival.
too.
Yeah,
Like that, I honestly
instantly,
feel like
Bob.
you should have picked that target a lot earlier. These T1 cruisers are very easy to kill, and they honestly provide a good amount of DPS. For this kind of comp, I think you might have maybe want to rip apart the DPS that you can, but it's a little late, unfortunately. But they might maybe be able to kill something else.
Look, I mean, if I am Vitone right now, I am flipping my desk. I have been pinned down this entire match, damped, tracking disrupted, unable to shoot anything at all. What a frustrating thing this must be to be the one guy singled out. You see the Claymore and Sleipnir are now laying into him as the Loki is kind of going around, webbing anything he can and shooting it. Magus about to go down. Navy APOC going down. Arrival showing that they shouldn't have been 3-1 dogs. Get some respect on that name. They're going to knock Exodus out here.
Like, this is honestly the surprise of the entire day for me. I don't think they're going to be able to top this. Exodus being taken out by a rival in a match that honestly looked like it was going Exodus's way at the start, but that clutch Logi trade for a rival just put them into the driver's seat, and they capitalized immediately.
I know. I was gushing over a Punisher while watching an Augur getting pinned down, or just glossing over an Augur getting pinned down. Glad I'm joined by you, Wingnut, for catching that one. That was the pivotal moment of this match. I mean, it was back and forth. But as soon as that Augur went down, just huge win for a rival. That was just really well played. Exodus, though, they didn't panic. They got the Logi trade, but composure. A rival nailed that Balgorn, nailed that Abaddon, kept the Navy APOC pinned down, and now they're just reaping the rewards of that composure. Congratulations to a rival Dot, taking down Exodus. Apparently the NA Kings, I had no idea. So long,
Such
NA.
a thing. So I'm just going to piss off all the North American viewers here.
NA has the most gold medals of anyone in the Alliance Tournament. Just dropping that out there.
That
Might
sounds like
not
some
be
heresy.
a real. Yeah, that I could have just made that up. We'll never know. Pontifex going down by Dantesi. A rival, get that sigh of relief. My gosh, their hands must be shaking here. This was, as we were saying, back and forth, all match long. I think I'm going to watch this one again. I'm actually going to leave after this just to watch this match again. Let's find CCV Kestrel to kind of take over the reins. What an amazing match.
Very much so. All the guys in chat saying good fights as well. The match is now over, so thank you very much to Exodus for an amazing match. Unfortunately, you are out. But with that, we'll head back to the studio and see what they think.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
Arrival there with a hard-fought victory over Exodus, who are now eliminated from Alliance Tournament 18. The interview curse continues. Pretty much every time we play a captain's interview, they then immediately get eliminated from the tournament. So apologies there. There's some poor, lazy script writing from the team here in the back. But wow, I mean, Arrival played that super, super well. That could have gone many different ways. They could have lost that many different ways. They won with bans, essentially. They forced Exodus to bring something that they maybe weren't as comfortable with. They brought their own counter to that, and then they just executed it super well. We saw some amazing piloting by all those team members to pull that victory off. We also wanted to shout out Mr. Falcon on the Exodus team because he was in the Punisher. He went flying in, got tackle on something, and then started to die pretty quickly. He was then able to extract himself, get back out of damage range, get reps, and then reposition and come back in and get tackle on the Scimitar of Howling Wind to enable his team to take down that Scimitar and put them back into a fighting chance. One of the most experienced pilots we can see here. He's flown in a bunch of matches, 23 wins to 15 losses, which is a pretty good ratio. Obviously flying for Exodus all the way back here to Alliance Tournament 10. Flying in a bunch of different tournaments, flying a bunch of different ships. Usually the smaller ships, the high skill ships sometimes. The Neros, a bunch of them, a bunch of Basilisks, and then a whole bunch of Sveeples. So we were very impressed with his piloting in that particular match. Unfortunately, we won't see him again because he is eliminated, but well done you. Good job. So, Mystical Might, we saw the Sleipnir of Arrival starting to boost after that Scimitar went down, and you were sitting here and you were counting boost charges as it was happening. Walk me through what you were looking for.
Yeah, so one of the things that we'll typically see with ships like the Sleipnir and the Claymore, because there are active tank bonuses, they'll usually have an extra large ASB fit, which allows them to self-sustain their tank for a short time. An ASB is an ancillary shield booster, which uses cap charges to give you back your shields without using your own capacitor. Now, when those cap charges run out, because there's only a limited amount in these ASBs, it then starts using your ship's capacitor to regen your shields. It's extremely expensive cap-wise, so it's not something that really can be sustained once those charges are gone, which is why I was counting to see how many charges he had already used, because that gives us an idea of how much more tank he's actually got left remaining to him. And it was a race between killing that Abaddon and whether that Sleipnir was going to die before then. Once the Abaddon goes down, though, Sleipnir's pretty free to burn away, reload that shield booster, because you can reload it. It just takes a really long time, so you can't really do it in combat.
Awesome. And I'm told by the production team we have a graphic for you, some hard-hitting, deep analysis of the Alliance Tournament.
I see.
Let's see if we can throw that up and take a look at it. So this is the win rate after playing the interviews for the teams. As you can see here, not very many wins. In fact, I would call that a goose egg, a zero. 0 wins for teams after playing interviews. So if you have been interviewed by Jin Tan and you don't want us to play it, then perhaps reach out.
It'll cost you.
You know, incidentally, I believe that Volta has an interview with Jin
I've already
Tan,
deleted it. Just
and
delete.
Truth Honor Light does not.
I have made one. I pretended to be Dexter and I did the interview myself.
Ah,
perfect.
So, excellent. Play it whenever we're ready. Let's look at our next match now, which is Nanofiber Tokens versus Rote Capel, and have a look at the bans for that one. So Nanofiber Tokens banning out the Barghest, the Loki, and the Balgorn, whereas Rote Capel banning out Scimitar, Blackbird, and Eos. Blackbird Pirate, what are you seeing here?
Well, interestingly enough, I believe this is actually the same bans that Rote Capel has used several times now. So they are clearly not adjusting them based on their opponent. They just don't want to see Scimitars, Blackbirds, and Eoses. I don't think we've seen a lot of Blackbird play. We did see that one kind of disgusting one by Darkside as their potentially trump card of Magic Jam just spread everywhere and making the game hard to play. But Nanofiber Tokens one is a little bit more interesting. I don't understand Barghest bans because we're really only seeing them as flagships, which can in fact evade the ban. Though the Loki and the Balgorn are starting to become very, very standard. Again, have opinions on Balgorns, but you know, maybe I'm wrong, even though we just saw one feed really hard. Who knows?
Who knows? And I think we have some graphics for the teams as well. So let's see if we can throw up the Rote Capel team graphic and take a closer look at them. So Rote Capel, 94 pilots that have flown with them over the years, a whole bunch of veterans flying in this team. Pretty good ratio of winning to not winning, which is kind of what we like to see. They've won recently against Rusty Hyena's clan and Arcos Core, losing against Volta and Hydra. and also beating Volta recently as well. So this is a solid team, like definitely not to be discounted. I know Lady Labia, very experienced pilot, flown in many Alliance tournaments. Also been a desk caster over in Iceland at some previous Alliance tournaments, many years gone. So again, very experienced team. Another US time zone team, I believe. So we'll see if they do well at all. Nanofiber Tokens, bit more of a newer team in terms of like core experience, but the pilots themselves obviously relatively experienced. Andy Astronaut with 7 rounds played, and reasonably good ratio here, 2-1, beating both Pandemic Legion and Esports Botopia, and just dropping to the losers bracket against Odin's Call, who had a top 8 run last year. So very respectable to be dropped down by them. So Mystical Might, who's it going to be this time? Nanofiber Tokens or Rote Capel?
I'm gonna have to go with the Rote. I'm gonna put my caster curse upon them, and we'll see whether they can break it.
Blackbird Pirate?
I am also going with Rote because I am a Mademoiselle Enjoyer.
I am a Mademoiselle Spammer, so I will also be going for Rote Capel. So let's go to the arena and find out who can win for Nanofiber Tokens versus Rote Capel.
And welcome to the arena with NFT versus Rote Capel. We have a very interesting match coming up ahead. We have Twin Navy Armageddons versus what I believe is a Kitesy Nighthawk comp. What do you think about this one, Satonia?
I'm really excited for this one. It's nice to see the new Armageddon Navy issues on the field that were recently buffed just last week.
Yeah, good timing for the buff indeed. It's going to be very interesting. I'm having a look at what weapons they've got. I believe, yep, they are rapid heavy Armageddons again. So luckily they did not verse any ECM here, because that could have really broken their clips up. Meanwhile, we're seeing a triple BC plus pretty much full-on support, DPS support, comp from Rote. So I suspect they're going to run away. What do you think?
Are these? I think they are rapid heavies, aren't they? Sorry, not
Armageddon,
sorry.
yeah.
On the Orthrus and the Nighthawks, they look like hams to me.
Oh no, I haven't had a chance to look at the author, so I just looked at the knife. Oh no, don't tell me this is a ham sandwich. That might okay. This is going to be very interesting then. So they're going to potentially rush. Oh, okay. So everything's out the window now, boys.
I could be completely wrong though. They could be HMLs. Let's take
They're
a look.
definitely not rapid lights. They're definitely not rapid lights. They're either HML or ham. I can't tell which. So okay, here we go. The party starts now. Okay, yeah. Looking at what they said in local, saying "witness me," this is definitely a ham rush. I don't even need to look at the ships anymore to know that's a ham rush. 10 seconds till the match is underway. We're gonna watch them go running in, screaming. I think.
Yeah, who do you think is going to have the edge here? Because like these Armageddon Navy issues, they have the bonus newt range. They can newt out pretty well, but they're not really going to shut down like the weapon systems from these Nighthawks and the Orphuses. And they're coming screaming in now.
There's too much damage. Look at that! Look at that attack bar from Rote. There's not a single blast ship there, and the attack bar is girthy. The control bar from Nanofiber Tokens is quite nice, but unfortunately, I think once they get on top of these battleships, it's not going to matter. Actually, see damage onto an arbitrator first. Just keeping an eye on targets. Yeah, no, there we go. They're going on to Kante in the Armageddon Navy, and just watch how fast this guy's going to go down.
Jackdaw Verdict is already gone. However, Rote Capel are in now. They're putting some DPS on Calm Passo's Thalia. We're also seeing a bit of DPS go onto the Sentinel as well, where it looks like Hoal Kanti is the main primary in the Armageddon Navy issue. There's a lot of split damage here for some reason, though.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. I'm just keeping an eye who's shooting the Thalia. I think Thalia is just DPS drones on him at the moment. That is not split DPS. That is just a drone wave on the Thalia, forcing his teammate to try and save him.
Cyclohexanal's Orpheus is down now, but Hoikanti is in half armor. That Navitus as well, Campasso, is also pretty low. It's really interesting, I think, you're forcing the Deacon of Andy Astronaut either to save the Thalia or like don't rep the Armageddon Navy issue, which has just 5 ham ships shooting it. So that's a pretty interesting tactic. It looks like it's working for them kind of right now, though.
Interesting as well is that the Rapid Heavies has managed to kill off the Orthrus of Cyclo, but I think the Osprey, they should be able to save the Osprey Navy. And then these Armageddon Navies will have to reload, whereas the Ham Sandwich will not reload. It will just keep on pounding the ship as they do take down the Thalia. So they have broken half of the Logi frigates. I suspect they'll put the drones on the Deacon perhaps, or maybe on the Armageddon Navy.
Yeah, so now the Navitus is down. It looks like Andy Astronaut is going to have the drones on
Oof.
him, and they will be able to get through this Deacon probably. But have they lost too much at this point? I mean, they still do have two Nighthawks, Drake Navy, the two Caracal Navies, and the Osprey, but they have lost like a lot of their DPS now. I do think they're going to kill the Armageddon Navy issue, probably the Deacon, but they're probably going to lose at least the Caracal Navy issue, I think, before the Armageddon Navy goes down.
They might lose Caracal Navy. I was surprised they managed to get through the Osprey Navy before. But honestly, if they get rid of the Armageddon Navy, they might be able to hold there because they've still got their Osprey on grid, who is definitely helping him out. He's getting neutered a little bit, but he should better keep repping his team at the moment. But I keep saying that, and then things keep dying. Can you please stop? Elmo, please don't die. The Armageddon Navy goes down, so they're down to one left. As Elmo's about to die. He's already in Hull.
Yeah, so Elma's going to
Gone.
go down, but so is Andrew Astronaut, which will get rid of all of the logistics from the NFT sides. We still have Chadwick alive. He's not going to get reps anymore, but he's probably going to at least take down at least the Caracal Navy, possibly something else down before he dies, I imagine. And then it's going to be Damnation, Vex and Navy issue versus two Nighthawks potentially and an Osprey.
I think the Vex and Navy tried to go over to kill off the Osprey. I believe he's actually just neuting him at the moment. Let me double check that. Yeah, it looks like the Vex and Navy is actually neuting the Osprey out. The Skybreaker's trying to screen him off, but nothing he can do about that. So it's going to be a race now. The Osprey Navy is not out of the fight, but he's pretty close. So now it's just going to be a race between Chadwick and, well, honestly, most of the Rogue Capel team.
Yeah, it's really interesting that the Vex and Navy issue doesn't have any drones at all. I mean, that's probably one of the main upgrades from going from a Vexa to a Vex and Navy issue, right? Is getting those stronger medium hybrid turret damage bonuses, as well as the tracking.
Sentinel goes down. That's honestly going to help quite a bit. These Nighthawks have probably been gimped the entire match. Their application being hurt by the Sentinel. So maybe they can start putting out even more damage. You see the Drake Navy being shot next. Chadwick's doing great work picking off the better DPS but less tank ships. Slowly but surely ripping this team apart. At the end, it might just be two Nighthawks versus a Navy Armageddon if he can survive long enough. But I don't think he will. I think they're going to break through Chadwick here, and that there is honestly going to be the end of the match, I think. Because what DPS does Nano Fiber Tokens have left?
They do still have the Damnation and the Vex and Navy issue, but as you pointed out, the Vex and Navy issue is a full Newt fit, so he doesn't have turret DPS, he only has drone DPS, which is like 400 DPS, and the Damnation's probably about 600, so yeah, the Armageddon Navy issue's gone. Alice is about to go down as well, but it is still two Nighthawks and an Osprey, although the Osprey might be neutered out at this point, but I think two Nighthawks beats a Damnation and a Vex and Navy issue, and an Arbitrator.
Honestly, yeah, even if the Osprey was dead, I think they'd still have this with two Nighthawks. That is a lot of tank and great DPS platforms. All they have to do is kill off the Damnation and the Vex Navy, and their match is entirely over. Alice is slowly dying in the Drake Navy. He's done his job and he survived long enough. The Pontifex just got deleted. Holy crap. Well, now they're doing damage to the Osprey.
Yeah, so
I don't
it is
think it's going to matter.
It is a ham Damnation, so it is going to have some DPS, but Damnations are still probably only putting out maybe 600 DPS total. Nighthawks are probably doing about double his DPS. They are taking down the Osprey now, though, which is interesting. The Vex and Navy issue was neuting him out. Yeah, like I think he was probably neuted out, to be honest, with the Vex and Navy issue on him.
Also, he said it's a ham Damnation, right? So it's a ham nation. Thank you. Thank you. I feel very smart for saying what someone else has probably said 1,000 times.
Yeah, as long as you don't make any jokes about one of the Nighthawk character names, I'm good.
I don't want to get myself kicked out, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut on that. They are slowly killing off the Osprey, but I don't think it's going to do anything at them at the moment. These Nighthawks are just going to honestly just dominate this match from this point onwards.
Is there an angle where the NFT team can maybe kite it out? Like the Arbitrator and Vex and Navy issue don't have to be at 0. They can just put drones on people and sort of burn away, maybe extend the match with an MJD beacon and try and take down one of the Nighthawks. Although
in a word, no, because the Skybreaker is still on grid and is a great tackle ship in this scenario.
Yeah, and the Damnation is also tackled, and I think even if the Vex and Navy and the Arbitrator kite away, the Damnation is tackled, so it's going to die. And the Vex Navy issue and Arbitrator are less points than one of the Nighthawks. So,
yep, it looks like well done to Rogue Capel here. Nighthawk Rush lives on, except it's Nighthawk Rush without the usual support. We saw no Loki, no Hyena. These Nighthawks were left on their own with their DPS wing. So this is honestly great to see Nighthawks kind of break the mold, sort of. But yeah, Nanofiber did a great job here, but I just feel like they kind of got rushed down. Let's be honest.
Yeah, it was a super close match, especially at the start. It looked really like Nanofibers were actually winning because they killed about 3 ships before they started getting their own ones killed. But the Ham Rush was just so powerful. They just went for the high-end ships, the Armageddon Navy issues, and just went straight through them.
Yeah, and they also didn't make any bad target calls either. They went for the ships that they could kill quickly and remove DPS. That Nighthawk is slowly going down. I'm honestly kind of surprised. That's you should not be going down that fast.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of split DPS here. We see the Vex and Navy issue of Tenorest is webbed, and he just broke the web now, and Ovik's Damnation is not taking damage, so it looked like maybe there was like a bit of a split call to maybe go after the Vex and Navy issue, which broke tackle. He's webbed again now, but if this Vex and Navy issue can extend it out to the point where one of the Nighthawks dies...
What the hell? What in the world? How's this Nighthawk about to die to a Damnation? Wait, I'm sorry, hold on.
It's the Ham Nation, baby.
Oh my god. I honestly did not think the Ham Nation was even mildly functional. But here we go. He's actually going to kill the Nighthawk. And at that point, I think his team's actually going to be ahead there. That's not looking good now for Rote.
Well, the timer's on Rote now. I think they're going to get this Vex and Navy issue. But crucially, a Damnation and Arbitrator is more points than a Nighthawk and a Skybreaker. So if this Arbitrator can make sure he just doesn't get tackled and this Damnation can survive...
Roten knows this and is already tackling the Arbitrator in that Skybreaker. Really good call there. They're still trying to kill that Vex and Navy.
But Tenorest is not scrammed. He's surviving.
He's escaped. He's free. He's run away. Oh my god, this is we were thinking this was going to be over, but it's gone the entire other way. Now Rote got a time limit. They need to catch his Vex and Navy and catch the Arbitrator within, what is it, a minute?
This might have been a disaster. They pulled the Skybreaker off for 10 to go onto the Arbitrator. It was really smart, but 10 wasn't finished off, and he got away from the Nighthawk, and now he's just cutting away. He's going to survive, I think. He can survive outside ham range, and now I think Rogue Cabell might actually lose this. The Skybreaker's about to go down, and the Nighthawk...
There's no Mademoiselles that can save this. You can spam all you want. You cannot bring enough Mademoiselles to save this match. This has been an absolute upset from Nanofiber Tokens. Rogue Capel honestly had this match as far as I'm concerned. I don't know how, but they kind of just thrown it away a bit.
It's not over yet. It looks like the Nighthawk is going to be able to kill 10. He's pretty close to him. He has him webbed again.
30 seconds. I don't see how they can kill an RB in 30 seconds.
I think 10 is going down here, but you're not killing a Damnation and Arbitrator in 20 seconds. So I think this might be NFTs as long as there's no like crucial piloting mistakes at the end here.
My channel points, no!
Oh, 10's putting back armor, I think, is over.
Oh my god, that is an amazing match. So, Nanofiber Tokens clawing it back in the end. Bravo. I'm going to get back to the studio and see what they think, because that is amazing.
That's all she wrote.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been an easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not FCing and people can't get their shit together!
Crash our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crash. I'm damped out.
Get on that campus, boys.
Heat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down. I've not been able to lock a single thing all game.
I'm jammed.
Nanofiber tokens there proving that NFTs can have value as they eject Rote Capel from the tournament, along with over 1 million channel points for all of you there out on Twitch. You mostly predicted that it was going to be a solid Rote Capel victory, 79% to 21. Unfortunately, you were all wrong, and all those channel points have gone goodbye. That was an incredibly exciting match. We thought it was going to go back and forward, back and forward. I'm joined on the desk by Jin Tan and CCP Swift. Jin Tan, you had your head in your hands at one point. Take me through what was going on.
Yeah, that was just an incredible match there. We saw the kind of advantage go between the teams back and forth, and it eventually came down to, at the start of it, really good drone usage from Rote Capel. You saw that they were splitting their damage, using those light drones to harass the logistics frigates, whilst then applying their main DPS to the Armageddon Navy issue, and just forcing a split decision. The team of Nanofiber Tokens decided to keep their Armageddon Navy alive for as long as possible. And then later on in the match, they did much the same thing, putting all of their light drones on that Skybreaker. They recognized that it was the only piece of tackle, the only thing that could go out and grab something left on the Rote Capel side. And once that was taken care of, there was no way that that range-damped Nighthawk could do absolutely anything to actually win the match. He was just running around spewing missiles that, ran out of fuel about 2 seconds after leaving him.
And CCP Swift, do you think, where did it kind of go wrong for Rote? Like, they started to lose it. Could they have pulled it back?
It's really hard to go back against when you start losing your logistics like that. I think if they had the chance a do-over, I think the Rote Capel side would be pretty happy and pretty confident in their execution. They'd do a lot of things the same way. They just maybe kind of spread out a little bit more, take out some more linchpins a little bit earlier on. That Arbitrator went untouched through the match, and it was just wreaking havoc against those Nighthawks. Really annoying when you're damped down, and as Jin was saying, your missiles just go boop, boop.
Is that the technical term?
Yeah, that's exactly how that works. It has a sound in game now where it just goes boop, boop if your missile guidance disrupted.
Ship
Yep.
it.
One other thing, 10 in the Vexor Navy issue lived way too long. Right, Rote kind of did that cool guys don't look at the explosions maneuver, and 10 was able to kind of sneak away. If you want to know how he did that, you can always listen to the Less Than 10 podcast, Small Gang podcast. It's a cool podcast.
It is a cool podcast. I've got one of the little wooden chips he gives the guests who've come on his show, so I recommend it. Have you not got one?
You didn't give me one.
Wow.
What the heck?
It's an entry to the cool club, I think he said as well.
Well, don't listen to that podcast. It's a garbage podcast. No, I'm just kidding. It's a great podcast. I probably have one of those wooden things. I'm good at stealing swag from players.
Nice. Let's take a look at the bans for our next match, Darkside versus Paper Numbers, and see what these teams are choosing not to face. So Darkside banning out the Scimitar, the Curse, and the Balgorn. Paper Numbers banning out the Shack, Eos, and Orthrus. Jin Tan, what are you making of these bans here?
Yeah, these Darkside bans are very similar to what we've seen in the past from them. Darkside targeting off that Scimitar, making sure that there's no real potential for a heavy missile kite comp, which we saw Paper Numbers, I believe, lose with in their first game. Whereas Paper Numbers are just throwing out a couple of power bands there. They're taking out the Eos, which is the central linchpin of the drone kiting comp, the Lashak, which has been very, very powerful in 2 battleship control, and then the Orthrus, which is useful both in kite and in ham rush, which is something we've never really seen it used in before, but has performed very, very admirably. It's one of the highest win rate comps in this tournament so far.
Yeah, obviously that Curse and that Balgorn, very powerful neuting ships. And for those of you who maybe are a bit newer to EVE Online, CCP Swift, can you take us through energy neutralization?
Yeah, as you can see here, once you're in optimal range, these energy neutralizers will remove capacitor from the target ship. It'll cost some capacitor on your own ship, but not nearly as much as it takes away. So as the match goes longer and longer, these ships will start losing capacitor, and that gives your team a late game advantage. As you can see, there are things you can do to circumvent this. Right, you can use a cap injector, you can use a capacitor battery, which kind of sends some of that bad juju of energy sucking back to your opponent. But yeah, as these matches go on, it is very, very painful and hard to deal with. I love those bans from Faffy Waffy. Those are very Faffy Waffy bans, right? He really strongly values the Curse, thinks it's a great platform for the points, and it is incredibly point efficient. The Scimitar pretty much kicks out any shield rush team with, obviously you can't take anything major outside of Logi frigates. And then just the Balgorn, because no one wants to deal with those newts and webs.
Jintan, we don't normally see the Pilgrim get much use here, but we were talking about this last week, and you think the Pilgrim's a bit underrated in some of these situations. Why might that be?
So the Pilgrim doesn't have quite the same ability to actually impact the cap warfare game as the Curse does. That's what really makes it a unique ship. However, those TDs and GDs are incredibly potent. They allow you to control where your opponents are able to position themselves on the grid, and also has the ability to turn off Leshaks and stuff very, very effectively. However, the Sentinel and other similar ships kind of fill that role a little better. I think we'll see at least one team try and get tricky, bring the Pilgrim, and probably find out maybe why it isn't used quite as often somewhere down the line in this tournament.
So Darkside, obviously, very experienced team this year. CTP Swift, are they going to be able to pull this one out over paper numbers here?
I think so. I mean, this team is stacked with talent. I think they probably fly under the radar for a lot of people. You might not think they're like a top 2 contender, but they absolutely are. Faffy Waffy, one of the most experienced captains in the AT, an incredibly solid theory crafter, and they actually picked up a few key members from the Vidra Reloaded team. So, stacked with talent, stacked with theory crafting. This is a scary team to come up against.
And Jintan, who would you put your Twitch channel points behind this time?
Given that we haven't played Darkside's interview, I put my money on Darkside.
Excellent. Let's go to the arena and find out as we go to Darkside versus paper numbers.
And welcome back to the arena. We have a very interesting match again. We have, I think, it actually is a former Fly Killer, because that's definitely Rapid Light Navy Ospreys this time from Darkside. And then we have kind of the same thing, but a bit more confused from paper numbers. We have a lot of missile ships today, and all of them bring in shield. This is going to be very interesting. What do you think of this one, Sir Tony?
I'm really happy to see a Raven Navy issue. That's such a such a great ship.
Out of left field for sure. It's going to be interesting. We also see Osprey versus Basilisk here. So that again is just, I'm loving the choices these teams have made. I keep saying it, but it's bloody interesting to see what they're doing. I wonder which one's going to come out on top of this one. This is
Wingspan, I need to interrupt you for something very important here. The Raven Navy issue is torpedo fitted. So tons of damage.
I feel like he's come to the wrong arena. I feel like he's in the wrong place. Okay, let me just check the Vargas.
It's also torpedo fitted on
and
the
there's
paper number
Rayferson.
sites.
We might see some MJD plays. I'm actually getting very excited now. Come on. I want to see an MJD play with torpedo battleships.
So yeah, we're going to see a ton of DPS. And if you look at the DPS bar doesn't look that impressive on the fancy UI, but I assume that they're going to do a ton of DPS.
Oh my god. Torpedo battleships versus what I think is basically Fly Killer. This is going to be very, very interesting. I suspect we're going to see the support wing get nuked very quickly. It's going to be a question if these battleships can get on target. They need to grab something. Anything, hold it down and rip it apart.
Yeah, and crucially, there's not really a lot of great targets for torpedoes on their team. I mean, sure, you can kill the Barghest and the Drake Navy issue, but everything else is not really going to apply that well. Like Darkside have invested a lot of their points into their support wing here with the Jackdaws, Stork, Osprey Navy issues, so they might actually have a hard time applying with these torpedoes.
And they're actually running away initially. They're not running straight in. They're actually running back to an MJD beacon. They may almost definitely be trying the MJD play here now. Also trying to maybe break up these Rapid Light clips from their opposing team. Make them reload and maybe find opportunity here. But yeah, their team's backing up. The Rapid Light Fly Killer team is currently just doing the usual thing of spiraling in.
It's interesting that Darkside bought 3 Jackdaws because they're paying a lot of points for them.
3 Jackdaws, wow. Yeah, that definitely ballooned their cost quite a bit, but it looks like their comp looks pretty solid, even with that cost. They've even got a splurge for a Basilisk in this comp.
Yeah, paper numbers are now all sort of congregating around this MGD beacon, although Darkside looks fairly out of range, so it might be hard for them to pick off anything here. We'll have to see if they decide to go in.
Just keeping an eye out. It looks like potentially, just keeping an eye out, the Barghest might be a spot where they can MJD it, but it looks like at the moment they're just lining up. There they go.
There he goes.
MJD. Here we go, boys.
They're all going in.
This is what Rafson, I think, did in Anger Games. He was just constantly MJDing, and here you go. He's being atypical again. He's doing it once again. Does he grab anything?
Oh, he's
though?
really they're pretty close to the bar guess, but not quite close enough. They're about 30k off, I believe.
I'm watching this Svipple and Bifrost, who maybe try and go for a tackler, but they're still up at the beacon. They have not jumped down with them yet. There's their jump now. They've finally arrived, but I think that might have been a bit too late. The support needed to arrive first, as the Osprey is now honestly about to die.
Yeah, Pogbank MJD down with his team, but he's just taking so much damage from everything here that he looks like he might go down here. He's in armor already, and paper numbers aren't really getting anything for it.
They're about to tackle the bug, I think. They're getting pretty close to Sky Killer. And, oh, hold on. Are they not going with Sky Killer now? Maybe they're going for the Drake Navy.
See, a Caracal Navy issue was pretty close, but I think he got defensively scrammed off of it. There is a Drake Navy issue with Pandy who has been caught, who's like a little bit behind. Not sure if that's a tactical decision from them to just let them have the Drake Navy issue and so that the Bargus can escape here.
And also, here's the power of a Fly Killer setup as well. They've deleted the Svipple in seconds. They're destroying the Bifrost. The Osprey can be hit very easily, Rapid Lights and Rapid Heavies as well. So they've been able to pull apart some of the small side of this comp already. And we're waiting for Darkside to be able to try and make something. They need to try and make something out of this at the moment.
Paper Numbers lost their Bifrost now, which is unfortunate. They are putting pretty good DPS into these Jackdaws, but it's getting wrapped up because they still have the Basilisk alive, and he's relatively untouched here. Oh, it's taken a lot of damage now, though.
Trying to figure out what from.
He has been caught by Nighthawk, by Jalfi.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's Jalfi and the Nighthawk who managed to get tackle on the Basilisk. They'll try and go for the Logi trade here, but I think even then it's going to be an uphill battle. I don't think the Battleship can even... Actually, the Raven Navy can definitely hit him. So yeah, they're bringing the DPS onto this Basilisk. As the Barghest, I believe, has been screened, or is he screening? He's screening. He's got the Drake Navy held down. So they're going to go for the Basilisk, then the Drake Navy. They could honestly they could pull this back. They've caught the core ship for their opposing comp, and then they've picked off one of the DPS ships as well. This is honestly starting to head towards Darkside's way.
I think Darkside have control of this match pretty much. Like, if they lose the Basilisk, it's still two Osprey Navy issues, the Drake Navy and the Barghest versus Sire Fleet, Nighthawk, Raven Navy, Barghest, with Darkside having more support.
I think they need to keep this Sci Fleet alive. CEO is the last tackle ship left on this grid. They need to keep him alive. If he dies, they've got basically two slow battleships and a Nighthawk who's also slow, trying to catch Fly Killer. That is going to be a painful experience, but the Sci Fleet will die. That is going to make it even harder.
Yeah, Pandy died pretty fast. I guess it's gonna depend on whether they can catch anything. It looks like the Jackdaw is taking damage from something, and it looks like he's gonna die. I'm not sure what is hitting him.
I'm just keeping an eye. If no one tackles Rifleson, I believe he will be able to tackle the Barghest of Sky Killer. He's pretty fast on his own. He might be able to catch him. I'm just keeping an eye out for stuff like the Stormbringer. Is the Stormbringer doing anything? Nope, he's running away. Jackdaw's being nuked. This is surprising. I did not expect they'd be able to do this much with this comp.
Yeah, this Jackdaw is dying to some combat drones, although I think they actually moved off of him now. The Barghest is in pretty big danger, I think.
Oh, Nighthawk got the tackle, I believe, on the Barghest soon. Come on, you're so close. You're so close. I said it, and then he didn't get it. I'm so sad.
Yeah, Riverson's Barghest is having a lot of trouble here as well. And I think if Riverson goes down, it's completely over for paper numbers.
Very much agreed. Yeah, I believe. Nope, never mind. I was about to say Sky Killer was on reload, but he is still shooting. Riverson's just holding out into armor now. He could potentially survive in hull, but I don't know if that's actually going to work. They're chasing this Sky Killer Barghest with everything they've got, and it's just not going to be enough, I think. No.
He's just cutting them out. I think he's faster than everything, and he's doing a great job of just using the defensive scram to keep the Nighthawk off him whenever it gets close enough.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I think at that point, Darkside's lost the. Oh, it's not Darkside. Paper Numbers lost the last tool in the shed. There's nothing they can really do now. This bug will control that Raven Navy all day long. That is, I'm so sad for that. That MJD play was definitely ballsy, but it's just nothing you can do.
Skykill is taking a lot of damage for some reason. I think the Navy Raven is in range. The The Bargus is not tackled, but I believe he's in torpedo range, and he is actually taking quite a bit of damage. It's possible that Sky Killer might actually die here.
If he does, I will cringe internally because there is no way he should be getting shot by this Raven Navy unless he wants to. He should have all the speed in the world to outrun this ship and even outrun the Nighthawk. And see the Stormbringer come in, actually. Stormbringer's gone in and tackled the Nighthawk, so now the Nighthawk can definitely not chase after him. So yeah, now Stormbringer comes in at the last moment, tackles one of the 2 ships remaining, so he can't chase after the Barghest. I personally would have liked him to come in a bit earlier, but looking at how quickly his tank is going down, maybe that was probably a very smart idea.
Yeah, and Darkseid have really good positioning here. Like the Barghest is moving away from the Raven Navy issue, and you can see the Stork, Jackdaw, and Osprey Navy issue kind of moving into a position where they can screen for him if they need to, if the Raven is like going to get a scram on him. So I think this is definitely Darkseid's now at this point.
Absolutely, yeah. I have a bit of a fan of Riferson's work, both in Anger Games and in here. The man loves his MJDs, and he's been honestly quite terrifying with them. But bringing a torpedo comp against Fly Killer, that is a hard sell no matter the pilot.
Yeah, I think they were hoping for Darkseid to bring out the flagship Armageddon and bring a heavy armor comp, and they probably would have had a really good shot at killing that with this.
Definitely would have made it hurt if nothing else. Raven Navy's now being put into Hull, so he's not long for the world, unfortunately. Very sad.
Yeah, it is a great ship.
I know. I'm glad to see they got changed. I actually need to go fly one again now, because they actually might be useful. But with the Raven Navy going down, okay, never mind.
Rest in peace.
Wait for it. There we go. Now he's down. Bravo to Darkseid. Well flown. And with that, we'll go back to studio, see what they think.
Paper numbers there. They're going to have to find a new accountant, as that one has filed them straight into the shredder, as they are now eliminated from Alliance Tournament 18. But in an incredibly hard-fought match, that CCP Swift, that one went back and forward. We were standing there talking about it, like, wow, what an incredible match. We were watching it go, and you finished with, I have a Raven story.
Yeah, I do have a Raven story. But yeah, all these matches today have been incredible. I mean, you see these teams fighting for their life quite literally, and Darkseid just kind of eking that one out. But earlier today, CCB Convict, CCB B, and I, because last week's meta had a lot of Kaldari Rush, so we were standing by the window in our room, kind of like rehearsing Kaldari ship names and stuff like that. And a little Raven flew by and gave us like a side eye, and we're just like, "Yo, your ship is garbage in the meta. Go away!" And that Raven was super mad. So I'm pretty sure that Raven's gonna try and kill us. So I'm really, really happy that Paper Numbers took a Raven, so at least I can say, yeah, there was some Raven. He did real good, and I'll just give him like a little wink, and we'll live.
Wow, thank you.
The fates of our lives hang in the balance thanks to that Paper Numbers Raven.
Well, there you are.
Literally saved our lives, all of us.
The number of curses in this Alliance tournament seems to be increasing by the moment. Darkside, of course, won because we didn't play the interview Jintan that you had produced. By the way, again, thank you for producing those. They were super cool. I'm sure the teams are now very regretful having seen the results they've been having. But before we just get completely off topic, let's talk about a little bit more about that match. One of the really cool things we saw there was Paper Numbers making excellent use of the MJD beacons in the arena. They all got together on that beacon. They were facing a team that they couldn't catch, and they started to propel themselves around multiple times, eventually managing to lock down the Basilisk with a Navy Drake, I think. I can't remember. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, so as you said, there are 9 MJD beacons kind of situated all around the edges of the arena, and these will allow you to fling yourselves at 100 kilometers in whatever direction your ship is facing. And it's a very risky maneuver because all it takes is for you to not angle yourself correctly. You can get yourselves in all sorts of hot water. Or if in the worst case scenario, you can actually just run into the object of the beacon, bounce yourself backwards, and just jettison yourself completely out of the arena, which happened a couple of times when I was practicing. But there we saw Paper Numbers use it really effectively, managing to get that Nighthawk on top of the Basilisk, and that really gave them their chance to get back into the match. You know, they didn't look at the comp the comp matchup and go, oh, okay, throw our hands up, we've lost, you know, this is an 80-20, let's just take the L and go out for beers as soon as possible. No, they really fought for that match, and you've got to hand it to them. They did excellently. I think all it would have taken is a couple of bits of mispiloting, or maybe even the EC300s that they'd managed to throw on the Basilisk taking effect a little earlier, and they could have walked away with a win there.
Yeah, they could have indeed, but unfortunately they did not. Now, CCP Swift, as you said, so many good matches thus far today. Is there any matches today you're really looking forward to seeing? We're coming up to the winners bracket very shortly.
This is going to be tricky. The Tuskers match later today is going to be incredibly good. Those two teams, they could easily be in the finals. In fact, a lot of people are predicting those two teams to be in the finals. Ever since my team got knocked out, I have picked the Brave Newbies, or the Brave Collective is my team. Very sorry to all the Brave fans out there. I might just be cursing you all to doom. But I'd really like to see them go far. I think they're an awesome team. They're a great story in EVE Online as well. They started as a bunch of little newbies and Atrons that would undock in Zergu. Their motto of like fun per hour. Good stuff. I'd like to see them go far.
I would too, for somewhat the same reasons. Specifically, I enjoyed earlier on today, I could hear giggling coming from the corner, and CCP Swift was sitting there working MS Paint expertly to produce some high-quality memes. He then spent the next half hour just looking at it and then giggling more. You were laughing at your own meme. This is a great meme.
Yeah, it's like a C+ meme, but I made it myself, so I made it better. I was thinking about, you can go to twitter.com/CCP_Swift and see my dank meme. It's okay.
Yeah, I give it a solid 8 out of 7. So let us look forward to the next matchup, which is going to be between Boundary Experts and Deepwater Hooligans. So we are still in the elimination bracket. Both these teams have already played, and they have to play again. So they didn't have much turnaround time between their last matches, which obviously they won to remain in the tournament. I think we have the bans available. That's what I'm currently waiting for. Here they are. Okay, so Boundary Experts banning out the Balgorn, the Curse, the Nighthawk. Deepwater Hooligans banning out the Nighthawk, the Griffin, the Kitsune, saying, hey, ECM. No, thank you. The Trickle bans, the Scimitar, and the Vindicator. Jintan, Griffin and the Kitsune?
They are really scared of small kitey ECM, so they're not banning out the Falcon or Blackbird, which is another couple of ECM ships that we've seen various teams ban, and we also saw used to great effect by Darkside previously. It kind of implies to me that they want to use a Lashak or maybe a Vedmak, something that's going to spool up in damage, or they just don't have the ability to deal with frigates. That's the other thing that this could indicate to me, is that whatever comp they're bringing doesn't have a lot of projection. Maybe they're trying to bring some sort of armor control comp themselves. I don't know. Those are some curious bans.
CCP Swift, what do you think about these bans here?
I think they saw what the Boundary Experts team did in their previous match. They had a Kitsune and a Griffin, and they were just like, screw those ships. I don't want to see them. Take something else. Which actually does put a lot of pressure on the team, right? You just mentioned it. Boundary Experts played like an hour ago. They're going to be panicking. They're going to be a little bit of spaghetti falling out all over the place. And if you have to make them make some substitutions, they might just make a different comp altogether and might misplay a little bit. This Boundary Experts team, if I had to choose like a second team to support, it would be them. A lot of legacy PL pilots on there. people who kind of remember me when I was relevant, so I have to still give them a little bit of love. But these guys have a lot of talent, and it'll be interesting to see how they react to this.
Yeah, now, Jintan, one of the questions that we had in Twitch chat earlier on was in that last match we saw a Jacked at the start, not moving for about 15 seconds or so. Something we also saw last week in the Boundary Experts team, where one of their pilots, Radikos, did sit stationary for almost a minute at the start of the match. What can cause that? Like, why aren't they moving?
So when you load into grid on a match that's being run by the tournament tool, no inputs are accepted from your ship until the timer hits 0. So if at 1 second before the game starts, or in the tick between it saying 1 second in local and then go, if you double click in space, that won't do anything. And I've often found myself in practices just sitting there with my MWD on, being like, wow, why am I not catching this ship? I'm in a Punisher. And then I realize my velocity is at 0 MMS because I have not, clicked a couple more times just to make sure it went through. It's a very easy thing to do, especially if you don't have a huge amount of experience. Obviously, we wouldn't expect that hugely from the Darkside team, but they do have some new pilots. They aren't like the Vidra Reloaded teams that have been kind of fielded previously. They are bringing alongside some slightly newer pilots, although they do have a lot of people with experience. And other times, it's spaghetti. These matches are really intense, especially when you've got to fly them once, right after each other. The adrenaline builds up, and eventually, people start to make mistakes. At the end of the day, it's pretty much impossible to play a perfect AT game. It's always a battle of who makes the least important mistakes.
Yeah, it is one of those moments when you warp in and then you're like, everything is cool, and then the countdown starts in local and you feel your heart rate just suddenly shoot through the roof and you start making mistakes. I remember one time I accidentally, instead of clicking to turn on my guns, I accidentally spaghettied and clicked the unstack rack, and then I panicked and then I turned all the guns on individually. But then, of course, you can't restack them while they were running. So I was having to manually overheat every single gun to try and avoid burning them out. But anyway, let's go for some quick predictions from you guys. So Boundary Experts, Jintan, or will it be Deepwater?
I'm going to say that I think Deepwater Hooligans have this. They played excellently in their first match, and yeah, I don't have any deeper reason than that.
And CSP Swift?
Deepwater Hooligans was incredibly impressive in their win, but my heart goes with Boundary Experts. So I'm gonna give them a little bit of energy.
Okay, I think I will as well. So let's go to the arena and find out who will take this victory between Boundary Experts and Deepwater Hooligans.
Welcome to the arena, boys. And Deepwater Hooligans were banning out the ECM frigates for one reason. They wanted to bring an ECM cruiser instead. They've got a Blackbird on grid with a double Lashak comp, and we're versing a triple battleship comp of double Armageddon Navy and Typhoon Fleet. And of course, I'm joined by my favorite B nerd in the world, Bjorn, my man. Good to see you.
How you doing, man? How's it going?
Mate, I'm so happy. This is a dream. But we had to focus on the match. I'll be happy about that later. But yeah, triple battleship comp with 2 Navy Armageddons plus a Fleet Typhoon against the double Lashak core. I'm just double checking these Armageddon Navies if they are rapid heavy. I believe they are. Indeed, they are. So, okay, this is going to be very interesting. They need to try and break 2 Lashaks under a Neros reps with their rapid heavies. This is going to be a very hard match for these Armageddon Navies, especially with a Blackbird providing jams to break up those rapid heavy clips.
I think we're in for a very interesting match, and we see the links popping here. It's about to start.
Yep, I'm going to wait to see where the ECM drops from that Blackbird. What do you think? What do you think is going to go for first with the ECM?
Honestly, I have no idea. Let's see what they do.
All right, seeing damage go out to the exec Navy at the moment. And yeah, damage onto Lashak. Looks like they're going to try and go to kill off the big ships first. I don't think that's going to work. I mean, I'm hopeful, but I'm not sure on that.
Lashak's taking a lot of damage.
Indeed,
I think he's going to start catching reps.
Yeah, but the heavy drones from the Armageddon Navy hadn't arrived yet. They were just about to arrive, and then they're being recalled. So they actually, potentially, with the rapid heavies plus drones, could have broken through the Lashak there. That is honestly quite scary for Deepwater Hooligans here. If the Lashak gets caught underneath one of the Armageddons, it's going to die.
I think with this Lashak headshot not really working, I think, of course, the Armageddons now are going to have to go on the reload. What do you think is going to happen with the Lashaks now? Do you think they're going to burn in, go get some proper damage on? Or do you think they're going to stay at range?
It's hard to tell with some of these teams. Some like to wait a little bit and see what's going to happen. Some teams wait for the other team to make a mistake, but at the moment they're kind of just chilling. They're not
Seems
really
to just be
being
posturing,
aggressive.
but they're moving towards each other now a lot more.
Yep. Here they go. They're starting to move in. Have they got a tackle ship in their comp? Not particularly. All they've really got is a high enough application and maybe some webs. So honestly, their tackle is basically the Leshaks and maybe the Magus. So, or the Malediction, I suppose.
As you say that the Leshaks are burning in together, they seem to be pushing in towards the Deacon. I'm not sure what the Deacon's doing there.
Having a good time. He's just enjoying himself.
We see lots of damage happening onto the Blackbird now.
Oh, like maybe, just
Half
maybe they
armor.
can clip through him quick. Maybe that thing's going.
I think this
fast.
guy's
The
going
Onero's
down.
Trying to rep.
At the same time, the Hyena's taking a ton of damage. Blackbird's about to hit Hull as well.
Yep, you
Half
just got a
Hull?
1 rep cycle. If it doesn't gonna matter.
I don't
There's
think
his
so.
Reps
I
now,
think it's
but
gonna get
just
deleted.
So much damage. It's so much damage. He's still bleeding.
Nah, he's going down for sure.
Oh my god. How much is that? Hold on. That's 6% structure. That's
I can't
5% more than you
believe it.
need. He's actually holding.
He's actually catching it. Meanwhile, we're seeing
Oh
the
my-
Deacon on the other side taking a bit of damage, but not that much.
Oh my god.
He actually survives it there with 6% hull.
And that is honestly not
At the
only did he
same time, though,
survive-
the Hyena just went down.
Yeah, not only did he survive that situation, it also means the Armageddons now have to reload and cannot headshot a battleship. And that is honestly going to be the painful point right there. As the Armageddon Navy, I believe, is already tackled down. So yeah, they have to reload and then pick on a big ship. That's just not going to work for them at the moment. They're going to be at a disadvantage.
If they get the Vigil Fleet down here as well, and both the long-range webs are down, it's going to be kind of rough for them. But the Vigil Fleet seems to be tanking quite fine.
Yeah, he should be all right. So yeah, it's going to be a race. 2 Leshaks onto an Armageddon Navy, and the Geddon Navies and Typhoon Fleet have to do something. Honestly, they have to reload first. And do you think he's going to survive to reload?
I'm not sure. We're seeing Liam here now in half armor. I think he's going to catch. This is going to be rough as soon as the Leshak starts pulling up proper damage on him.
Exactly. He might catch with reps from the Thali and the Deacon, but that is not going to be enough rep power to survive even 1 Leshak, let alone 2. This is going to be really painful. See some damage now go onto that Leshak. I believe that is heavy drones. Yep, Praetors from the Armageddon Navies. If the rapid heavies reload in time, they can start putting in that clip. They could probably break him before the Logic can even save him.
Meanwhile, their Deacon is also just about tinkering over death here. They're both sitting there in
Ooh.
like 20% armor.
Look at the Leshak of Dano. He's dropping remarkably quickly.
Deacon goes down as well. Lead, yeah, I mean this is a rush. They gotta rush to get the DPS landed there, get the Leshak down before the Armageddon Navy goes down. I think they're gonna make it.
It's so close. Leshak is losing hull first. The Armageddon Navy is still holding in 15% armor. He could maybe just eke this out.
At the same time, the Vigil Fleet and Thalia get deleted as well.
Yeah, both comps have brought a very robust support wing in terms of being able to kill small ships. 2 Jackdaws versus another Jackdaw and a Malediction. They can rip apart small ships rather easily. The Armageddon Navy's now in hull. The Leshak is starting to tank a bit better now. I think it's starting to go the Leshak's way. Oh my god. Oh, Liam is gone. And that right there is honestly the end. The match is still going, but it's going to be an incredible hill to climb. Leshak is still surviving. The Oneris is still alive. That is.
I just don't see it
painful.
happening. I mean, if the Oneris is still out there rapping and the other guys have lost both of their rapping ships, now we're seeing the Pontifex hit half armor. Exec Navy's about to hit half armor. They're trying the Blackbird again, but he already proved he's a champion. He's not going to go down now. I think this match is over.
Exactly that. It's going to be a slow, painful death from this point onwards. That Blackbird is also going to be incredibly annoying now. He's basically just going to jam out one of the 2 battleships and leave them there unable to sink their rapid heavies with their friendly ship. As now one of their support ships also dying. So yeah, that's well flown by Deep Water here. They're very well controlled and charging in at the right moment.
I think it just came down to the rapid light cycles and syncing them up together there, not being able to punch through that Blackbird. I think that was the losing defining moment of this match.
Exactly that. Once that Blackbird survived and then they had to reload with Leshaks coming at them, that was just game over. I said, look at the Blackbird. He actually might still die. They might get the revenge. Yes, they got
No
him.
way. Just to prove a point.
Revenge. Yeah. Oh, well, bravo. They managed to get their revenge on the Blackbird. The Blackbird part get called a champ.
But this match is basically over. They're just going to be spending the rest of the match now, most likely just chunking down the Jackdaw here and then working on the Armageddon. I think this is done.
Exactly that. And it's funny because actually it basically won and lost on a single rapid heavy clip. And we've seen situations before people have not been willing to fire the rapid heavies at all because the moment they fire and not kill something, they lose. But this team was willing to fire probably a bit too early potentially and managed to fail the kill. At that point, it was game. The moment they didn't get the kill on the Blackbird and they wasted their clip, it was just ended.
Yeah, there was a bit of posturing there at the start, but then as soon as the Leshak started getting closer and closer, you might be right. They may have started going a little too early, but at the end, I don't think there's much they could have done there. Just didn't land. The Blackbird didn't die, and then suddenly you'd wasted in a couple of minutes.
Basically, the only win scenario for them was probably to once a Leshak gets close enough, all in it immediately with all their heavy drones plus rapid heavy, and maybe break through it. But beyond that, it is a hard call with a Blackbird on grid and an Onuros. Very much respect to Timoxa there and the Onuros, keeping that Blackbird alive in 6% structure. Just that there is honestly the moment that pretty much broke Boundary Experts, probably broke their backs and their hearts.
Now we're going to see them working on Avery. Last man standing. He's been scrammed, held down, and he's just going to get chunked.
Yep. That being said, you have to wait for the Leshaks to get there first. Bloody slow things.
I don't think the Texans going to do anything anyway. Yeah, this is over. They realize it. It's 2.5 minutes left on the clock, but that's not really what matters. He's just going to get held down and slowly chunked. It looks like the Leshak's actually just looting instead.
Why not? We got some time, mate. Well, while we've got that time, welcome to the Alliance Tournament. Welcome to CCP. If everyone doesn't know, this is Bjorn B, now CCP B. Just making sure everyone knows that because he's the best nerd around.
Thank you for that warm welcome, man. I've been having a blast here with the people. It's been super fun seeing the entire the production team, all the people working on this. It's been crazy experience so far.
I was going to say, congrats on being the newest CCP member, but then Mr. Ithaca Overload replaced you there. And with that, Deepwater Hooligans gets the win very cleanly. And with that, we'll go back to the studio with the newly minted CCP Overload.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew.
I burned the pot. Farmer's Bar could be anywhere.
Deepwater Hooligans there taking the victory and eliminating Boundary Experts from Alliance Tournament 18. It's not all bad for them though, of course, because they do win prize ships. They only win a few compared to winning more than a few, which obviously is considered preferable. But they are eliminated in a relatively hard-fought match by both teams. I'm joined on the desk by CCP Kestrel. CCP Kestrel, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, thank you. Tons of damage. Or chunks, whatever Shadow's thing is.
I think it was chunks and the Tengu is breaking, of course, being the famous ones. CCP Kestrel, how was that match for you?
That was super enjoyable. Mostly just seeing Boundary Experts win more 80 prize ships than Radikos was the highlight for me.
And Jintan, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the damp war on that. I know it's your favourite topic. And we have a little bit of a video about the mechanics of damping. Can you just run us through it again?
Yeah, so center dampening allows you to control the lock range or lock speed of your opponents. And these are going to be incredibly powerful in this tournament because you can now utilize the scripts for them, which means that you can either make things lock really, really slowly or you can make things lock really, really shortly. and which will prevent your opponents from being able to project out onto you. And that's especially useful when used in conjunction with things like the Leshak, which, if it can sustain a lock for a long period of time, within around the 70-kilometer range that it can fire its weapon, it's going to be able to ramp up and just burn through anything, even under, Tech 2 logistics reps, and tons of rep bots, which is what makes it such a powerful ship in a tournament format. And it's also interesting to see that I think we saw some of the ScanRes scripts actually being used there as well on that Jackdaw, as it was able to synergize really well with the Blackbird. The Blackbird was causing something to have to lock it, and then the Jackdaw from the Deepwater Hooligans side was using scan resolution scripts on whatever was jammed, so that once the Blackbird dropped its jam on it, because obviously that's RNG based, it then took them more than the 10-second cycle time to relock any target, which meant that effectively things were being perma-jammed off the Boundary Experts team, effectively breaking up that RHML clip and stopping them from being able to break anything, pretty much.
Now, before we go and talk about the next match, which is when we go to the winners bracket and some really exciting matches, CCP Kestrel, tell us what you do at CCP.
Yeah, so I'm a QA analyst at CCP. I work on Team Ra, although I've been doing a lot of work with the Living Universe team, which is essentially like the live gameplay team on EVE. So, for example, I did a lot of testing for the new Navy ships that came out in Uprising last week.
Excellent. And now what kind of testing do you do with these ships?
Just make sure the bonuses are working correctly, making sure like the traits and the descriptions are working, make sure they have the right LP costs in the loyalty point store, making sure the blueprints work for the capital ships especially. There's a lot of extra tests that we need to do, like making sure like Doomsdays work on them, making sure that they spawn the sleeper escalations in Class 5 wormhole space, and a few other things too, like making sure you can't build the blueprints in Potron, for example. Just all these like extra little tests just to make sure there's no big bugs with them.
All the super important things that basically keep the game from breaking completely. Yeah, so CCP Kestrel, QA analyst at CCP Games. Now, I want to talk about this next match because I am looking forward to this one. This is the Tuskers Co. versus Truth Honor Light. Truth Honor Light being the members of Hydra Reloaded from last year, the defending champions. Tuskers, not a bad team whatsoever. Let's see what they're doing with the bans. So, Truth Honor Light banning out the Jackdaw, Osprey, Navy Issue, and Deacon. Tuskers banning out Jackdaw, Guardian, and Loki. Truth Honor Light, the trickle ban is the Osprey, and for the Tuskers, it is the Oneros. So both teams choosing to use their trickle bans for the logistics cruisers. Jin Tan, what do you think of these bans here?
The thing I'm noticing most of all is that both teams have brought a Jackdaw ban to play here, and what that effectively signifies to both to me is that both teams want to keep some form of damp control comp on the field. Those Jackdaws with their sharpshooter mode have an incredible resistance to E-War, which makes them super effective at shutting down your hostile damping ships without really being that useful in a pure control setup themselves.
Awesome. And I mean, some of those experienced teams in the history of Alliance Tournament right now about to go up against each other. Let's take a look at some of the pilots for these teams. So first up, we have Truth Honor Light. So famous pilots such as Casper24, previous holder of the boundary record before it was snatched from his grap by Azure Argent from Goonswarm Federation. Nick Domar, Kadesh Priestess, Lucas. These are just like, this is a who's who of incredibly experienced pilots. CCP Kestrel, what do you tell us something about some of these pilots here?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the Truth Honor Light pilots are sort of ex-Hydra pilots who have been playing together for a very long time. Hydra came second place in '88, which is when the team first sort of was on the field, and then since then they've always came second mostly, although they won the last previous Alliance tournament, so they finally broke the curse. So a lot of these pilots are incredibly talented. They've been around in the tournament scene for a lot of them for over a decade. So tons of experience, especially when it comes to ferry crafting. Kadesh Priestess is the person who maintains Python, the Python fitting management tool. So he knows a ton about fittings. Like, he knows more about fittings than me even. So
yeah, and that's saying something. Like, that guy is a wizard when it comes to fitting. Let's look at the Tuskers pilots now and compare them. So the Tuskers, Captain Suleiman, he's not flown with them for a while. He's kind of returned this year. The last couple of years, I think last 2 years, he's not flown. And yet he still has flown in 46 matches. So he's been flying with them for a significant period of time. You then have Latronicus. He is probably one of the better logistics cruiser pilots in the game in Alliance Tournament history. He certainly was with them when they won Alliance Tournament 14, I believe. And then again, another who's who. We have Hoodie Mafia, who was on the I think runner-up of our championship team, along with his captain Lysis back then. And then people like Tebel, Skylar, Jaxley, all really experienced pilots that have flown in just, I mean, you can see here the lowest ranking of them is 27 matches, which is incredible when you think about it, because a lot of teams go maybe 2-2, 1-2, for example. So to get to 27 matches and still be like just creeping into the top 10 in a team, then that's how you know that team has got a lot of experience. Now, let's maybe talk about some predictions, because we're only a few minutes away from this match. CCP Kestrel, who would you put your Twitch channel points behind? Truth on a Light or the Tuskers Co?
Well, going by history, I believe every single time Tuskers and Truth Honor Light, or Hydra as they previously were known as, have gone up against each other in the tournament, they've always lost. Tuskers have never beaten Hydra actually in a match in AT, so I'm probably going to be putting my points on Truth Honor Light if I had to.
And Jintan, is that a sentiment that you share?
No, I think this is a time that, you know, Tuskers relive their glory days of AT13 and come out with the win here. If they do, they should pretty much have a clear run into the winners' finals.
Yeah, I think this is one of these matches where Truth Honor Light cannot sleep on this. Like, this is not just any other team that they can go up against, bring something middle-of-the-road comp, and then hope to out-execute and win. I think they're going to have to still bring their A game, respect the Tuskers team. Tuskers have shown a couple of comps so far in the tournament. They performed extremely well with them. If I had to put channel points, which I don't want to do because I find this match so hard to predict, I would probably put them on the Tuskers because I think the return might be slightly better if they take a win. And I would put this match somewhere like 70-30, and 7 times out of 10, I say Truth on Light maybe could win this one, but given the right set of matchups, the right set of piloting, and the right execution, I think the Tuskers Co have the ability to pull one over on Truth on the Light here. So you've given your prediction, I've given my prediction. I'm told the teams are landing right now, so let us go to the arena and find out who will win between Truth Honor Light and the Tuskers Co.
And welcome back to the arena, and we have a flag pancake in the arena. VLD Minome in the for Tuskers has brought the flag Barghest, and we have a very, honestly, a lot of the control on both these teams, considering what they've brought. What do you think about this one, B?
I'm going to be honest with you. I am not going to be neutral on this match. I was meant to be in this match, or at least with this team, with Truth on the Light, and they're absolutely going to dominate this. I can tell you that.
Fair and unbiased reporting indeed. But yeah, this is going to be, honestly, there is a lot of this match that's going to make the flip in entirely different directions. We have double Blackbird from a Truth on the Light. They're going to provide a lot of control. Tuskers with that flag bug, plus a lot of support and DPS. It's going to be very interesting to see as well. This is going to be a match that's going to go down to piloting, I'm pretty sure. And maybe a bit of dice roll luck.
Yeah, we're seeing the double Blackbird and the carries from the Truth on the Light. We have double Web, Vigil Fleet, Hyena on the other side. I'm not sure if they're going to go top down or bottom up, but that flag Barghest is something they need to respect and be careful about.
I'm just double checking as well. That's definitely a rapid heavy bug. Just going over the rest of the ships to make sure they are what they think they are. I believe that's definitely a Hand Nighthawk, so it should be all right. But yeah, these are going against a triple battlecruiser setup with ECM support. Is going to be a very interesting match for Tuskers to try and fight through. And hopefully they don't lose the dice roll.
I want to point out one interesting thing here as the match starts, that we have Claymore, Nighthawk, Barghest, and then an Augurer. Kind of an interesting setup.
Bring in the cheapo. I think we should see a bunch of Logi drones getting dropped into that Augurer. Tuskers tend to be pretty good at doing that. I'm seeing, nope, DPS drones, never mind. As a Stalk is now being primary first. Stalk is not too bad.
You'll be tanking just fine. This is an armor cup, my dude.
Yeah, my brain just clicked. That's an armor Nighthawk and Claymore and Barghest.
Yes, sir.
Hold on a second.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Something ain't right. Something is very not right here. So we have two armor comps, both bringing Augurers, but one's an Augurer with a Nighthawk Claymore. Okay, all right. We're seeing Amelia Dust Space now being primary, but I think he should be left alive with the Augurer reps and defense mode.
Yeah, the Confessor is an incredibly tanky ship, and I believe this should be able to pull through. At the same time, we're seeing a Vigil Fleet go almost into half armor here. So the Confessor is holding strong. Meanwhile, the Vigil fleet, this is one web ship down, and is going to put Truth on the Light in a better position.
Where's the reps from the Augur? Okay, there's a cycle. They're going to get another one. There we go. The Visual Fleet should survive now. He's now pulled back away from the opposing team and is still receiving reps. But if they leave him alone and focus on him later, he will die before the Augur can even save him. At the moment, there's not really much going on towards Truth on a Light. Like, Tuskers haven't really been able to project much at all, except to maybe that Confessor who's now sitting at full armor. They need to find something to do. As Nighthawk is now being primary, the rare armor Nighthawk.
Well, you see, he's been caught where if they've been pushed to the back and have to kite up again. He's been held down now, which means that him going into they're going to apply a lot better. I think this Nighthawk's going to go down. There he goes.
I'm not even surprised. It's an armor Nighthawk. He's gone. He was tackled down by the Confessor, by the way. The thing they tried to primary at the start. Confessors could be incredibly dangerous, as I very well know. And they are like, just being able to fly around pretty much uncontested, shoot down Logi drones, shoot down DPS drones, tackle ships willingly. That is honestly a painful loss for Tuskers, and that's only the first ship they've lost. That's a big chunk of DPS gone.
As the Confessor tried to go for the Claymore here, he got scrammed by the Barghest. He's going to be pushing in again. We see a couple of Executors pushing in with him too. They're just chasing here with a Blackbird and carries at the very back.
Oh, Lucas Kwan and the Augur is going down fast. Honestly, if they kill that Augur, they could start pulling this match back towards their own side. Like, that Augur has been keeping ships alive, but if he goes, they can remove the tackle quickly, then start beating on these Blackbirds. This can entirely flip again. That being said, the Claymore for Tuskers is now about to
and
die.
he goes down. Oh, no.
Yeah,
Same time, Claymore's down. Oof.
Yeah, but what damage do Tuskers have left? They've got a Bargus and a Caracal Navy, and that's really bad. I guess they've got a Fleet Scythe, actually. But, like, this is going to be painful. Warp Out now being primary, getting rid of the ECM. This is... Honestly, I don't see Tuskers winning this. They've managed to, like, kill the Logi and start maybe breaking into this team, but they've lost so much too quickly.
They've also got their Bargus scrammed held down by that same Confessor who's not going to let go.
Exactly that. And don't forget, this is also a flag bug. This is the special brand of Pancake. And it's just, they'll be able to buy more time, but I don't see them breaking through. They've killed one of the Blackbirds. I don't know what they're going for next. Looks like they're going after the Confessor next, try and break the Bargus free.
But I mean, we're seeing the Bargus here hit half armor. He's not gonna hold here.
Interestingly, though, he does have the Augur support, and with the flag bug, he's going to have some pretty shiny stuff on that ship to keep him alive. He could survive long enough for this team to pull it back. I wonder if Truth on the Light's going to see that and maybe pick on the Augur next. The Augur is kind of on its own. Maybe remove him, then you can focus on this DPS core, because at the moment, that bug is holding comfortably.
Meanwhile, we're seeing Amelia hit here lower, and the same with the other Blackbird. Iranta's almost going into hull.
Yep, and we see also the ECM drones getting put into the Augur and immediately destroyed by the Stormbringer of Jason, showing why he's the best pilot in all of EVE. And yeah, the Confessor's about to go down. The Augur of Sky
It
has now
looks
been
like they
primary
listened
immediately.
and they went straight for the Augur. Augur is down, but meanwhile, Amelia is also going down in the Confessor.
Well, that Augur honestly bought them an incredible amount of time. I think Truth on Light might have reacted a little slowly there, but that being said, they were in a commanding position. They had the room to do that. But now it's going to be a race. And I think at the moment, that race is so squarely in Truth on the Light's side, I don't see that flag bug surviving long. They've got 2 potentially blaster exec navies and 3 battle cruisers. That's a lot of DPS with no support to help you for.
You say that, and Kadash's Executor Navy hits hull.
No, stop doing this to me. I say a thing and they immediately prove me wrong. This is unfair.
But let's not forget, we still have a Harb Navy, Absolution, and Astarte here. They're all fully health, except for Dexter's Absolution's a little bit in armor. I think they're going to have enough to push the Bargus into hull and finish him off.
Indeed. I'm seeing if the Bargus can try and break away, but the Absolution is holding him permanently. Meanwhile, the Bargus is actually scramming off the Executor Navy instead. They've actually got a good amount of DPS left and support on Tusker's fleet. They've got Caracal Navy and Scythe fleet. That's a good amount of damage, plus the web support from the Vigil and Hyena. They have a chance, but that chance is about to vanish the moment that Bargus goes from being present to past.
Now we're seeing the Bargus just hovering over the hull mark, where Casper in the exact Navy is now going into about 60% armor. Meanwhile, the Bargus starting into hull.
Yeah, bits of a hull here and there getting removed.
I think this Bargus going down in the next 40 seconds.
Oh, Bargus is actually meant to be away. He might be able to pull a little bit of range and get another rep cycle off. He's actually managed to break the tackle. He's loose, yeah, but all these are ranged battle cruisers. They can definitely still apply for a good distance. But he can maybe pull some distance away and buy a little bit of armor. Meanwhile, the Caracal Navy and the Sci Fleet will keep pounding upon that Executor Navy and maybe kill off another ship before the Bargus goes down. They've got a chance again. VLD with the amazing parley are trying to break free.
I think this may have been just a game changer that he got away here. Casper going down into Hull. VLD in the flag bark is still holding while we see Kane and the Caracal Navy taking some damage.
Yeah, this is honestly starting to go towards VLD's side now. He can obviously keep repairing back up. He can, if he's got an ancillary armor up, he can reload that as well. Caracal Navy is now being primaried. He will not last long. What are they going to go for next? Because everything is very tanky. I guess the Harb Navy is probably your best option, but it's still an incredibly tanky ship.
I mean, the Caracal Navy is going to go down now in the next couple of seconds. I think Harb Navy is definitely the best compared to an Absolution and an Astarte.
Oh, the Caracal Navy actually managed to survive by getting away. He's still alive. He might still get killed, but he's got a bit of room to play with left and buy even more time. So the Tuskish team is flying incredibly well with the tools they have. That being said, yep, Caracal Navy is about to go pop, as you said. He bought a little bit extra time. Actually, look at the Absolution. How is he so low? How is that Absolute so close to dying? That's not what I expected to see.
I think they would have had a better chance killing the Harb Navy if they held him down.
But looks like the Sci Fleet is about to get killed as well. He's trying his best. Again, they're buying time, trying to get this Bargus back online. He is back to full armor. He's probably reloading his Ansel if he's got one. And the Harb Navy is about to go down.
Harb Navy's in Hull. Meanwhile, the Scythe Fleet issue's taken down. We got 2 minutes, 20 seconds left here, roughly. And it's this is a nail-biter.
Exactly. If that Harb Navy goes down, I'm pretty sure Tuskers will be ahead on points. I believe if the Sci-Fi goes down, it will probably go back. But this is honestly quite incredible flying from Tuskers. They went from a position where they were looking like they were going to lose this, and they're slowly but surely clawing this back with some amazing piloting and teamwork.
It looks like they're going to go down at the exact same moment here. Harb Navy is about to eat it, and the same time with the Scythe Fleet issue.
Yep, there he goes. Scythe Fleet's still alive for a little bit longer. He's actually tried to pull away. Honestly, I wouldn't have bothered with that. I would have gone straight in and try and get your damage in. Make your ship worth the points.
But we're seeing Dexter here in the Absolution also hitting about 20%.
And we're seeing GGs in local from Dexter and Kadesh. I think, truth or not, I don't think they've got this. And honestly, I'm with them. The episode can't do anything. The Astarte can't do anything. This Bargus, this flag Bargus is going to pull ahead with a win. From a moment they were about to lose. They've managed to claw this one back, and I can't even believe it.
I'm immeasurably gutted.
Aww.
We're seeing Dexter here go down in his Absolution. Merome in the Bargus. I mean, that just getting away was the game changer here. 58% structure, pulling away, suddenly wrapping to full, forcing Truth on the Light to swap targets to other things, and it didn't pan out.
Exactly that. Do you think they would have won if you were in the team if this match?
Don't ask me that, bro.
Are you sure I can't put you on the spot there? Interesting thing as well is that the Keres has been left on grid this entire time. He's been damping that Bargus and trying to remove his lock range the entire time. And honestly, the Bargus has not suffered too much for it. So this Keres has not really been worth the points here.
And they just played it incredibly well. They pulled back there. They killed the 2 ECM Blackbirds. And then they somehow managed to slip that Bargus out of being tackled and held down. We had the Confessor holding it down. It might have just been that. It might have just been the fact that this is a flag Bargus. And so it is what it is, man. What can you do?
It is. Oh man, again, as you said, that Barg escaping was the end. That was the end point. Once that happened, THL, were just gone. I'm just loving that the Keres is still alive. Where's the Astarte? There he is. Oh, match is over. Never mind then. And with that, we'll go back to studio and see what they think.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Match of the day so far for me. Holy crap, that was incredible. The Tuskers Co. pulling out a victory over Truth Honor Light in just the most exciting match that I've seen this tournament, in my opinion. We saw a little bit of everything. We had jams, we had damps, we had that Barghest just going down, we had trades for ships, and then he managed to get away. In fact, we saw that the small ships on the Tusker side able to both web down and tracking disrupt the remaining battle cruisers on Truth Honor Light, allowing VLD in that Barghest to just cruise out to safety, reload his armor repair, and then come back in again. Incredible. Mystical Might, how are you feeling?
I feel great. Yeah. I actually made some channel points in that match. I bet on Tuskers, of course, as you do. So I got a pretty good return.
I suppose that way, at least if your team loses the match, you get the channel points.
I always get something. It's fine.
Any highlights in that match for you?
I think it's just interesting to see Tuskers pull out the same kind of strategy that they always have, which is just loading their mids with tracking disruption and missile guidance disruption to an extreme degree, flying a typically shield setup with an armor logistics to allow them to fit more E-War into their mids, and it really showed that it does kind of work well if they can fly it properly.
Yeah, and I mean, we were kind of discussing that was pretty much an execution win. The Truth on the Light guys obviously flew incredibly well, really made Tuskers have to work for it. And then just the little strategies, the piloting, the evasion to get that Barghest out. That was a flagship Barghest as well. I imagine, if I know the Tuskers, it's probably giga expensive. And if that's not a flagship, CCP Kestrel, I don't think that Tuskers win that.
Yeah, I think the Barghest would have died if it didn't have the extra flagship power of having the extra powerful rep. Like being a flagship, it's allowed to fit, an extra special X-type armor repairer. So it probably maybe had one of those if there wasn't a large ancillary. And also the extra power of having like a longer range scram, more powerful prop mod meant that he was just better able to escape, better able to get out of range. And I think he definitely would have died if it was just a Tech 2 Barghest.
Yeah, and at one point we thought we were going to see a really expensive flagship kill mail before he did pull off that the Great Escape and get out away from Truth on a Light. So well done, the Tuskers Co. That was an incredible match. I want to also ask you, Mystical Might, the Truth on a Light team, they had a couple of Blackbirds. We don't see them super often this year. We saw Darkside flying with the twin Blackbird pilot. And I think we can throw up a little graphic about ECM. Can you just take us through it?
Yeah, absolutely. So my greatest nemesis in EVE Online is ECM, the ECM module. Effectively, what ECM does is when a ship like a Blackbird puts its ECM module on a hostile ship, it prevents that ship from locking anything else apart from the Blackbird if the jam is successful. Now, it is a dice roll, so there is the chance that the jam actually doesn't go through, which means that nothing happens. You have to wait for the 20-second cycle to go round, and then you can try again to get that jam off. It used to be that ECM was a complete block unlocking, so you couldn't even lock the jamming ship back. But now, with some of the ECM changes that came in a few years ago, you're able to at least lock the ship that's jamming you, which kind of helps you feel like there is a little bit of counterplay to it. It's an extremely strong type of E-War, but it's not something that we see used that often because it's kind of difficult to execute. It doesn't always work out, and guidance disruptors and tracking disruptors are a little bit more reliable when it comes to the actual effect that they have on the enemy ship.
Awesome, thank you. Let's look ahead now to our next match. So again, we're going to stay in the winner's bracket here and look at Odin's Call versus Tempest Calcif. So the bans for this upcoming match are Odin's Call banning out the Nighthawk, the Guardian, and the Pontifex. Tempest Calcif with the Leshak, the Eos, and the Gila. CCP Kestrel, what do you see here in these bans?
It's fairly interesting bans here. I'd say that the Pontifex is a pretty specific ban, I'd say. Like they're forcing them to either go with the Magus, which is a lot less tanky if they do choose to go armor, or they have to like go into more shield stuff or have like heavier armor command ships, which is typically not how you fly at armor. Normally you have like a triple battleship core or double Lashak, although Templates actually banned the Lashak, so seems that they want to try and force Templates into like shield rush or like provide problems for Templates if they go for like a heavier armor core.
Yeah, and Mystical Might, this Nighthawk ban against Templar seems kind of targeted. They used that to great effect during the Alliance Open last year as well, in Alliance Tournament 17. Do you think this is basically them saying we don't want to see that Nighthawk rush?
I think it's very much a case of the Nighthawk is a strong ship both in the rush and the kiting setups. So if we do see heavy missile kite, typically it will be with Nighthawks and then Drake navies and standard Drakes. In the rush setups, the Nighthawk typically trumps the Sleipnir now. Although the Sleipnir is a good second, it's a kind of easier to deal with. You can limit its range a little bit more. It's a little bit harder to apply that paper damage that you'll be able to get in EFT or Pyfer. I think Pyfer's now the more modern one. EFT, I think, is probably gone the way of the dodo. But anyway, it's a bit harder to actually apply that damage. So yeah, I think it's just a case of they don't want to have to deal with that.
Awesome. Odin's Call, perhaps a bit of a sleeper team for many people. I think they're kind of underrated. Just looking through some of their history here, the last 2 matches they've lost in the last 2 years are only against Vidra Reloaded. That is a championship winning team, of course, winning twice in a row. Here you can see this year they've won twice, paper numbers and nanofiber tokens. And then last year having a pretty solid run, getting knocked down immediately by Vidra Reloaded into the lower bracket on the first day, and then going through a tear in that losers bracket versus Officer Mine, Esports Potopia, Exodus, Boundary Experts, and then coming back against Vidra Reloaded after they were knocked down themselves and then losing. So a very solid team, and I'm hoping to see them do very well. Let's have some quick predictions. So CCP Kestrel, Odin's Call or Tempest Kalsov? Who's your channel points on?
So based on recent history, it'll probably be Odin's Call because the last Alliance tournament, I think Templates were definitely a little more shaky. Although I think Templates have looked very strong in the past, especially winning the Alliance Open, winning the Anger game shortly after. Like in the space of a year, they won 2 out of 3 of the like big tournaments. So I'm gonna go with Odin's just because of their more recent pedigree. But both of these teams are very strong.
And Mystical Might?
Well, you see, not Hydra has just lost, so now I have to go back to Templates number 1. So I'm going to vote Templates.
Templates number 1. All right. Well, I'm a big fan of the Odin's Call boys, so I'm going to go for them. So let's go to the arena and find out in Odin's Call versus Templates Kalsov.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this next match of the upper bracket of Alliance Tournament 18. I am joined by my colleague Alexeyev Card. Odin's Call have opted to bring a flagship Barghest supported by a pair of heavy missile claymores going for the tried, true, traditional, not very tanky fly killer.
Meanwhile, Templates Kalsov saying, we still have armor in our pockets, rolling the double Magus for Lynx, supporting a Balgorn Fleet Tempest battleship core, Arbitrator, Thalia, Deacon, Hyena, Crucifier making up the lows, giving them a lot of rep and control.
Yeah, the control is definitely going to be interesting to see here. Balgorn is kind of the classic nemesis of ships that want to, kite away in this fight killer setup. So one of the win conditions for Templates Kalsov will be being able to use those long range webs, really, get on top of something, catch something that maybe misplaced, gets out of position within range of those webs and go from there. Because we don't really see a lot of really tackle ships from Kalsov that can get on top of Odin's. Yeah, you maybe have a Magus, sort of a Hyena, but Hyena's going to get deleted by heavy missiles if it extends.
Yeah, crucially, and if they can't tackle anything, they're going to have a difficult time landing damage because their setup does not have a ton of projection. The Fleet Tempest is a good battleship, does have a lot of range, but it's going to be doing only partial damage at that range. You can immediately see the Odin's Call team fanning out, kind of pushing themselves away from Kalsov, whilst Kalsov is rearranging their backline to make sure that they keep their smaller ships out of range. This is going to be crucial because that Magus is already taking the brunt of Odin's Call aggression.
Yeah, we see that. We see a lot of tracking disruption from what I presume to be the mid slots of things like a Hookbill from the Jackdaws onto the Balgorn Fleet Tempest, really just limiting how much meaningful projection they can get out. Meanwhile, we see an absolute cloud of rep drones getting on top of the Magus of Stoish. So we see a flip now onto Aurora Workhole's Magus, who's getting it down to low armor, and they save him, and now he goes down just in a little bit of structure. But now we see that Orthrus of Hodar is having to run his ASB, getting a little bit too close to that Tempest fleet issue.
Yeah, quite pivotally, you have a Templess cast of Balgorn Fleet Tempest charging forward, trying to bully out the Odin's Call team. Odin's Call at one point was approaching them head on. They've now pivoted away, but they're going to pay for it here by losing this Orthrus, most likely. Uh, I mean, they're now going after the logistics frigates of Templess Calcif. Maybe this was a calculated decision saying, hey, they're not going to let us get in range unless we take some risks. But will it be worth it for trade? We will see. They've brought down one. They're going after the Thalia. This Orthrus will pay for it with his life. But what can Calcif do to mitigate if they lose both of their logistics frigates? They're going to get chipped away, will they not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to lose their logistics frigates just yet. I think if you're in the position of Odin's, you try to kite around. It seems like they're just trying to maneuver around to the backside behind these slower battleships. We see that the Abad and the Tempest fleet issue, the Balgorn, are all balled up. But now that the links are gone, crucially, those Tempest ships are going to be less tanky, they're going to be slower, and they're not going to have the bonus web range on that Balgorn to really meaningfully catch things. So Stainless now and the Crucifier, they're just swapping targets between these frigates, trying to catch the logistics sleeping.
Yeah, and you can see the Templess Calcif battleships trying to own the center of the arena, trying to match the movements of the Odin's Call team. What they're looking to do here is pressure Odin's Call to keep them moving, force them to make piloting errors, and every time Odin's Call has to turn, there is a window where that Balgorn can potentially land some long-range webs or even a long-range newt, which would cap out and turn off the micro warp drive of some of these kiting ships, enabling them to get more on top of it. It's a dangerous long game for them because they're going to be taking fire the entire time, but it's their only way forward in this match, and they might have success here as they're closing in on the Claymore of Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah, this Claymore of Colonel Kurtz is getting way too close to this Fleet Tempest, and it looks like he's going to get held down. He's going to get grappled, webbed, and scrammed, and that's a major misplay from one of these command ships. In a Claymore, you should never, ever be getting caught by an Armor Fleet Tempest. So we see that the Arbitrator is now the primary. They're going to try to get rid of the tracking disruption from Templess. Not sure why they're doing that. It doesn't seem like the Arbitrator's been putting out any guidance disruption, but I mean, you're not happy losing a command ship for that.
It's the target they have available. What you're seeing here is Odin's flanking around the back end of Templess Calcif, which has kind of strung out their formation as they would kind of have to do in this match. The Arbitrator is the thing hanging around in the backside, and so now you're seeing all the Odin's Call sweep in behind the Templess Calcif battleships to try to go for the squishiest ship, and the Arbitrator is what they landed on. But they're not having a ton of luck. The Arbitrator and the Hyena, they're somewhat splitting their focus here, and neither one is dipping below half armor.
Yeah, I mean, you losing a Claymore and an Orthrus hurts you a lot. That's roughly in the vicinity of 1,000 damage that you just don't have anymore. And it's pretty tragic for Odin's because both of those were pretty severe misplays. Just being in significantly faster kiting ships getting neuted and then scrammed by a Tempest fleet issue. It wasn't even the Balgorn that was getting on top of things, really.
Yep, and now Templess is kind of reacting to that play. They're rearranging themselves, putting the battleships at the front once again, and grouping their smaller ships behind them. This is now forcing Odin's to figure out another direction to go. Odin's has a lot of arena to play with. They own the center right now, and Templess Calcif is coming from the edge back in. But crucially, to something you said earlier, moderator, losing links from a team. The Megases are down from Templess Calcif, but now that Claymore is down from Odin's Call. In another couple seconds, we're going to see the links that he was providing fall off, which should make them either a bit slower or reduce their tackle range.
Yeah, and right now the Crucifier is just very well in the backline, getting held up by these heavy armor bots. Meanwhile, the Tempest and the Balgorn are doing a pretty good job of just zoning out this side of Odin's, trying to put them in an awkward situation. Odin's needs to find a way to kill these Logi frigates, because if they don't, they're just going to run out the clock. They have 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. I mean, if they don't really burn down one of these Logi frigates, they're going to go up in a cloud of smoke.
Yeah, for the audience, Tempest Castle has the point lead here, 28-14. So the onus is on Odin's call here. They need to take the initiative. They need to make a move. If things stay exactly as they are, if Tempest Castle continues maneuvering as they're maneuvering with no change, they will win this match in about 4 minutes, a little less than 4 minutes. So the clock is ticking here for Odin's call. They need to make a play. They need to find a hole. So far, they've tried the Crucifier, the Hyena, the Thalia, and the Arbitrator, and they haven't found any success. Now it looks like they're going after the Tempest fleet issue, but if anything, that will be a more challenging target for them to break down.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're doing that just yet. It looks like they still have a fair amount of drones onto the Arbitrator. I really don't like the Tempest fleet issue as a call. If anything, what they should be trying to do is use those Jackdaws to clear off the heavy armor bots, and maybe once there's a little bit less rep support, try to make some snap calls, kill a Deacon, kill a Thalia. Once you kill one of those two, you can eke away, because with 3 minutes on the clock, with what you have left, you're not going to kill a battleship. You have to work away at the support side and hope that you can get something out of that.
Well, they're going to have to get more than one thing out of that. No single target on the Tempest Calcife team, aside from those battleships, is going to be able to afford them the points they need. Now, they've just killed the Crucifier here. That is good. That's a first step. It looked like it might have been putting out the lone guidance disruptor on the Tempest Calcife team, but the Balgorn Fleet Tempest, the Batten, still untouched. They're being tracking disrupted a little bit, which will be inconvenient for them, but they don't need to kill anything else right now. It's all about Odin, seeing what Odin's can put together here. They're going to need to string together 3 small ship kills if they don't want to go after one of these battleships. Kind of an odd advantage from the Tempest Calcife setup, where they've put so many points into their top end with the Balgorn Fleet Tempest, the Batten Core, that they could lose a lot of their low end, but if they're still killing a lot of the enemy, they're going to be fine. They've got a
And with
lot of
that
their
said, they make a
points in
snap
a
call.
safe nest.
They trick the Arbitrator into thinking he's a primary. They snap and kill the Hyena. That makes it a 6-point game. So if they can kill the Arbitrator, that would make it tied on points. However, the Osprey, though, of Toast 995, took a fair amount of damage earlier, but now he's outside of that scorch range. So again, in the next minute or so, you really only have 1 clip reload left on your Barghest. You have to reload between your Jackdaws and everything else. I mean, this is where you might have to go for broke, and it's going to come down to them being able to force a snap and the Thalia or the Deacon being asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, the Hyena play was very crucial. It really brought this match into range for them. If they can do a repeat of that, it looks like they might be going after one or both of the logistics frigates here, starting to put some damage into the Deacon while they've got electronic warfare on the Thalia. This
Okay, so
would be the points they need.
Critically, most of the heavy armor bots are on top of the Arbitrator, and they're going for the Deacon. We see all the paints are on top of that Deacon. The Thalia, however, is 100% on top of the ball, getting all of his reps on top of his bro. However, now it looks like they're swapping back to the Arbitrator, and the Deacon might have burnt out of range of this Arbitrator. Oh no, he's actually coasted out. He's not going to be in range to get to the Arbitrator. And if he breaks the Arbitrator, we're tied on points with 40 seconds left.
Huge play. They just repeated the magic that they put in with the Hyena. We are now tied with 30 seconds left. We might be going into tie-dye, a tie-dye tiebreaker.
Yeah, so for those of you who are, unfamiliar to these more esoteric tournament rules, what will happen is we have time dilation, which many of you will know if you've been in fleet fights.
This carries is in armor. As the seconds are ticking down, can they kill him before we go into time?
I don't know why that carries is anywhere near there. He is rammed way too close. He's trying to force a jam by getting close into optimal.
And it goes down.
The carries works. He gets the Thalia down, but the carries. Okay, so we are in tie-dye. Okay, so right now, so the time is actually going to spool forward. It's going to go faster as opposed to slower like you're used to. So with that Thalia down, the Deacon will have no rep power left. They can kill the Deacon. I think they take this.
I think they take this as well. What an amazing final minute of play here. This is absolutely incredible. This Deacon will drop. He has no one to help rep him. Oh,
Okay,
he's getting
so
some love from Armored Bots, but it's not going to be enough here. The carries, meanwhile, back to full shields. That Osprey coming back in and being a hero for his team. This Deacon's dropping very rapidly.
I can't overstate how goated Martin Conrad is. When he pushed in, he got into closer optimal, so his damps were more effective, and he essentially made Safoy much less effective and unable to rep his buddy. When he did that, it was enough time for the Thalia to go down. And I mean, we are at 225% tie-dye, so ships are effectively moving at roughly 8,000 meters a second in real time. So if you're not careful, you can accidentally boundary yourself. However, the Balgorn is going down, the carries goes down. I
Oh
can't
my
believe
god, the
that this has
Tempest
actually
Calcium
played
team
out
is
this
falling
way.
apart at an alarming pace here.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a little bit of an upset. I'm, however, very glad that I put 30,000 points on Odin's Call. I'm feeling somewhat vindicated with that decision as Killa and the last of his armor goes down. And I don't see any way for Tempest to come back at this point.
No, this is signed, sealed, delivered for Odin's Call. What a thrilling, what a thrilling final minute of play. Everything turned on those last couple pilot decisions, forcing us into this tie-dye situation. And obviously, Odin's Call reacted to it much more successfully. They had their game plan in mind, and they had to pull it. They had to pull it out in like twice, 3 times the rate at which you would normally think and act in Eve. Incredible. Temple Scouts have not able to keep up.
Well, I say not able to keep up, but now that we're at 350% tie-dye, I think that is the fastest I have ever seen a Claymore go in my life. He's just zooming around the arena, well out of range of this Abaddon, the last Spartan, the last member of his team, and it looks like he's going to die on his shield as he goes down into hull and he drops. And with that thrilling match, I'll send it back to the studio to break that exhilarating match down.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
Odin's Call there, knocking Tempest Calcium down into the lower bracket of Alliance Tournament 18. I said at the end of the last match that that was one of the most exciting matches I'd seen, and then I think I might have to say it again because that was incredible. What we saw at the end there is something that we haven't seen in many years in Alliance Tournament, in fact. I can't remember the last time we actually saw one. It's been a good few years. But when a match gets to time, at 10 minutes, it goes into reverse time dilation. So normally when we have tie-dye on TQ, it's when the server is super overloaded and everything has to be slowed down to allow the server to catch up. So everything has the effect of running slower. Reverse tie-dye happens at the end of 10 minutes where we say, hey, you've had 10 minutes to kill each other. You have failed. We're going to make you now do it faster. So everything starts to move faster and faster and faster. Your modules cycle quicker. Your modules overheat and burn out quicker. And then that keeps ramping up and ramping up every minute. We saw it go from 150% to 225% to 350% before the end of that match there. So it's quite chaotic. I've flown in a match where it goes to reverse tie-dye. I can tell you it gets very panicky very quickly because I guarantee you pretty much none of these pilots will have had any chance to really practice that. The fact that everything moves quicker, you move quicker. If you make a mistake, it's over quicker. You have less time to correct it. Absolutely wild. CCP Kestrel, how was that match for you?
Oh man, that was just super exciting. It looked like Odin's had it at the beginning. Pretty solidly, but then they got a Claymore call tackled. it looked really dire for them for a very long time after that. But they were able to do like they were really good, I think, with their shot calling, where they would like put a little bit of damage onto one target, force Templars to put their heavy rep bots on that target, and as soon as they saw the rep bots going over to the new target, they would swap back to a new target or swap back to the old target they were doing. So they're playing mind games, and they were able to, over time, just slowly break through things. Like they got the Crucifier, then they were able to get through the Arbitrator after like tricking them into like putting the red bots on the Deacon for a while, and then I think the Deacon burned out of range of the Arbitrator because it was just trying to mitigate as much damage as possible, and so he just wasn't in range of the Arbitrator for a crucial amount of time, and then just died. So. Yeah. And then that's the point where we got into the first hard and owners were able to clean up.
Yeah, that was an incredible match. I'm sure those pilots were very, very stressed during that part. Now, let's look forward to our next match, which is going to be between WeForm Volta and Platinum Sensitivity. So let's take a look at the bans for this. So Volta banning out the Abaddon, the Pontifex, and the Magus. Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Jackdaw, the Eos, and the Loki. Mystical Mike, what do you make of these bans here?
Fairly interesting bans coming out from both teams. I will note that having looked back through some of the Plat Sense and the WeForm Volta comps, it does seem like WeForm Volta have essentially just run Shield Rush each match, whereas Platinum Sensitivity have just been running 3 BS Core each match. I don't remember if Platinum Sensitivity have actually been using the Abaddon, so it's interesting to see that ban coming out here. It doesn't seem like it's a targeted ban. It might just be the fact that WeForm Volta are changing up their plan a little bit, and the Abaddon, apparently, as the amazing utility mode that it is something that they don't want to come up against. Abaddon's known for being high DPS, but it doesn't have any E-War bonuses, so it's purely a damage and tank ship that they're banning out here.
Yeah, it doesn't have the most projection either, but with Scorch, it can project quite far, the greatest ammo in the game. I'm told the teams are on grid, so we can go to the arena now and find out who will win between WeForm Volta and Platinum Sensitivity.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are here with WeForm Volta versus Platinum Sensitivity. WeForm Volta coming in with a Barcast, 2 Navy Drakes, Osprey, 2 Navy Ospreys, a Navy Caracal, Stork, Hyena, and Skybreaker. A very Caldari-heavy missile setup from WeForm Volta. What does Platinum Sensitivity bring to the table?
Yeah, they've brought, interestingly enough, a Redeemer, their flagship Vindicator, a Typhoon fleet issue, and double Longifrags with some assorted support. Interesting to see a Bifrost and a Stork in an armor composition, possibly going with all E-War mids, not unlike with what we saw in the Tuskers versus Truth Honor Light match.
We're definitely going to see a bit of rush from the WeForm Volta team. They are geared for close range combat. They're going to look to get right in there, which could be a dangerous proposition for them with the Vindicator there. That said, they've got the DPS to absolutely headshot some of this Platinum Sensitivity team.
Yeah, to be clear, these are heavy missile Drake Navy issues and Bargas, so they may want to actually be keeping away at range rather than just closing in on 0 and brawling out Rageous Lee with Vindicator and Redeemer here. It will be difficult, however, to do that kiting when you're facing against a Stork and a Bifrost, as well as an Arbitrator that are sure to be full of mid-slot E-War that will greatly reduce the effectiveness of these heavy missiles to project at range.
Yeah, I think you might be right. I'm looking more closely at those Drakes. I thought those were Ham Drakes. I think you are right, though. We are seeing some heavy missiles, so they will attempt to kite. The Platinum Sensitivity team doesn't really have a ton of projected damage, although that said, the Redeemer can fit some long range. Even if it's pulse fit, Scorch hits far.
Yeah, and of note, it looks like this Typhoon fleet issue is torpedoes. So they are definitely on the Platinum side wanting to fight in at close range, and not really wanting to fight at distance. If that Typhoon was fit with heavies, and I don't know if it's going to matter because that Stork is already kind of eating shit right now. It's getting put down into low armor, it's getting hit, and now it's down.
Fabulous call from Waveform Volta. You know the Stork is going to have the weakest armor tank on the enemy team. The Bifrost will not be much better as it's now getting its shields taken out, and the armor will go relatively fast. Now, their logistics should be more prepared this time around, but you can still see it steadily dropping. They're getting in some rep cycles, but it won't be enough. The Bifrost just does not have the low slots to fit a respectable armor tank as it goes down, and that's the links off for Platinum Sensitivity.
Yeah, and crucially, it's also going to be a lot of the mid-slot E-War. I can't help but feel like this match was very much lost in the draft phase for Platinum Sensitivity. You have a Vindicator, a Torp Typhoon Fleet issue, and a Redeemer that are all very, very good at fighting in at close range. But, there's really nothing on this Volta side that's going to be in at close range. Typhoon Fleet is getting fairly close to Control Freak and Thorantha's Drake Navy issue, but they're doing a better job than their counterparts in Odin's Call at not getting caught by battleships, so we'll play to both of them.
And unlike Templa's Calcif's triple battleship core from one of the previous matches fighting a missile kite comp, Platinum Sensitivity does not have the projected newts or projected webs to snare one of those ships as they're trying to turn. They really don't have an answer for this. The Vindicator might get lucky. It might be able to micro warp drive around and get on top of someone and land one of those webs, but it's almost down to chance. I think he has managed to run down one of the Drakes here. Control Freak is now tackled and webbed, but might be too little too late here. Their Arbitrator is already taking damage. The Skybreaker is taking some damage. They've lost all the shields off of their logistics frigates, who are also taking damage. It's just too much for them to keep track of, and the Arbitrator goes down.
Yeah, Control Freak, or Thoranth rather, was a little bit out of position. So now they're going to lose a Thalia and an Arbitrator at the same time. Yeah, they're going to get this Drake Navy issue, but that's all your Logi down, and at this point, it's just going to be a slow death. It'll be very likely a 16 to 100 game. I hate to call it with 7 minutes remaining on the clock, but that's kind of what it is when you lose your Logi this early in the match and don't have projection.
Yep, I think you're right. As the Skybreaker now also goes down, these battleships are starting to look more and more lonely. They've got a Stormbringer for company, but that will not be long for this world either. They're going to come away with this Drake kill, but already the WeForm Volta team has kited away from that Drake. So now that they've killed one thing, there's really nothing else for them to turn around and shoot. They've got a micro warp drive all the way across the other side of the arena practically to get on top of something. And that is looking less and less likely as their support continues to vaporize.
Yeah, unfortunately for Platinum Sensitivity, it feels like they got a little bit predictable with their compositions, bringing essentially 3 armor BS every time, and Volta finally called their bluff. A faction Barghest, or flagship Barghest rather, with those essentially officer scrams is the very last thing you want to run into as a Vindicator. You're just never going to be able to close range against what will be 40-kilometer scrams. And we see that the Vindicator is just not able to get anywhere near anything as this Redeemer is already down into half armor.
The Redeemer is an interesting choice. I wonder what their game plan was bringing the Redeemer in. It has been buffed, but it's still a lot of points for what it actually brings to the table compared to cheaper alternatives like the Armageddon. What do you think they were hoping for?
To be perfectly honest, I'm not 100% on top of the meta as far why you would bring a Redeemer over the Armageddon. They must have seen something in their training and testing that made them feel like perhaps the Tech 2 resists were more worth it over the Tech 1 that you would have in a faction Armageddon. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. Both teams are about to good fight here. Typhoon Fleet issue already down into mid to what will soon be low armor.
Yeah, I think Platinum Sensitivity maybe just didn't keep up with the patches to the Navy ships. They just seemed dead set on bringing this comp. They had the Pontifex and the Magus banned out, and they replaced them with the Stork and Bifrost rather than alter their setup. Just some strange choices in the drafting phase from Platinum Sensitivity, and they're paying for it here. We've got this Typhoon Fleet issue. He's into half armor. He's dropping slowly. He's trying to hold on, but there's really not much he can do in response. There's no targets there tackled down for him. His torpedoes will not reach effectively. There is a web now on the Skybreaker. The Skybreaker looks like it may have been Vindy webbed. It is dropping speed rapidly, but that will not change the course of this match in any material way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to make too much fun of Platinum sensitivity. What they brought would have done very, very well in an armor versus armor match where control would have been a key factor. That's probably why you would bring the Redeemer. Again, for those who resist, you would. But and maybe they felt like they had to go for kind of an all-in trade there in order to have a chance against Volta, a team that they're an underdog against. The Skybreaker does go down for reasons I don't totally understand at this point. They're just killing off the Typhoon fleet issue at this point, and we'll see if Mark Bridges is an honorable samurai warrior, or if he's going to try to micro jump drive and spool himself out of the arena and take his flagship loot out with him, because he is
micro
at
jumping.
0
He
and
will
micro
not
jump
reach the edge
driving.
of the arena. He's close though. He's near another micro jump unit. We'll see if he'll go 2 for 2.
Yeah, he's turning around, so he's not trying to take his loot out of the arena with him. He's trying to survive the next 3 minutes of the match, which, it's understandable. You want to keep all of what is going to be presumably very, very expensive faction and probably officer webs. The Hyena, however, doing a pretty good job of getting a drive-by web and paint. That's going to be TikTok, one of the better Alliance Tournament players for the Volta roster.
We've seen calls in local to kill the Vindicator and not to let him boundary violate. He is doing his best to mosey on over to that other micro jump. He's heavily webbed, though. His speed is dropping. It's crawling. He has managed to get into range, though. We're seeing the activation animation, and here he goes. He's micro warp driving toward the other side of the arena. He's not going for the boundary here. And he has shot himself forward, well away from the enemy team, but they're rapidly repositioning to get tackle on him again. 2 minutes left in this match.
Yeah, and one of the things about being a Vindicator is that you're not going to outrun what are heavy missile, heavy missile boats. The heavy missile boats are going to have no trouble projecting to essentially all of the arena. Now that there's 2 minutes left in the match, he's about half armor. He's trying to burn for one of the far micro jump drive beacons, but I don't think he's going to get there. TikTok is too on the ball getting the web and is going to slow him down. That's going to be X-type reppers, but I don't think that Mark is going to be able to hold out for the next minute and 40 seconds.
His local defense bar is pretty girthy for being one ship, so he has some... I can't even begin to imagine how expensive those reppers are. But it's still not enough. There's just too much of the WeForm Volta team still alive. They've got damage drones. They've got high damage, high projection missiles. They don't really have to worry about kiting around, so they can definitely swap to Rage here and do everything they can to try to put him away. There's 1 minute left. He does have a pretty thick structure. He's still pulling back armor. It is conceivable that they just don't have the DPS to bring him down within the time limit of the match. And that's really what he's playing for here. He's playing for time. This is all taking place on Tranquility. This is real ISK. It's not a test server. So there is a considerable incentive for him to try to stay alive here. But he is now hitting structure, and it's going away much more rapidly than Mark would like.
Yeah, that's going to probably depend if Annie-Gardet is or is not on a reload, and he is not on a reload. He is clipping him out, and that will be the end of that. So TikTok and the rest of the Volta team is rushing to try to scoop that loot. Hopefully the referees give them enough time to pick up that very expensive flagship kill. I really don't think Platinum Sensitivity really could have done anything differently in that match, unfortunately, but let's see what the desk has to say about that as we send it back to them.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
We form Volta there, taking the victory over Platinum Sensitivity. Platinum Sensitivity still in the tournament. They are knocked down to the lower bracket at this point. Unfortunately for them, they could not retain the last remaining one structure hit point, which is the most important hit point in the game of EVE Online, of their flagship Vindicator, and that has gone down. I'm told we will get the kill mail as soon as possible. It is 75 billion-isk flagship Vindicator. That is a spicy meatball right there. Yeah, there's a Cormax modified damage control in the low slots there, 36 billion alone. So Mark Bridges did a great job trying to survive at the end there. He managed to pull it out for about 3 minutes or so. Unfortunately, he needed 3 minutes 40 seconds, which was a bit of a shame. Mr. Mike, you were talking during it while he was jumping from beacon to beacon that he got his angles wrong on one of them. What happened?
Yeah, so we've kind of brushed over it a few times in some of these matches where we say that they're burning back towards an MJD beacon in the arena. In the arena, there are a bunch of MJD beacons set out in a square formation with one in the middle. If you jump from one corner of the square to another, they are exactly 100 kilometers apart, so you can effectively chain MJD around the arena constantly, which does allow you to, if you're in this case trying to run away from the enemy team with your flagship Vindicator, avoid the damage. What Mark ended up doing is that he went for an MJD at a poor angle, which sent him in between 4 different MJD units, but none of them were within reach. And TikTok in the Hyena is able to burn in and web Mark down so that he can't get to those MJD beacons to continue jumping around. So yeah, I think with a little bit less panic, a little bit more planning on that initial MJD that we saw, he would have just lived for the entire time. But it's a 75 billion-esque mistake.
Yeah, that is a expensive mistake. Speaking of not mistakes, CCP Castro, you really liked, after we saw that match, the bans that Volta had done. You thought they were very targeted. Tell me about that.
Yes, I really thought it really felt like Volta had their number. They only bought that triple armor core team over and over again. So Volta decided to ban out the Pontifex and the Magus, which are the armor command destroyers, which meant that to bring that same setup, Platinum Sensitivity bought a Bifrost and a Stalk instead. But the Bifrost and a Stalk are just, they don't have much of a tank at all, right? The Stalk only has 2 low slots. The Bifrost only has 3 low slots. Both of them have pretty huge explosive holes. So, and that are pretty hard to feel when you only have 2 rig slots and 3 low slots. So it feels like they forced them into bringing that. They knew that they were going to bring that, and then they just blew those ships up straight away at the start of the match. And then without links, it was just so hard for them to pin anything down. And Volta, aside from a few ships getting tackled and killed, they pretty much executed it almost perfectly and just completely destroyed them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, in terms of the bans that we saw as well, I would have liked if the Platinum Sensitivity team had perhaps targeted their bans a little bit more towards what Volta had actually been flying earlier in the tournament, as they have effectively flown Qadari Rush in both of their other matches, and now they've flown Qadari Kite in another one. So a couple of targeted bans towards that setup would have also impacted this setup as well.
Excellent. Well, as I say, we will see Platinum Sensitivity again. This was a winner's bracket match, so they dropped down. There is one match remaining in the winner's bracket to get the 4 remaining in that particular bracket. The rest of the teams all being knocked down, and we will see some more elimination matches after the break. But first, let's go to Jin Tan with a quick interview with the captain of Brave Collective.
First of all, can you introduce yourself to the audience, please?
I am Dujek One Eye, and I represent the Brave Collective Alliance.
And what does Brave do on Tranquility outside of the tournament?
We fight people for fun. We're a reasonably large nullsec alliance. We were founded 7 and a bit years ago, and we live in Pureblind, where we're currently at war with Fraternity. We are known for having a good attitude towards fights, and a lot of people come to our SOV systems in order to fight us and our standing fleet. We are a mid-sized alliance compared to the largest ones, but yeah, we enjoy fighting a lot.
So what's Brave Collective's competitive history? Are there any major results that you've had, or players from teams you've done well in the past?
We have a pretty unbroken line of tournament players. I was on the team for an AT many years ago, and after that I was not very engaged with that aspect of EVE, despite the fact that I got into EVE in order to play tournaments in the first time I tried. But I think we have an unbroken line of tournament players all the way back to our first tournament, more or less. Currently, on the team we have now, we have our previous captain, who is Sandar Val, and he actually took over for the person who is currently CCP Aurora. So we've had a tournament team for as long as I've been in Brave, and our best result I think we got top 8 one year. That's before my time. Other than that, we are probably more a mid-tier team.
Are there any teams that you're excited to face, either as a chance to get revenge or to prove yourself?
We have a lot of frenemies in the tournament scene, people who we compete against, measure ourselves against, and practice with. And anyone who's ever knocked us out of a tournament is always on the top of our list of teams that we want to face again and prove that that time was a fluke and this is the time that really counts. Like last year, we were knocked out by BSOD, and we'd like to fly against them again and show that we can go head-to-head against the people we like to fly against.
There you are, Brave Collective, now cursed by Jintan. So just a quick amendment on the flagship Vindicator that we just lost in the last match. We've reviewed it a little bit closer. There was a Tobias modified status webifier on it, which is approximately 60-70 billion at the minute. So the total value of that flagship Vindicator, probably more like 120 to 140 billion ISK. That is many ISKs. Now let's take a quick look at the bans for this match coming up. Lock Range Enjoyers versus Brave Collective. So Lock Range Enjoyers banning out the Barghest, the Eos, and the Osprey Navy issue, with Brave banning out the Curse, the Drake Navy issue, and the Hyena. Mystical Might, what do you see here?
I think it's interesting that we're seeing an Osprey Navy issue ban, since it's been essential for a lot of the Kaldari Rush comps that we've seen. So typically with the Kaldari Rush, you'll see Navy Caracals and Navy Ospreys, since they do quite a bit of damage, and they're also fairly cheap points-wise. The Drake Navy ban on the Brave Collective side makes me think that they're trying to remove kiting a little bit, especially when paired with the Hyena, since Drake Navy issues less common in the rush rolls and more common in the Kaldari kite setups that we've been seeing earlier in the day and also last weekend. But yeah, I mean, the curse ban is always a standard.
And CCP Kessler, anything to add to this?
No, I think Misty is pretty much spot on here. I don't really see these bans being super specific, other than Brave probably trying to avoid kiting if they can. Especially combined with the curse ban as well, they might be trying to bring something like Double Lashak, get rid of the fast kiting stuff, get rid of the curse, which is the biggest obstacle to bringing Double Lashak. Then you can bring just the Lashak or Big Armor Core and force them to run like a more suboptimal kiting setup if they are going to.
Yeah, so it's time to go into the arena and find out who will win between Lock Range Enjoyers and Brave Collective as we go now.
Hello, I am moderator, joined by my colleague Alexei Card for yet another Shield Kite versus Armor Brawling matchup. We see that Lock Range Enjoyers is going to enjoy targeting things at a long distance with that triple Navy Executor comp we've seen get used, along with what appear to be artillery, Sleipnirs, and Hurricane Fleet issue against the armor comp of Brave. Walk through that armor comp for me here.
Braves armor comp is centered around a Leshak, Navy Geddon, and a Fleet Tempest. They've got Magus Ponti for links, 2 logistics frigates, and Sipple Heretic Vexor, giving them some tackle that some of the previous armor battleship comps have lacked.
So we've seen this kind of triple executor navy so far in the event. Why would someone to choose to use that many points on those ships?
Well, they have been recently buffed. They are quite good. They are extremely fast. So if you want to talk some kind of kiting setup, they're already fantastic for that. They've got an intense speed, and with the railguns, the amount of damage bonus they get gives them a pretty respectable alpha, which works well with the Fleet Kane Slefner they have going on. So we see that Heretic gets sniped out immediately.
Yeah, that's going to be the power of 720 artillery backed by railguns, and they're still able to track things. They're putting damage onto a Vexor, they're putting damage onto a Thalia, and just now rep drones are getting on top of that Thalia. I mean, if this Thalia goes down already, it's going to be probably game, but he is apparently stabilizing. We see that Adrian is on top of things, getting reps to his friend. Meanwhile, the Vexor taking a lot of drone damage.
Yeah, the Lock Range Jar is making the most out of the surprise of their artillery and Alpha Strike comp, taking that Heretic out. That is one half of the fast tackle for Brave. Now they've switched over to a Magus and absolutely evaporated him. You're seeing a theme here where they're able to kill these destroyers with alarming rapidity as the Svipple now, stripped of its shields, half armor, dropping into structure. These ships are dying so quickly, the logistics frigates from Brave are having a difficult time reacting, and being destroyers, they are easy targets. He's
Yeah,
dipping ever so slightly now. He's gone. Oh,
yeah,
that's harsh.
that's the power of 720 artillery. We haven't seen a lot of it in this tournament so far, but Lock Range Enjoyers reminding us why it's effective, why it's been brought in so many events, and that's going to be one link ship down. I can't help but feel like the Pontifex of Arcos that's being primaried is definitely going to be the next kill target here. We're just going to wait for that artillery to keep loading and seeing if the Thali and Deacon, which are in range, can apply to that. However, Blue Morphium is getting applied to as well. This Vulture that's not very fast is being chased down by a Leshak that's slowly but surely spooling up on him.
Yeah, the Lock Range Enjoyers have moved to the edge of the range, literally to the edge of the arena. They've found themselves in a position where they had to turn around, but as they did, they found the triple battleship core hot on their heels. They've pinned down this Vulture. He's getting neutered out, and now he's down. That is a pretty significant chunk of links off of Lock Range Enjoyers as well, but critically not the skirmish links they're going to want the most. So
Speaking
they're
of people
still in a
being out of
commanding position here
position,
as they pop the Thalia from Brave Collective. That's taking out half their Logi. That means the other Deacon will be sure to follow quickly.
yeah, however, speaking of that, we're going to see a Logi trade. The Vexor of Erangel has been on top of Terran Baron for the last 20 seconds or so, and that's going to be essentially trading out an Osprey for the entire support wing of Brave. I think Lock Range is going to be pretty happy to take that as we see the Vexor go down and the Deacon continue to have a cloud of drones and railguns on top of him. So 10 drops at the same time, but it's 3 battleships versus the world right now.
Yep, and the Lock Range team has already kited away from those battleships. There's no immediate clear target for them to turn on. As I say that, though, the Hurricane fleet issue from Lock Range Enjoyers barreling straight toward them in a very curious decision. He is slowed down. I think he's realized his error and he started to turn. It doesn't look like they are going to make him pay for it. Although, okay, so they're going after the Striker Eriker's Navy Exeter. They've landed a long range nuke on him. What they're going to hope for is that nuke turns off his micro warp drive, but you can see him speeding along at 2,300 meters a second and rising. The speed of the Navy Exeter not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, the
Yeah,
Armageddon Navy issue is about to pay the iron price. He is going down, and that is a tremendous amount of their remaining long range tackle.
yeah, they may very well kill Striker Eriker with the Cable Uta's entropic damage dealer. Now actually out of range of him, the Sleipnir, we see a lot of ships from Lock Range getting to mid range, trying to apply more damage instead of going to kite at full distance but with lower damage ammo. Lock Range realizes that they can fully win the DPS trade comfortably with what they have, trying to break any sort of active tank that Ducek and now Layden had. And with that, I think we're, 0 for 3, maybe 0 for 4 on interviews that Gintana's had before a match.
And also my point betting. That said, the Fleet Tempest now, he's now dipping into half armor. It looks like Striker Eriker's Navy Executor is safe. They've switched over to Gruntkato's Slefner. He is grappled and neuted. Now he's broken the grapple. It's hard to say if he'll be able to escape with his life. The Slefner has a very thick tank. He is going to be able to hold on for a while. The Fleet Tempest, meanwhile, cannot say the same as he dips into structure here, leaving Cable Uda's Leshak by itself. Leshak, a fantastic ship, both in the tournament and in Tranquility, but not enough to one-man army against a kiting comp like this.
Yeah, I mean, the Lock Range Enjoyers team is something that I think a few people have slept on. They were essentially the what we now know is the better half of only need 2 comps that made it to top 4 in the previous Alliance tournament. The French half or portion of that team getting eliminated, whereas Lock Range Enjoyers, getting into top 8 with this victory over Brave Collective, showing that they very much belong in this upper echelon of teams.
Yeah, Lock Range Enjoyers are a higher class of gentlemen. They enjoy the finer things in life. They enjoy locking from long range primarily, and their comps have, for the most part, reflected that, and it's brought them a lot of success here. It looks like Grunkato Slefner will probably go down here. He's in very low armor. That said, Leshak has stopped applying any meaningful damage to him, likely because of that tracking disruptor, just out of range, breaking the spool. You've also got Striker Eriker's Exeter probably in range now. The Leshak switching targets and bringing him down, but it's going to be minor consolation as Cable Uda himself drops into structure, and he will die presently. This was a very exciting match. These triple armor battleship core not doing well against the kite comp meta that has been dominant today, as this Leshak, oh, yes, I was going to say as he dies, he gets one last gasp of armor in, and he goes down. We'll throw it back to the desk to break this down.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out. Get on that campus, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything damped.
I've not been able to lock a single thing all game.
There you are. So Lock Range Enjoyers taking the victory over Brave Collective in a very convincing win there. We've actually gone through during that match and updated some of our graphs to bring them totally up to date. Let's take a look now. So as we can see here, the win rate after displaying Jintan's interview remains a solid 0%. That is a pretty effective curse if I've ever seen one. So again, captains, if you want us to hold back your interviews, please do get in touch so we can ignore you. Now we are going to go to a break, and then we'll be back for some more explosions shortly. Welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18. I am CCP Overload, joined once again by Mystical Might and Yin Tan. We have more matches, more explosions, and I'm an explosion enjoyer. Mystical Might, are you an explosion enjoyer?
If they're the right type of explosion, I might not be an enjoyer of explosions in this next match.
Interesting you should say that. This next match is going to be Truth, Honor, Light versus Darkside. So we are now in elimination matches because Truth, Honor, Light dropped a match earlier on to the Tuskers Co. Now they're fighting for their lives. Now they're in a situation where if they don't win this best of one series, they're out. And the Darkside team is a good team. Mystical Might.
I was going to say, actually, we're fighting for skins. Because the more matches you win, the more skins you get. It's not something that we typically mention. And going through a loser's bracket run means that you play more matches. More matches equals more wins equals more skins.
Awesome. Then where exactly are you hiding the rest of your copium? Because I can't see it from here.
I've used up my supply. There are a few empty cans under the desk. I'm going to have to run to get more during the next match.
Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match and see what these teams have chosen to ban out. So Truth, Honor, Light banning out the Ishtar, Stratios, and Barghest, and Darkside banning out the Sleipnir, Jackdaw, and Scimitar. Interesting sets of bans. Jin Tan, the Stratios we saw, I believe Darkside using a Stratios, but is it ban-worthy?
I don't know, but it seems like Truth, Honor, Light maybe either haven't prepped against it or have prepped, have done enough testing to know that it beats one of the comps that they really favour. What I find interesting about this ban choice is that Darkside have gone for something completely different from what they've previously banned. Historically, they've banned the Balgorn, Scimitar, and the Curse. That's been their ban for their previous 3 matches. So it's going to be, maybe they're planning to use one of those ships, or maybe they just think they have a read on what Truth, Honor, Light are going to bring and want to completely shut that down.
Mystical Might, is that true? Do they have a read on you?
I will confirm or deny any comments and statements after this match.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
All right. So predictions. I know what you're predicting.
Yeah, Darkside, of course.
I'm going to predict Truth, Honor, Light then to counter
nice.
Mystical Might. Jin Tan?
Yeah, I'm going to predict Truth, Honor, Light as well. Darkside are a great team, but I think Truth, Honor, Light have this.
And do you have an interview with Truth, Honor, Light by any chance?
No, I do
play?
not.
Oh, that's a shame. Oh, well, let's go to the arena and find out who's going to win between Truth, Honor, Light and Darkside.
Hello, this is Alexev Card back with my broadcast partner moderator as we unveil Truth, Honor, and Light versus Darkside. Truth, Honor, and Light has brought a flagship Barghest, Eos, Aneros, Orthrus, Double Blackbird, Pontifex Sentinel carries Vexer, the Armor Orthrus by Kadesh Priestess. Very interested to see how this works out for them. Moderator, what have Darkside brought to the field?
Well, Darkside has chosen to bring a heavy missile kite comp with 2 Helas supported by a Loki for some webs and a Scalpel Kieran for their logistics. It'll be interesting to see how these teams choose to kind of face off against each other with Barghest. We usually think of that as essentially a shield ship, but it does really work well in armor comps as well, especially if you bring a flag Barghest like Dexter Exio has, that will essentially have a 40-kilometer scram. That will be pretty effective at chasing down these kiting ships.
Yeah, the distributed scrams on the Truth, Honor, Light team, certainly I would think hoping to keep these teams at range, or if they're against a kite comp, it'll greatly increase their ability to pin them down when they try to turn. We're about to kick this match off as links have popped, and we'll see how this match develops. Darkside likely looking to stay away, do you think? Or do you expect them to try to go in?
I think they have to stay away. You're in a kite comp. You have to do that, even if circumstances make that difficult. You still have to play to the strengths of your setup and go with that. Off the bat, we're seeing that there is some disruption coming from the Sentinel of Ninth Hyken. That will be onto the Nighthawk and the Navy Drake. Makes sense. It's the 2 heaviest damaging heavy missile ships in the entire Darkside comp. Meanwhile, Nick Domar is having his shields chipped away as he, along with his Barghest buddy, is closing in against that Darkside kite comp.
It looked for a moment like the Barghest might have been going for the micro jump unit, but it will instead decide to barrel into the Darkside team, and more conventionally, it's looking for its initial scram, hasn't quite found it yet, but you are seeing these ECMs, the damps, it's all being distributed out to the dark side team. Meanwhile, dark side concentrating all the control they have on the Barghest, trying to isolate it and insulate themselves from its damage and tackle as much as humanly possible.
Yeah, they do have webs that will be the hyena of Evazen, or possibly the Loki of Faffy Waffy. We see that Knife Brainstorm rather, is using his carries to try to, mitigate the range of those long range ships. We see the carries taking a little bit of damage, but that's just from with some drones and possibly a little bit of missiles. He's pretty safe at the moment. Dexter's taking, again, shield damage, but he's been able to hold down this flycatcher, and it looks like Hydra's just going to try to play against the low end now that they've got that scrammed.
The Hyena and the Loki are playing a very dangerous game here. Their web range is not going to be much further than the Barghest scram range. They are at risk of getting scrammed at any moment. Looks like the flycatcher of TikToks has been caught. He's going to drop very rapidly there. That is the first blood over to Truth, Honor, Light, but they are not in that commanding of a position. Both teams kind of jockeying around for that advantage right now.
That said, we have a scram onto the Loki that will be Dexter Exio. So, I mean, that's pretty pivotal. If you can break a Loki, and even if Brainstraw's carries, which is taking damage from, again, a cloud of light drones, you're pretty happy with that. The Loki going down into about half shield, and the Hyena getting in maybe a little bit too close and will go down to rapid lights.
Not even tackled, the Hyena just being deleted. The Loki, it is a shield tank Loki. It's got about half of its shield remaining, a little bit over. It is getting some reps, so it's not. I mean, I wouldn't be panicking if I were the Loki pilot, but he's definitely not in a great position. With that scram from the Barghest, he is going to be absolutely isolated there. The team kind of has to play around him because he's pinned. They have to decide if they're going to get into range of the Barghest and commit or leave him to die. And now we see Truth, Honor, Light going after the Scalpel, which has come in to rep the Loki. Scalpel not necessarily going to have a micro warp drive there, so he was not at as much risk from the Barghest, but still dangerous. If they go down, then the Kieran will go down, followed by the rest of their team in short order.
Yeah, so Hydra is just ignoring the Loki. So Dexter Exio still has a scram on it from range, and now the Vexor of China Tech has passed it off. But what they've done is completely isolated the Loki with the scram, and now the Barghest is free to get on top of targets of opportunity. They have a scram, newts, jams on top of the Kieran of Recordrius. They're going to continue applying damage to him, and I'm thinking he's going to go down pretty soon. The Scalpel doesn't look like he has enough rep power with what Hydra's putting out to really keep that Kieran up. Excellent job of Orantes. That'll be Jordan and Warp Out putting on jams and putting pressure. So the Kieran goes down, Scalpel soon to follow.
Yeah, the Scalpel was jammed out for the majority of that Kieran's damage cycle. They were going to try to trade some damage back on the Sentinel, Vexor, and Pontifex. The Sentinel may even go down here, but that is not worth it for Darkseid. Losing that Kieran was a huge, huge loss. Their Nighthawk is also tackled down. The Gila scrammed down and webbed. They're losing considerable chunks of their team. Not yet, perhaps, but they are lined up in queue for Truth, Honor, Light to pick off at their leisure. Because without that second logistics frigate, how it's a Scalpel is very easily controlled and they can kill it anytime they want. Meanwhile, the Gila is taking significant fire. He's down to 1/3 shield, trying to claw back, but it's a losing battle.
Yeah, if you look at Darkseid's control bar, they have nothing left in the tank. General Hungary is completely safe right now, and truthfully, with what Darkseid has right now, if they don't kill General Hungary somehow or neutralize him from the fight, Hydra's just going to run away with this 100-0. Oh, I say that as Brainstraw gets rather low and might even die as he's in about half hull, but now getting repped up. That said, the Gila down into low shields, continuing to be the primary. The Pontifex now getting on top as the Barghest is scramming the Stork. So Hydra just very surgically picking apart different targets of opportunity, holding things down. And look at the E-War that's being applied to Darkseid. Truth, Honor, Light maxing out that control bar.
Yeah, and you mentioned General Hungary's Aniros. He is not under threat right now. A couple dark side ships have a direct line to him, but they're not going for it. This Gila will drop, followed perhaps by the Blackbird. He's taking a lot of fire. Blackbird's not exactly known for their tank. but the ECM is going to be breaking up a lot of the ability for Darkseid to be coordinated with their fire, and they are losing their DPS core now.
Yeah, and I mean, again, this is the power of a flagship Barghest. I think Hydra was absolutely 100% right to bring that. You're in the lower bracket match. You know, you need to win this in order to get into the best out of 8. For Hydra, anything less than first place, they consider to be something of a failure. So this is where you go for broke. Bring your kind of your end game flagship setups, and what they have is very effective, as we're seeing them just completely shut down Darkseid.
Yeah, at this point, the entire Darkseid team is tackled down, ironically, except for the Gila that they're currently shooting. That Gila is jammed, he's painted, he is taking enough fire to break his tank, so that's a matter of time. Meanwhile, not effective trading going back from Darkseid. They're trying again for the carries of Brainstraw, but General Hungary's Aniris has Brainstraw covered. He's been on top of that the entire match. Brainstraw had a bit of a scare getting into half structure, but he got pulled back pretty quickly. And now there's even less for the Truth Honor Light logistics pilot to worry about, as Darkseid is losing their DPS core. They're losing it quite rapidly, although the Gila is actually, to his credit, is beginning to stabilize. And now it seems like Darkseid has gotten the memo, and they are pivoting to try to kill the Aniris of General Hungary. A little bit too late, but if Hungary is poorly tanked, I doubt it from Truth Honor Light, but if he is, that could be their window back into some semblance of a competitive match. But they're going to be paying for it here, as the Drake Navy issue of Sam Punisher is taking tons of fire.
I mean, we look at the ships, like everything either has a jam on it, a damp, or a scram. I mean, that's pretty traditional Hydra for you. General Hungary, the damage on top of him was a pair of Valkyries that are no longer within targeting range, and we see a cloud of armor maintenance bots trying to top him off as Sam Punisher continues to dip lower into armor. Now Holland will be popping any second now. I don't know if Truth Honor Light will kill all the ships with only 2 minutes left on the clock, but showing a very effective control setup against this Darkseid roster.
Truth Honor Light, perhaps on reloads, as the Drake Navy issue is still hanging around at about 1/3 structure, pulling back some shields, but that Drake, much thinner than I think most of us would expect. His shield bar went away quite quickly, perhaps trading out some of those mid slots for electronic warfare or tackle. He's now pulling back shields. That'll be from the scalpel. It will not be enough. As soon as the Barghest is off reload, that will do it for Sam Punisher. He's going to head back to the locker room. But after that, it's really Truth Honor Light's call as to where to go next. The logistics pile is just kind of showing off, spreading reps throughout the entire team, signaling to the audience that they are not concerned at all about what Darkseid has left in the tank here. They have their team well controlled. Both of their Blackbirds are still alive. They still have a Sentinel for newts and tracking disruption, guidance disruption. They haven't even lost their Vexer. The carries half structure. The best case scenario for Darkseid, not quite enough to kill that carry, is they're trying again to pivot back to him, but it's just not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that attack bar is glitched. We just saw a Stork recently go down, and Sam Punisher is continuing to take damage. Now, Sky Killer Russian appears to be something of a primary, Sky Killer being much closer to the rest of the Truth Honor core, and Sam Punisher, to his credit, has burned to the literal opposite side of the arena, away from Truth Honor Light. So that Drake Navy issue will survive. Unfortunately, Darkseid's tournament run will not. They will be eliminated. Good fights in local. This is something of a kind of a semi grudge match. With some of the Vidra core against Hydra, the tournament. Typical 1-2 between that. But we'll send it back to the desk to break that one down.
Well, unfortunately for Darkside, the future is bright for Truth, Honor, Light. What are your thoughts, Mystical Might?
Not even close.
Not even close.
Never doubted.
Never doubted?
Easy.
Not even
Easy
a little
game.
bit of doubt?
No, easy game. I told you, more skins. It's easy. Straight to the finals.
Talk to me about that comp there. So we saw Truth, Honor, Light bringing a bunch of ECM ships there. We saw a couple of Blackbirds. And it looked like they were able to do some good work, especially when we saw the logistics frigates of Darkside get split up, one jammed, one not, and then done. What's the thought process behind bringing ECM ships?
I mean, the thought process is that you don't really need as much damage if you have a lot of control. So we saw here that the Truth, Honor, Light team wasn't necessarily one of the most high damage comps that we've seen in this tournament. In fact, most other comps that we've seen would have more raw damage coming out, but it's about the application of that damage. Usually it's a fight between how much damage we're doing versus how much they're repping, which is typically what we've seen so far. But with Blackbirds, you remove their ability to rep, which means that the small amount of damage that you're doing is going to remain a constant on that target. So it's less of a battle to break through reps, and it's more about making sure that you are effectively tackling down your opponents, making sure they can't get on those Blackbirds, and then just taking that team apart bit by bit.
Gentan, I feel like in this case the ECM can be much more devastating against logistics frigates, because the logistics cruisers tend to have a very strong local tank. They tend to be more mobile, be able to get around the grid quite well. If they're jammed, then usually that means they can't rep someone on their team, but that isn't necessarily the end of the world because you still keep your logistics ships. However, in a logistics frigate, if one of them gets jammed, the other one is almost certainly going to die because they rely on each other for tank. What's your thoughts here on bringing logistics frigates versus logistics cruisers?
So logistics frigates have the advantage of being able to kind of they allow you to bring more points. What we've typically seen is we've seen these logistics frigates be used in compositions which require a heavy investment in the top end, either these rushes or 3 battleship controls. It's especially good in 3 battleship controls because you have a absolute assload of repair drones to put on them, so that even if its little buddy gets jammed out or damped out, or it gets tackled a little too far away, it gives that ship enough survivability that it can survive for its friend to either get a recycle or get back on top of it. But it's another reason why they are so weak against ECM is that they actually have a much lower sensor strength than their T2 cruiser counterparts. And not only that, but when you're looking at these shield ones, they don't have the spare mid slots to fit sensor boosters, so they're relying on remote sensor boosters. And when you've got multiple Blackbirds along with Kerrys and all other types of just disgusting control being applied to you, it's very difficult to utilize those effectively to stop them from getting jammed.
Awesome. Well, there you are. Disgusting control brought by Truth, Honor, Light and taking it to fine effect over Darkside, who are sadly eliminated from the tournament, as that was indeed a elimination match. Now, let's look forward to our next elimination match between Tempest Calciv and Deepwater Hooligans. And let's see if we can check out the bans. So Tempest Calciv banning out the Leshak, the Eos, and the Jackdaw, whereas Deepwater Hooligans banning out the Nighthawk, the Locate, and the Vindicator. Relatively standard bans, Mystical Might?
I'd say so. I think the Jackdaw is probably the one that we've seen the least of out of the 6 ships that are shown. We have seen a Jackdaw ban, I believe, last weekend, where they wanted to remove armor Jackdaws from the pool. I think they had a bad experience in their previous match, the team that banned the Jackdaw in that case. And we've discussed the perks of the armor Jackdaw earlier on in this broadcast. So it is a strong ship. It definitely allows you to do a lot more than perhaps you'd expect from an armor Jackdaw, as long as you can keep it alive. So it makes sense to see it banned here by Templars. They're a good team. One would expect they've made it to the second weekend. They're playing for prize ships. They're going to know what the strengths are of the armor Jackdaw.
I think they're also playing, in this case, for pride. One of the things that makes the Alliance Tournament a little bit unique compared to a lot of other esports is these alliances are based on obviously the Tranquility Alliances, the server we're all playing on, and these two groups are essentially at war with each other right now. Tempest Calcif currently flying around with the Wrecking Crew guys and being invaded by Deepwater Hooligans. So this is like a pride and a grudge match. It doesn't really have any bearing on the war, but like as a morale point of view, it's kind of cool. Jintan, what do you think about this?
I think you're wrong when you say it doesn't have any bearing on the war. On the war. Wars in EVE Online are fought so often about things like morale, things like pride, things about belief of whether you can win. And not only that, but they're playing for prize ships here. If Templars Calcif get knocked out or Deepwater Hooligans get knocked out, that's a couple of 100 billion ISK that they're now missing in their coffers, and that's also gone to their enemies. If you don't think that both sides of this war are now going to be spamming each other in local depending on who wins, I think you're wrong.
Do you know what? I actually agree with you. I think that is in fact true. Mystical Mike, let's talk predictions though. Who do you think is going to be able to pull this one out? Is it going to be Templars, or do you think Deepwater are going to be able to pull one over here?
See, remember, it's always Templars #1, so I'm going to go Templars here.
And Jintan, what are your thoughts?
I think Templars Calcif is probably going to win this, but they just have too much pedigree, I think, for Deepwater to take over.
Yeah, I'm just going to check who these guys got knocked down to the lower brackets by. So Templars lost to Odin's Call earlier on, and again, Odin's Call we've discussed a few times. Essentially, the only matches they've dropped in Alliance Tournament in the last couple of years have been against Vidra Reloaded, a championship team. So very respectful to be dropped down by them. And Deepwater Hooligans got dropped down by Boundary Experts. So another pretty solid team. And I find this one really hard to decide, but I think I have to put my money on the Templars Calcif boys. It's Templars Calcif #1. So let us go to the arena and find out who wins.
Welcome back to the arena. I am moderator, joined by Alexeyev Card. Deepwater Hooligans is going to be fielding a triple armor battleship, and they're going to be supported by a pair of logistics frigates, but they're going to be up against a very scary Templars comp.
Yeah, Templars Calcif bring a Balgorn Fleet Tempest to bat and kind of a repeat of their previous setup. They've got a Magus Pontifex for Lynx, Thalia Deacon for Logi, Arbitrator Hyena, Sentinel for Control.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like in the stream the teams are reversed on colors, because that is in fact in the red. The Barghest belongs to Deepwater Hooligans and Dano I, so we'll be having to call that reversed. So the Barghest, we see that be a flagship that basically about half of the teams, maybe a little bit over, chose as their flagship. Why has it been so popular in this and other ATs, Alexeyev?
Well, there are a lot of faction battleships that scale well with ISK. And when we say scale well with ISK, we mean that the unique abilities they have are greatly enhanced the more money you put into it. And that makes a good flagship, because the advantage of having a flagship is that you can stuff it to the gills with faction. And in this case, the Barghest benefits from the faction damage mods, so it can put its lows into an armor tank and still have good damage. It benefits from the range of its scrams. It also has a lot of utility highs that you can invest a lot of money in to make it hit harder, farther, and tankier.
Yeah, I mean, it is in fact like the Daft Punk song, harder, better, faster, stronger, because, the Barghest is already very fast. I mean, you can get officer scrams because you're on that flagship restriction, and we'll see how that plays into things, as the Disciple of Thomas Wildduck is just sort of slow boating now in defensive mode, as he's being primaried down into about half armor, as this Abaddon, Tempest Fleet, and Balgorn are projecting onto him, and he pops already. Interesting.
Yeah, Swip a little asleep at the wheel there. He did not get off the jump and managed to get pinned down by Templars Calcif. They're taking an early first blood here. It's also going to be interesting to see how the Newt battle plays out between this Navy Armageddon and the Balgorn. The Navy getting a bit more range, but sacrificing some of its Newt power for extra damage, while as the Balgorn has much more powerful Newts and also some long-range webs to help hold things down. Speaking of, they managed to get a brief web on the Prophecy of Akov, but that has now shredded off and he has escaped tackle. He is taking some damage, but it's not catastrophic yet. Meanwhile, Deepwater is primaring the Hyena from Templars Calcif.
Yeah, our production team has now corrected the sides that both teams are on. The Prophecy has now kind of balled up with his bros. Stalence's Hyena continues to be the primary. That's going to be a cloud of light drones. However, there is a smart bomb from Oriana Komorsky's Tempest Fleet issue that has cleared off all the damage on top of that Hyena. So Hyena Bro will be safe right now. So far, we're not really seeing Deepwater do much of anything for the moment, trying to figure out what they want to do against this Balgorn that's up in front, as the Barghest is getting uncomfortably close to that Balgorn at the moment.
Interesting by Tempest Calcif to bring the Tempest fleet issue back and have it focus on smart bombing. They're choosing to sacrifice a lot of their projected damage to do that, playing the long game on this match, looking to get an advantage in the later minutes here.
Speaking of advantages, that's a cloud of drones that are on top of the Sentinel. Very well played by Tempest Calcif, realizing that the Sentinel was a little bit out of position, still within rep range of his Neros buddy, but that's going to be a lot of drones on top of him, forcing a little bit of stress from Tomox Zero.
They have now decided to target paint the flagship Barghest. They've taken it past shields, but it is an armor battle, so he's doing just fine. They're throwing more of their focus on the low end now as the Sentinel continues to be pressure, and the Vexer of Sid the Kid has been webbed. Not sure if that is a Hyena web or a Balgorn web, but he is snagged.
Yeah, that will be the Balgorn of Killa 542 up in front, putting webs onto that Vexer, the Sentinel, now coming back a little bit safer. But again, Sid the Kid, Vexer is not known for their tank. We see it being used often as kind of a inexpensive drone boat and something that can bring a lot of utilities in the high slot for new pressure as well. Sid continues to drop, but not sure he'll hold on too much longer as the Sabaton and Balgorn are closing range on him.
Well, they're closing range quite fast. Balgorn is a very scary ship. It controls a huge sphere of the battlefield. You really have to play around it. And they're doing what they can to try to stay out of range of its newts. That said, their team isn't very capacitor dependent, so as long as the Onero stays safe, they're going to be doing just fine. Now, they have lost the Vexer. The Sentinel is also struggling here. He's not pulling back his armor as effectively as he was just previous. That said, he just gets a big injection of armor from the Oneros and goes back to full. Sentinel trying to ride the line there. He doesn't have a great tank. Speaking of not great tanks, the Vigil fleet issue of Pixie Thief is down.
Yeah, so between the Barghest and the Vigil fleet, they were trying to go for a snap call onto the Thalia. The Vigil fleet of Pixie Thief got deep into the backline trying to get webs on the Thalia, but now that she is dead, that will no longer be an option. That was probably the only win condition for Deepwater Hooligans, and now their Barghest is kind of in the backline being scrammed down by that Pontifex and the Prophecy getting low, the Sentinel getting even lower. Temple's starting to run away with it.
Yeah, they're building up momentum here. The Sentinel is once again taking a lot of fire. They've split fire now between the Sentinel and the Prophecy, probably trying to optimize their damage here. And it's a great decision because it forces the Oneros to make some calls. And the Sentinel, it just has a very thin buffer. They can pivot to it if it's low and potentially get through its structure before the Oneros can react. Prophecy is going to be more of a long-term grind for them, but not as able to mitigate with speed, and they are slowly working their way through him. So Neros is going to have to make some hard decisions very soon.
Yeah, I mean, I like what Deepwater tried to do, realizing that they were on the back foot. They needed to do something to get a snap kill onto some of the Friglogy in order to come back into this match. But as they lose the Prophecy and now, more of the links that they would have, more of the damage they would have from the drones, I don't really see a good way back into this match. They really need to break the Thalia Deacon combination to really continue to push anything else. But failing that, they're just going to slowly get whittled down as the Armageddon of Crimson Serenity is getting down into about half to 1/3 armor.
And the Pontifex on Temple's Calcif has tackled that flagship bark, so that kill is there for them whenever they want to do it. They can crowd out the Soneros and make sure that the make sure that the Balgorn is positioned between it and the Barcast. That will force the Oneros to either let their flagship die or get killed himself. And now the Oneros has been neuted and webbed. They have tackled Timoxa. He is He will probably be primaried after the Geddon. They may just decide to hold him off with the newts and get through the Geddon of Crimson, as that tank is getting tested very hard right now, and it is failing. We're getting Ds at best for the tank of Crimson Serenity. He is dropping rather fast for a faction battleship, now bleeding into structure. He's trying to pull it back. The Ynir is trying to cap boost through the newts, but it will not be enough as the Magus and Armageddon Navy issue go down nearly simultaneously here. Magus bites the dust first, but Serenity will follow.
Now, if you're Dano, what you were trying to do earlier is, you were trying for a snap call, but in doing so, they really went all in. They said, "Hey, we probably know we're going to lose our Barghest if this doesn't work, but we're going to try to go for the win," which I think was the right call. They needed to do that earlier. Unfortunately, that play didn't work out, and with 3 minutes left and a scrammed Barghest, courtesy of this Pontifex of Stoesh being completely on the ball and on top of Dano, Tempest will kill this Barghest with only 2 minutes and 40 seconds remaining in the match. Plenty of time as Dano's already bleeding armor rapidly.
Oh, that Barcast will be interesting to see how much ISK Deepwater Hooligans is about to lose here. The previous flagships that have been killed so far today have been breathtakingly expensive. We will see what the kill mail looks like. I'm sure the desk will have the full breakdown, but that is going to be painful no matter how way you cut it for Deepwater Hooligans. They are a rather rich alliance, but they're that much poorer today as the flagship bar goes down. And now this Stormbringer is looking a little lonely.
I mean, they are going to be a little bit poor for that flagship, but at the end of the day, they did still make top 12 in the Alliance tournament, which is, very respectable. They're going to get a fair number of ships and that are going to be probably in the
We've got a
vicinity of
we've got a
least
boundary
trillion.
attempt.
Yeah, that's
Micro
going to
jump
be
activated. Will he break the record? He's got a lot of speed.
Yeah, it's going to be Riglio Smith. Unfortunately, he's just a cruiser, so he will boundary, but he is nowhere close to the record of, I believe, 227. He gets to 191 as he jumps out of the arena, and Deepwater Hooligans is out of the tournament as Tempest wins it cleanly, 100-0.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot. Farmer's bar could be anywhere.
Deepwater Hooligans there springing a leak as they sink out of the Alliance Tournament 18 Tempest Calciv with the big fat dub. They're going to be very happy with that one. And of course, that means that they now win the war. So congrats to them. Jintan, you were talking during that match about the Newt War. Talk to me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so the Newt War is something that we kind of tend to talk a lot about when we see two ships that have bonuses to newts, or even ships that just have a lot of utility high slots like the Leshaks or Tempest Fleet issues, which have been very popular throughout this tournament meta. And what we're talking about there is the fact that both of these ships can spend capacitor to remove capacitor on their opponents, whilst pressuring the amount of charges that they have in their cargo bay. However, there is basically a cheat code to winning the Newt War, which is bring a Balgorn, because the Balgorn can utilize its bonuses, which allow it to use Nosses even when its opponents are out of cap, or have a lower capacitor than itself, to continue generating cap whilst removing cap from all of their opponents. So if a Balgon is able to get the advantage at any point in a Newt War, it can practically shut down your ability to have space mana and cast space spells with your space modules.
And Mystical Mike, you're no stranger to flying in a Balgorn in Alliance Tournament. You've flown with a number of teams over the years, including with myself in the Volta team, where you flew our flagship Balgorn. This year we don't have any flagship Balgorns because they are banned, one of the few ships that are banned from being flagships. Mystical, why is that ship banned from being a flag?
I think it's because teams found it historically pretty oppressive, I think is the general idea. It gets a bonus to its web range and the neutralization amount of its neutralizers. So what you'd effectively have is a full Newt Balgorn. So you can already imagine there's about 7 buttons in the highs. And then you'd have 2 webs, a mic warp drive, a cap booster. So that's already another like 4 or 5 buttons here. And then you'd have full active tank in the lows. So it is about 20 different buttons that you kind of have to manage and press, manage your heat on, apply them properly to ships around the grid. It's a lot to do. It's really intense to fly. But it's even more intense to play against because of just the sheer area denial that it provides you. Because a flagship is able to fit better newts, and better newts typically go a little bit further and newt more. So yeah, it's just really difficult to play against. Not fun for many teams.
Indeed, not fun whatsoever. What else is not fun is being in an elimination bracket match and being kicked out of the tournament. That might happen. Well, it will happen to one of the 2 teams coming right up, which is going to be Platinum Sensitivity versus Arrival. So let's just take a quick look at the bans for this match. So Platinum Sensitivity banning out what has now become a relatively standard set of bans here. Jackdaw, Eos, and a Loki, while Arrival banning out the Orthrus, the Caracal Navy issue, and the Barghest. Jintan, what are your thoughts?
I don't know, I'm a little curious about these Arrival bans. These seem like 3 bans kind of focused in the same general vicinity of one another. The Orthrus and the Caracal Navy, those are both headed towards that ham rush we've seen quite a lot of, as well as potentially working in the kite. And then the Barghest is a little more kite focused, but we've seen it in both styles of those comps. So it just seems like Arrival don't want to face a missile comp. Maybe they're weighting their mids really heavily towards tracking disruptors, and they just want to avoid the possibility of an all-missile comp.
Mystical Mike, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think the Caracal Navy issue and the Orthrus, they've reappeared time and time again in some of the Kaldari rush comps that we've been seeing. The Barghest, I think, is also a decent ban because the Platinum Sensitivity team had a flag Vindicator. So they won't be able to bring Barghests in any fashion now that it's been banned against them. So that really limits their choices if they did want to go for a kiting setup of some sort. They still do have the plethora of, kiting battle cruisers that they could still run in an armor comp, which I think is probably what they'll lean towards anyway, just because they seem to be armor enjoyers, not so much the shield enjoyers that we've seen from other teams.
Awesome. Now, Jintan, when you are in a team, maybe you're the captain, and first of all, you've read all the rules, you've understood the meta, and you're ready to go. What exactly do you do when you're getting your team ready to warp into the arena?
What you're generally doing when you're waiting to warp into the arena is you're just keeping everyone calm, you're making sure everyone knows their general role, you're making sure everyone's checked to make sure their modules are active, 10, 15 times before you finally do warp to the arena, as sometimes that can bug out a little bit and people have subsystems go offline and all sorts of wonderful occurrences like that. And then once you land on grid, though, that's when things get really intense. You've only got 1, maybe 2 minutes whilst the commentators are going over the compositions to figure out what everyone needs to do in this specific matchup. And that is what really controls the actual game. Like, if you cannot assign your E-War properly, and we're seeing that especially now when you've got something like 2 Blackbirds, you've got a Kerry's, a Sentinel, you're talking about maybe 20, 25 modules that you then have to assign and spread correctly around your enemy's comp to stop their game plan from taking effect, and that can take up so much mental energy.
And Misty, Jin's taking us through some of the stuff that's just happening before the match. Once it starts, how important is things like target calling, target priority, that kind of stuff?
I mean, generally, your target calling and target priority is going to be part of that pre-match plan where you land on grid and then you have to figure out, okay, what are we going up against? What are we doing? And then it's really about just adapting to things that happen during the match. So if you go up against a kiting team and then suddenly they have a bunch of tracking disruptors that you weren't expecting, you then need to take that into account and adjust your game plan accordingly. So there's a lot that goes on, and really it's going to benefit teams that communicate well. If it's you know, if you have 10 people on your team that can all communicate really clearly and explain what's happening, what they're doing, ask questions on whether they should do something without being told to do so, you know, instead of putting all the burden on one person, you share that around the team, and that really helps some of these top tier teams progress far into these tournaments.
Yeah, a lot of time people ask, like, how do I get involved with these kind of tournaments? And in general, the Alliance Tournament is great because you've got the feeder rounds. This year we had the Minotaur Republic Trials, and that happens on Thunderdome, which is a completely separate server from Tranquility, and you don't lose anything. So if you don't make it through the feeders, you get your Plex back that you've submitted, and you know you didn't lose the ships on TQ. It didn't cost you anything. Those ships, when you fly them on Thunderdome, you have maximum skill points. So you don't have to worry about being, oh, I've only got 5 million skill points, I've only got 20 million skill points, whatever. Everyone is equal. It's a really good way of getting into tournaments and giving it a go. And who knows, maybe you come through, maybe you win some cool prizes. So thank you very much to the guys in the community team like CCP Zealous, who's been an absolute hero, getting that all set up, running all the trials, and just managing all the teams. Like without him doing things like that, and of course people like CCP Aurora who kind of carried that torch before him, then we wouldn't be where we are right now with this incredible tournament. Misty, you had some thoughts?
Yeah, I just wanted to add. I mean, you're talking about the Thunderdome portion where everyone's equal on skill points, but you know you could have 5 million skill points all dedicated towards flying a frigate, and we've seen how important some of this frigate tackle is in these matches. You don't have to be the person flying the Barghest or the Balgorn. You can be the support wing that's helping your team actually secure the objectives by tackling down the targets that they need to get onto. And really, that is as important as anything else. So yeah, there's no reason not to get involved. You just have to find an alliance to take part with.
Yeah, I mean, some of my earlier tournament memories was flying a Newt Tackle Vexer, and my job was just go sit on someone and be incredibly annoying, and then wait, not appear in any kill mails, and just wait to be killed myself. Now, let's go some quick predictions here for this upcoming match. It's going to be Platinum Sensitivity versus Arrival. Mystical Might, who are you thinking?
Platinum Sensitivity.
And Jintan?
I think Arrival might have this. They've been looking really strong. They're not a team we had super high expectations for, but they have demonstrated a really good level of execution so far in this tournament.
Well, they have indeed, and I have super high expectations for Arrival, so I'm going to go for them. Let's go to the arena and find out who will win.
Alexei Card and moderator here for Platinum Sensitivity versus Arrival. Platinum Sensitivity bringing a Widow, Vindicator Abaddon with the Stormbringer for anti-drone support, Magus Pontifex for links, Thalia Deacon for reps, Crucifier Skybreaker for more control and anti-drone damage.
Yeah, meanwhile, Arrivals he's going to want to get on top of things at 0. We see that those Osprey navies, the Sleipnir and the Claymore are all fit with autocannons and heavy assault missiles, respectively. So it's going to be an all-out brawl as the Widow is going to try to do its very level best to jam things out and try to mitigate incoming damage. Mark Bridges, having lost his flagship Vindicator in the previous round, has not been deterred and will bring the Tech 2 variant of that, supported by an Abaddon and frigate support.
Still a fabulously scary ship, even if it's fit like a poor. Still very good, and against a team that intends to brawl, a very scary proposition. That said, Arrival has a fantastic amount of damage on their team. It's entirely possible they could headshot this Widow and Vindicator before taking too many losses themselves, and that is definitely their win condition for this match.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder what jams are going to be on that Widow. If it's Amar and Galente, then Kentarkless was going to be a very, very sad individual. However, if they rolled correctly and have Kaldari and Minotaur, then that's going to change the dynamic of this match very heavily in Platinum Sensitivity's favor. We see that Platinum Sensitivity has a control bar that is nearly off of the screen.
And here we go. We see both teams starting to kite away from each other at the start of this match. I guess the Platinum Sensitivity team not too confident in their damage, and Arrival not too confident in theirs. We're seeing a lot of control thrown out from Platinum Sensitivity. They predicted correctly, and they have a lot of missile guidance disruption going out onto the Arrival team with one tracking disruptor for the Sleipnir. That just kind of worked out for them.
Yeah, given that this is a shield composition that Arrival has brought, they probably have a lot less overall slots to have E-War against Platinum Sensitivity. Likewise, like you were saying, I can't help but feel like the Crucifier might have rolled incorrectly with what's going to be in their slots, and maybe they just have a series of tracking disruptors they can put on the Sleipnir, and maybe not a lot of guidance. At the moment, we see that the side of Arrival has chosen to ball up on one of the micro jump drive units, and Platinum Sensitivity is happy to just sit in the very center of the arena as both teams decide to figure out what exactly it is they want to do, as both teams are just kind of staring at each other right now.
Yeah, Platinum Sensitivity, they're clustering around the micro jump unit. They seem to have begun to have picked a direction. They're loosely all pointing toward the Platinum Sensitivity team, as now both teams seem to be rushing toward each other. They're neglecting not to micro jump, it seems. Oh, wait, no.
That's
I
a full
stand corrected.
spool.
They've all activated simultaneously.
Yeah, that's going to be spools from all of the Arrival team. They're going to try to catch something from Platinum Sensitivity out of position, and they are now landing in the back line. Let's see what they go for. They are on top of the Vindicator, the Widow, and the Pontifex. I could see a Widow call here rather shortly. That would make a lot of sense to me. And it will be the call. They're going to go for Cantarchlus in the Widow. Very well played by Arrival. Perfect timing and execution.
And we talked about win conditions earlier. That's Arrivals. They've got to go for this Widow, blow it out of the water, and then focus their damage on the Vindicator. If they can take down both of those battleships, they have a pretty good chance of winning this match. Moderator, what is Platinum Sensitivity hoping for?
Platinum Sensitivity is hoping that they can string out some of these heavy assault missile boats. It turns out they do actually have a lot of guidance comps. They do actually have a lot of jams, and they're putting their jams onto that Scimitar, using it to try to put damage into the Osprey Navy issue. They might lose their Widow for it, but they're saying, if we're going to lose our Widow, you're going to bleed an Osprey Navy issue or more before we lose anything major. But that Widow's holding just fine, whereas Larynx is not at all.
Yeah, it seems I'm seeing some split fire here from the Arrival team. They have spread their damage out to some of the logistics frigates from Platinum Sensitivity and the Widow, which is not a fantastic call, as they're losing their Osprey. That's the first of their damage cruisers down. They only have so many of those, and they need to use their uptime very wisely and focus on headshotting here. They're not doing that. They're spreading damage on the Magus, they're spreading damage on the Thalia, they spread damage on the Deacon. They're wasting a lot of their time. They totally wasted the whatever surprise advantage may have come from that micro jump play, as both of these teams have tackled each other down, and they're just somewhat of a static, brawly mess in the middle of the arena now. A
Yeah,
brawly mess which
unfortunately
Platinum
for
Sensitivity
Arrival,
is
they
coming
don't
out on the
have
positive
a
end of.
Unfortunately for Arrival, they don't have a choice, because Platinum Sensitivity has done a very good job at stringing apart those ships that jumped. They didn't all land together, and when they went from Cantarchlus, they split up a little bit on the way in. And you can see that all of the ships from Arrival are really guidance disrupted. They're being webbed down, scrammed. This is actually perfect execution from Platinum Sensitivity, having their Skybreaker, having their Pontifex Magus, Stormbringer hold things down and spread them apart. Yeah, Arrival has a ton of damage, but they can't apply that to any one target because they're all split apart from each other. And the guidance disruptors are wreaking havoc as the two Navy Ospreys drop.
Yeah, Platinum Sensitivity not having any trouble at all applying their damage as another Navy Osprey goes down. It looks like they're going to go after the Svipple now of Blacktooth Tony. About to get those teeth punched out as he is webbed down. He's getting some reps, but it will not be enough. And the Widow is highly likely to land jams on the Scimitar, as it can focus all of its jamming power on that one ship. Now, Arrival is trying to return fire, it looks like on the Skybreaker now. Uh, they're having a little bit of trouble getting themselves into the same page here. The Skybreaker, not really a high priority target for them. The Widow is taking some damage, but not dying nearly as fast as they need to. They are rapidly running out of time to win this match.
Yeah, and I'm going to be definitely in Platinum Sensitivity's camp here. Just the way that Arrival is spread out, none of their target calling is able to actually apply damage. They have, on top of Cantarchlus, they have a total of a Caracal and a Flycatcher, maybe a Claymore that can do anything. Meanwhile, another Svipal dies. And Mark Bridges' team is doing work here. The Widow of Cantark definitely has Caldari jams. We've seen those continue to stay on top of the Navy Drake and the Caracal. So definitely packing something Caldari. just really mitigating the amount of incoming damage. Yes, he is in half armor, but another Caracal drops, and even if he dies, it's very worth it for the 24 points of Platinum Sensitivity has killed so far.
Yeah, you can see with the Widow here, the amount of damage that it's taken once they've all gotten onto the same page. You got to imagine a replay of this match where they do that right at the start and use that all-in micro jump play to just headshot the Widow. It would be in a much more successful position than they're at now, as there's Slefner struggling to cling to life with his ancillary shield booster, clawing those shield hit points back. But it's going to be a losing battle. That has a very finite time to give him that additional tank boost. And once it runs out, they're going to grind him down into dust.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something that we're seeing out of Platinum Sensitivity that you have to demonstrate if you really want to make it into the top 8 and then top 6 and then top 4, grinding your way through the lower bracket. You have to very effectively apply your scrams, apply your E-War, just like Jintan and Mystical Might were talking about on the desk. Platinum Sensitivity has a ton of E-War, has a ton of tackle, and they have to very effectively and quickly assign who's going to do what, when they're going to do it, and how they're going to execute. And Platinum Sensitivity is executing right now with the very best of them. Hats off to them.
Yeah, a very clean, well-run match from Platinum Sensitivity. They knew what their comp did. They showed a lot of restraint in not just charging forward after arrival. They saw the micro jump play coming as the Slefner goes down, and they were fully prepared for it. They kept their composure, and just not a very acclaimed performance from Arrival here. They are getting slowly picked apart. Their flycatcher goes down. Their scimitar is well controlled at this point. He's putting out some occasional reps, but the sustained repping power he can bring to the table is not enough to keep up with a full Platinum Sensitivity team that is totally unfazed by what Arrival brought to the field here.
Yeah, we don't even see any remote repair effects, so that's likely going to be, those 20-second jam cycles wreaking havoc on the scimitar, not being able to rep up Artem Hardy's Drake Navy issue, as the Drake Navy issue goes down into armor and will drop shortly. One of the difficulties with these micro jump drive plays is that when you're as far away as Arrival is you can jump and you'll be right on top of people, but you still have to acquire a luck, and that can take time. And what Platinum Sensitivity did in that time is just adjust all of their tackle wing nearly perfectly so that as soon as the Arrival team landed, they had their tackle wing assigned to each of the main core ships and were able to pull the Widow apart far enough that only maybe one or two could actually apply meaningful damage. Really, I can't overstate how brilliantly executed that was, as Bacardi Desire is dropping down into shield, looking like a clean sweep as there's a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, this Claymore is definitely going to die. The Scimitar has pulled some range. There's not exactly a lot of tackle on the Platinum Sensitivity team, but they do have the Skybreaker trying to chase him down a little bit. And the Skybreaker, I don't know if he's giving up and trying to come back. It looks like he is. They might just leave the Scimitar be for now. Oh, no, it's because he's boundary violated. There he goes.
Yeah, he decides to, just end it that way. It looks like the Hyena of Zags is attempting to do the same. Let's see if he can try to go for the world record MJD play here. Hyena is known for being very, very fast, so he might actually be able to do it. Both teams good fighting and local, as Platinum Sensitivity moves on from their lower bracket and gets themselves into top 8.
Well, it's not just about the speed, it's also about the angle. The Hyena is coming. He's not coming from toward the center of the arena. If he doesn't change his angle, I think he's going to have a hard time hitting it. But that said, he's in position.
Even
He's
being
activated.
in position, unfortunately, he is out of time. That said, let's look at him. He is 126 as micro jump dive spools. He is 241, 246, 251, 256. This might be a record. I'm not sure if he's not exploding because we're after time, but I think that might be a new record.
It might be the boundary record, but the time is over. He's gotten some extra micro warp drive ticks in there. I don't know if that's going to count for the Guinness World Records, but we'll turn it back to the desk to break this down.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Nah, just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Arrival have now departed from the Alliance Tournament in a exciting match. We saw a pretty cool MJD play from the whole team. They all lined up on that MJD beacon. They all aligned down towards their target after moving around, jockeying for position, being careful. Then they jumped in right on top of that Widow. But CCPB, you joined me on the desk. What happened? Why didn't it work as we thought it was going to?
I think they landed a little too scattered, and as they mentioned, they had to lock the target up when you land. Maybe not in lock range as you're pumping that MJD from the beacon. And then when you land, you're kind of out of position. You can't properly apply all that damage. It would have been super interesting to see if they just sat on that beacon for a while and didn't do anything. What if they just waited until 3 minutes left of the match and just headshotted one of the frigates? That would have been a very boring match to watch, but I think the tactic maybe could have worked out better.
Yeah, we're seeing teams favour more sort of control-heavy setups now as we're getting deeper into the Alliance Tournament. Comps that reward execution, patience, and solid piloting. Speaking of solid piloting, let's take a look at the player profile of Howling Wind, one of the key members of the Arrival team. He was flying in the logistics cruiser. I'm told now we don't have that available. We'll have it in just a minute. We'll come back to that. Blackbart Pirate, what else could the Arrival team have done?
I mean, it's so hard to practice a maneuver like that, but in all honesty...
Oh, sorry, let me
just
interrupt
kidding.
you.
Wait.
Howling Wind has arrived just a few minutes late. So Howling Wind, flying currently obviously with Arrival. Previously with that, he was in the Weekend Warriors, going back to Alliance Tournament 11 when he was in Rainbow Dash Friends. As we can see, he normally flies the logistics ships for these teams, flying in the Scimitar a bunch of times, the Anubis, the Basilisk, and the Scalpel. He has once been allowed to fly in the Barghest, but clearly they took that off him and put him back in the logistics ship. 4 wins, 9 losses, so they've struggled a little bit, but I mean, you can see here just looking at matches played, every time they go further and further and further, they're definitely a team that is improving consistently. As far as I remember, even like the Alliance Open, Anga Games, and some of the other competitions that they've competed in, this is a team with the core of people who are just getting better and better and better, and I would expect to see them again next year doing very well. Now, Bart, what else could they have done?
Well, they could have won.
No,
yes, I got totally distracted there. I do agree. Actually, I think Misty said something about them earlier, that this team they definitely look back and learn from their mistakes. For this specific one, honestly, the only real mistake was maybe not practicing that maneuver and landing everyone together, because they did end up spread out. And I think it was less that Arrival made mistakes and more that Platinum Sensitivity just capitalized so well. As soon as all those ships landed, they noticed they were spread out. They split their webs and scrams and whatever to tackle everything away from the Widow, because clearly Platinum Sensitivity saw what was happening. It was they're going to try and kill our Widow. We need to not let that happen, and then they executed it perfectly. So
you gotta give him props for it. It did look really good when it happened.
It looked
I thought it
fantastic,
looked because the core looked like it landed perfectly, and then the Simi to the side, and I was like, oh, what a move. But then nothing came out, no damage. It was just kind of where is it,
Yeah. I think Bart's right, though, that was more down to Platinum Sensitivity just defending it super well than Arrival doing anything wrong. But that's it. Arrival are gone from the tournament, so no more about them. Our next match is an exciting one. Brave Collective versus Nanofiber Tokens. Again, these are elimination matches, so these teams are fighting to avoid going home and for, of course, more prize ships. Brave Collective, Elise Randolph, aka CCP Swift's new favourite team as Pandemic Legion sadly departed last weekend. Blackbart Pirate, what do you make of this matchup?
I think this is it's been really, really interesting because Brave has just been consistently better at the Alliance Tournament than really they should be, I guess is a way to put it, where we've had so many people go in, be fantastic captains, go to different teams, sometimes Team CCP. But again, like you see in this ban setup that they've done, that they're paying attention to what other teams are doing, and that is like one of those big highlights of what makes a good team is they're actually spending their time, going back, researching, understanding, and they even actually went back and saw what nanofiber brought last time and are targeting it, which is really good. So in this moment where we have an hour and a half between matches, they're still like on top of it and ready to go.
Yeah, and CCPB, we're seeing here that the nanofiber tokens banning Barghest, Loki, Balgorn, and Brave Collective banning Curse, Hyena, Executor, Navy issue. The Executor Navy issue is not something we see super often get banned. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's one of those ships that we reworked and now has a ton of damage on top of a lot of speed that it can just ignore being plated because of that, what's it called again, that bonus that it has, where it doesn't lose.
Plate mass bonus.
There you go. So it's a very different ship than it was a month ago. So it's interesting to see how the meta has developed into seeing a lot of the ship and then also seeing it banned. I don't think a month ago people would have bothered to ban the Exec Navy from anything. I think we're going to be seeing a really interesting match here. The match before with NFT against Road Capel was incredible. But we have a lot of people who obviously are looking at Brave, like you said. I think they're a lot stronger than what I guess their reputation has. This is going to be a super interesting match.
It is exactly going to be a super interesting match. I know CC Swift is hoping for a solid victory from the Brave Collective right now. Let's do quick predictions and see what we actually think. So, Bart, who's going to win this?
I'm going with Brave just because I've been watching them and I've been loving watching them get better and better at the AT over the last couple of years.
And CCBB, what do you think?
I have to say NFT. I mean, that match with Road before, I thought they were out, and then they just kind of clawed it back. I've got to root for them, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard one, I feel. Like, I agree with both of you, especially, like, NFT really did claw that back from Road Capel in a super exciting match. But I think I have to do it for Dunk as well. He's such a bro. He always brings his briefcase of friendship. I'm a big Dunk fan. So let us go to the arena and find out as Brave Collective face off against Nanofiber tokens.
Hello, I am moderator joined by Alexeyev Card for the final match that the two of us will be commentating, and we're going to get a good one. We see double Armageddon Navy issue, EOS Vexor Navy Pontifex going for a bit of a mixture between that heavy rapid missile setup and a little bit of drones. What are Brave running?
Brave have the double Nighthawk Claymore Slefner. It looks like they might be going for Rush here. Scalpel Kieran for Logi, Jackdaw Swipple Flycatcher. A lot of destroyer damage on their low end. Very interesting to see if these are tackle, control, or just all-out damage destroyers into that MOA.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this is going to be very much a rush comp. I can see that these Jackdaws are running rockets, the heavy, command ships are running heavy assault missiles and autocannons as well. So they're really going to want to close range, get on top of something, and just delete it. I really like, though, that they have a solid support core in the Jackdaw Flycatcher as well as a MOA that can really pressure, say, like the Thalia, the Deacon, the Sentinel, while your main ships would go after either one of these heavier ships in an EOS or a Geddon Navy.
Yeah, if I'm Brave Collective, I'm looking very hungrily at one of those Geddon Navies as the primary for my ham ships while I send the rest of my low ends to go right after the Thalia Deacon combo. Break one of them, and you'll break the other in quick fashion, and then it's just a matter of a grind. Meanwhile, Nanofiber tokens, I don't think they have that much of an answer for the Kieran Scalpel other than to try and nuke them out.
Yeah, we see that a lot of these drone boats are very often not running any guns. They just go full newts just because they choose to go for drone damage amplifiers, and therefore, guns might not be the most effective option. Usually neutralizing things is a bit more. We see that one of the players has been disconnected, and so they're going to attempt to log in before the referees start this match. So we might have a little bit more time here. Something that cannot be understated, though, is the control bar of nanofiber tokens being maxed out, whereas Brave doesn't look like they have any real neuting power or disruption on their end.
But what they do have is triple the attack bar, which is going to be the key counterplay here. If they can cut through that control with their overwhelming damage, then they're going to be in a good position here. They do have a bit of an uphill battle, as those Geddons are exceedingly tanky, and we see Twitch chat investing in nano coins as we speak.
Yeah, team, do you support the wave and Brave, or do we want some nano coins? Fortunately, the disconnected player has rejoined us, so both teams will be playing with their full 10-person roster, and we are off.
We immediately see the Brave team streaking across the field as Nanofiber Tokens is desperately trying to rearrange their ball so that they have a proper back line and make sure that their Geddons are doing some screening for their low end, just desperately trying to pull range here. We got the Pontifex, Vexor Navy, Arbitrator, as well as the Thalia, all trying to pull away. The Nighthawk is
And-
getting some guidance disruption. They're putting newts in the Claymore, tracking disruption on the Sleipnir. You can see the nanofiber control bar spiking to about half its full girth, whereas the Brave Collective has not yet really put their damage down. They're trying to put some damage onto the Thalia of nanofiber tokens, but not nearly what they could be doing.
So the Claymore is going to be the primary. Meanwhile, we see that the Jackdaw of Argonal has gotten on top of the Sentinel of Asura Chem. So they're going to pick off the Sentinel with the Jackdaw. The Svipal of Alethil is going to support. So I really like that call. Put your low-end chips, kill off the Sentinel that's going to be doing disruption onto your main core. You get a lot of utility off of that. And once you do that, you kill the Sentinel, maybe you can move on to the Logi. Speaking of Logi, Chadwick is going to need a lot of reps, and so will Casso, as both of them are taking an appreciable amount of damage from this max damage Brave Collective rush. However, the Flycatcher goes down of Ket 0.
An acceptable loss for Brave. Flycatcher is a great ship. It's putting out a lot of damage for them, but it's not the core of their setup. They're going to trade that Flycatcher and possibly this MOA for the Geddon Navy. They make it the Sentinel as well, which would be a fantastic trade for them. The more that Sentinel is on the field, the more value it is adding to the Nano team as the MOA does indeed go down. And the Sentinel will join him shortly unless he can get a little bit more Logi. It's tough. Oh, Brave might lose their... Brave just lost their Kirid. That is a huge loss for Brave. Oh, you don't want to see that. They may do a Logi trade here.
Yeah, that's the Thalia. Unfortunately, the Thalia is gotten a cloud of drones on top of them. It's a little bit less tanky than the Deacon buddy. The Deacon was a little bit out of range trying to save the Sentinel, and they've readjusted to get on top of the Deacon. Nanofiber tokens, their Armageddon is getting rather low, but if they can keep up the Thalia losing a single Geddon Navy issue, if they can get another Jackdaw, if they can get another Svipal, it might just be worth it.
I think it is well worth it. Nanofiber, the stock is rising. Investments in nanocoins looking very prescient here as they're getting a pretty firm grip on this match now. Their Thalia not entirely out of the woods yet, and they still have a ton of top-end damage. Might be able to kill this other Geddon Navy, but without Logi on their field, they're going to slowly lose more and more of their low end, and that Claymore is... he's just not long for this world. The Svipal goes down. That's a big chunk of their low end damage. It's completely cleared off at this point. They've got 4 battle cruisers, 4 command ships for their DPS, and that is it. And they are loaded for bear. They're not really going to be able to impact this low end. They're trying to kill the Vexor Navy. They're going to apply relatively well to cruisers, but they're not going to change the match by killing this Vexor Navy. They need to get more points, and they need to be able to hold themselves on the field. Just going to be very hard with the damage coming off of nanofiber right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, well and all good that you're killing a Vexor Navy issue, but you really need to be applying that damage right now to a Geddon Navy issue, or failing that in EOS. They need to just all death ball up together and really get this Armageddon Navy out of this existence, because they're really trying to just trade out damage right now. Brave and Nanofiber, they're equal on points, but all of the points are so heavily concentrated into just this top end, whereas Nanofiber Tokens has most of their team, I say, as the Heretic does finally go down.
Yeah, the heretic goes down, but it's a bit of a time waste for them. It's a red herring. They get the kill, but they're losing valuable time. Meanwhile, this claymore is in half armor and dropping rapidly. They're putting a respectable amount of damage into this Eos, but that damage will slow pretty noticeably once this claymore finally dies.
Yeah, and it'll be difficult possibly to kill an Eos. They're known for having excellent kinetic resist, and unfortunately, Nighthawks really only do meaningful kinetic damage. So once the Claymore and Sleipnir die that have selectable damage, it's going to be really, really difficult to push through anything. Um, and once they lose a Claymore, they're really going to have to kill a Deacon Thalia to break anything. I think the Eos is safe at this point, given how kinetic locked these Nighthawks are.
They've been splitting their damage between the Eos and the Thalia, not enough to break either one. The Thalia is not really at risk at this point. They do not have the tackle to really allow the hams from these Nighthawks to apply to a target like the Thalia. So it's fairly safe. It's going to take some damage, but that damage will get repped. They needed to just try to bust through the high end of nanofiber tokens, not able to do it here, not able to execute. As Xander Vale getting into low shields here, doing his best to tank, but dropping very rapidly. And he is disrupted, painted, nuded. The other Nighthawk is also nuded down, and Cable Uda's Sleipnir is tackled. So all three of these ships are exactly where NFT wants them. As soon as they decide that they want to take those kills, they are there.
Yeah, for the last 30 seconds to a minute or so, Brave has desperately been trying to put damage into the Deacon of Andy, and we see Nighthawk missiles apply, but they're just not doing any damage. The Deacon, uh, very signature tanks. If you don't have a web on top of a Deacon and you are guidance disrupted, your Nighthawk is not going to do meaningful damage to these Logi frigs that have such tiny signature and still have links from that Pontifex and Eos. Layden is down into about half armor, and I can't help but feel like this is the last hurrah for Brave, as their active bar is now somehow larger than their total defense bar.
That is the ancillary shield boosters coming off the Sleipnir. I've got to wonder, maybe he has two of them. That bar seems extremely swollen for, for a defense bar. The purple swelling is overtaking the rest of their bar. The Nighthawk goes down. Cable Uda, the last man standing here. 3 minutes to go in this match. Not looking great for him. He is scrammed. He's been track disrupted for quite some time, and now we're seeing the neutralizers and target painters from Nano being applied to him here as he will get ground into paste. We'll see what a fantastic tank he's packing, but with the newts on him, with the inability to return fire in any meaningful way, it's a matter of time here. Once his charges drop, he will drop.
Yeah, I mean, that said, I wouldn't be too ashamed if I was Dujek. Like you described, we thought that this might be kind of a mid-tier team, maybe a prize ship enjoyer possibly, but they're going to go away from this event with four Garys and four Bestias. So a total of 8 Alliance Tournament prize ships. That's going to be well worth over $1 trillion ISK. If I'm Brave, I don't feel too bad about my performance in this event.
No, they did fabulous, especially compared to previous Alliance tournaments. And fitting that Dunk Dinkle, the retiring Brave executive, should be here to see his team's swan songs. Cable Uda drops below half shields now. We can see them all in the chat giving their brave salutes to these brave pilots as Cable drops to 1/3, 25%, soon to be 0% shield. The armor will absolutely evaporate under the withering fire from Nano here as they are shredding him right now and walking on their way to a fabulous and very interesting matchup. This really could have gone either way at the start, but Cable Uta will bite the dust as we throw it back to the desk for a breakdown.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move.
That kind
Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
Nanofiber tokens, they're pulling the rug out from underneath Brave Collective and sending them out of Alliance Tournament 18. Blackbart Pirate, what happened there to Brave?
Well, unfortunately, I think that Brave brought a rush setup without a lot of DPS. And I know that that seems kind of counterintuitive, and that's how I felt when I looked at their rush setup. We've been seeing these like almost 8 ships worth of DPS rush setups where they're these like really heavy Caldari Navy, Osprey Navy, Orthoses with hams. Brave actually kind of went like a throwback from like, I would almost say the Alliance Open, where they're running almost pure command ship DPS, which is really high on paper, but you still only really had 4 major DPS ships. They did actually have a Rocket Jackdaw, which I talked about. I love Rocket Jackdaws because they do insane damage, but they also suck. And it was very unfortunate to watch it do nothing.
Yeah, CCPB, why did Rocket Jackdaws suck in this case?
I mean, in this case, it was, not to be rude, probably how it was being flown. It kind of overshot its target a little bit. It maybe should have just orbited at 500 and probably would have done more. We saw it just zooming around, and yeah, we saw some of the smaller ships, the Thalia and the Sentinel, just kind of get tickled, and then nope, just gonna not die here. Never mind.
Yeah, I think that Sentinel surviving in, I don't know how many hull points, but he had a small number of them remaining, and then was able to be wrecked back up by his Logi Bros. And then it's one of those things, Bart, when you're in a match and you're shooting someone and they're just not dying, and then you think you're about to kill them and then they get wrecked again, then you spend more time shooting someone, and the longer you're shooting this person who has decided not to die, the longer you can't go off shooting someone else and keep working your way through something. Meanwhile, you're being shot. Like how you've flown in some teams, obviously, NC Dot being the main one. What is going through the captain's or the team's mind in those situations where something's just not breaking?
Yeah, well, the worst part about it, too, is that Eve has a mechanic called overheating, which you can only do a certain amount. And so sometimes if you're sitting there and you're like, okay, well, we're barely breaking this ship, are we beating it because their Logi is overheating? And what if we have cap pressure on their Logi? And what if we have newt pressure on their ship we're trying to take down? And what if there's jams? And what if there's this and this and this? So I understand why a lot of the times teams will like triple down on this, but then at the same thing, your weapons are overheating as well. It's tough. I think that when you're in like these really high damage rush setups, it is kind of worth it to say, we're not breaking switch immediately, just because that snap effect of switching over, especially against an armor comp where they do have to actually spool the reps back up on you, has a chance. But yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, you hate to say it, but you don't know what's going on their ship and their comms. Hopefully. I mean, I guess you could, but that doesn't really happen anymore. I think it's technically illegal. Yeah, no, you're having to calculate their capacitor, their heat, their E-War, your capacitor, your heat, your E-War. What if their pilot decides randomly to walk away? We've seen it happen a couple times where people are like, oh, he's going 0 MS 3 minutes into the match as a tackle ship. So, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like, there's a reason these teams are so good, and especially as the weekend goes on, we're starting to see, like, the really top-tier teams doing really top-tier plays. Or not.
Well, we shall see. Speaking of top-tier teams, we are going to go soon to Truth on Elite versus Templars Calciv. Now, you will note this is match 53. Nanofiber tokens have to fight again in match 54. So they have a short turnaround time now. They have to go away, recompose themselves, make sure they've got all the ships and stuff they need, and get ready. But we'll get to them later. Let's look at the bans between Truth, Honor, Light, and Templars Calciv. So, Truth, Honor, Light banning out the Stratios, Ishtar, Nighthawk. Templars Calciv banning out the Eos, the Barghest, and the Blackbird. Blackbart Pirate, what do you make of these bans here?
Oh, all right. Truth, Honor, Light is banning the Stratios again.
Again, yeah.
Which is really weird. Because I don't think they're good ships, and I don't know if they think they're good ships. It actually looks like it's almost the same bans that they did against Darkside, but Templars Calciv is not Darkside. Like, I don't think anyone has ever been like, oh yes, Templars Calciv and Darkside play very, very similar. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe they're trolling a little bit, or maybe they're just like, whatever, full send. But the Templess Calcife bans, especially with those Blackbirds, we've seen Truth Honor Light win with Blackbirds twice today. So that makes perfect sense. Like, they're like, oh no, Ewar is here again.
Yeah, and CCPB, Bart mentions the Stratios there. Like, tell us about that ship. Like, you see it being used like for solo stuff on Tranquility a lot, but not usually in tournaments.
No, it's a drone ship which can cloak, which kind of makes it a strong-ish hunter. It's a weird ship because it does not enough damage to really justify what it does. Right now it costs way too much for what it actually brings. In the tournament scene, like I said, it's not really the strongest. There are lots of other drone comp ships that could work a lot better, but I'm not sure why they twice in a row ban the Stratios itself. I don't know. I might ask him later.
Well, also, back in the day, the Stratios for I think one tournament was actually a really good ship to use because it could fly a full set of heavy drones. Now it can no longer fly a full set of heavy drones. So it used to be this okay, this ship is worth banning to get rid of an armored drone setup. Now I don't think it is.
Okay, so I'm going to have to ask you guys for some predictions now. So, Black Bart Pirate, Truth Honor Light or Templess Calcife here?
I'm going to go with Templess Calcife because I've been wrong every single time today.
And CCPP?
Obviously, Truth Honor Light. What I said before when I shoutcasting the match, I was kind of memeing, right? They were playing to feed so they can get more skins so that, in the whole run, you win more ships, more skins, everything. Obviously, they're going to win.
Interesting. So, this is basically kind of a grudge match because in Alliance Tournament 15, Templess Calcife knocked Hydra Reloaded into the losers bracket in the first weekend of the tournament, back when it was a 4-weekend tournament as well. Hydra had to go through a losers bracket run to get all the way back up to the final and then lose. So as far as I understand, they haven't played again since. So this will be interesting to see if Templess Calcife can pull it out once again. So I'm going to put my money behind Templess Calcife. Let's go to the arena and find out.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the arena. I am the Basilisk, known by some as the most skilled even line pilot to never finish top 16 in the Alliance Tournament. I'm joined by Fear Viner, a man who, with that last match with Brave Collective, unfortunately losing, did still secure top 12 in the Alliance Tournament. Fear, how are you doing? Are you happy it happened, or are you sad it's over, or whatever? You know what I'm trying to say.
Sad it's over, but I'm looking forward to Truth Honor Light versus Templess Calcife. Seeing some Artie Sleipnirs, Artie HFIs coming in from the Truth Honor Light side, bringing a kite setup. Meanwhile, what do we see from Templess Calcife?
Templess Calcife seem to have brought this fairly standard triple armor battleship call that I think we've seen from them a couple of times before, and I'm curious to see how this is going to go. Obviously, Truth Honor Light, as you said, bring in a fairly fly killer setup, and that is not a fly-filled comp that they're up against on the Templess Calcife side, mainly those 3 bulky battleships. So I expect them to just try and take out the small wing on that ship, see if they can alpha through the Sentinel, the Hyena, the Logi frigates, that sort of stuff, and just try and play it slow and whittle down the Templess comp over the course of the match, yeah.
Yeah, we saw a quad battlecruiser comp lose last time around. It was quad brawl battlecruisers. This time it's quad kite battlecruisers with that shield with those ever important 720 millimeter artillery cannons. We are waiting for the tournament tool to do what it needs to do at the moment, as we are still waiting for that countdown. This triple battleship armor control setup we've seen a lot this tournament, and I've noticed a bit of a rock, paper, scissors going on where we see these kind of rush setups typically do well into these triple battleships, or into these kite setups into these triple battleship setups, and we see these triple battleship setups project well against certain kite setups, but other kite setups have been doing very well against these triple battleship cores, as we saw in the earlier match between Brave and Lock Range Enjoyers.
Yeah, and I think this kite setup in particular from Truth Honor Light, obviously a very, very high skill group of players here on this team. They're definitely capable of pulling off the mechanics that are necessary to maintain the range here. And I'm going to keep an eye personally on Stalence in the Hyena, because I think the ranged webs on that Hyena are basically the only real window that Templars have of actually controlling and Truth Honor Light and actually getting hold of something. They're not going to get caught by a Balgorn. We've seen lesser teams get caught by it, but I just don't think it's going to happen for Templars here with those ranged Balgorn webs, unless it's some sort of heroic MJD play. But even then, I mean, Truth Honor Light are good enough to just look at the MJD, look at where he's going, play with the range, play with positioning, and just get out of the way.
And as you can see on the fancy UI, lots of damps being put out. Double Mollusk plus a carries. They've got dual Jackdaws as well. Those are going to be putting out damps in their mid slots. We saw them go for the Sentinel off the start. They weren't able to alpha it. Now going for this Magus. He is living through these reps right now. I believe this is just dual Logifrig reps, so Deacon Thalia. So wrecking shots should be enough, but they haven't killed anything quite yet.
Yeah, as you said on the fancy UI, Templar's Calcif are definitely not lock range enjoyers at the moment. Their support wing can lock basically nothing. And I think that's a really good allocation of the damps here. These battleships, they've got a pretty short range and they've got the tracking disruptors on them, so they don't really need to worry too much about being locked by them. The main concern is the webs from the Hyena, as I said, and if you damp down that Hyena, he probably hasn't got a sensor booster fitted. He might not have like a signal amp in the lows, so it's going to be very, very difficult for him to actually get into web range. Lock range.
Tracking disruptors going in onto Blue Melon and onto Dexter Geo at the moment, although I will say Grapple and Web has actually come onto Blue Melon in the Sleipnir, so he is now taking some damage. Who actually has him grappled? It is the Balgorn got him with the long-range web, so True Thunder Light just going to leave him to die and hopefully try to take out this Magus, which they do.
They do, but yeah, Blue Melon, this is not good from him. Obviously, as I said at the start, the Sleipnir should really not be getting caught by a Balgorn, but Kilo 542 is pushing in. But the Oriana in the Tempest fleet is actually moving away from him. So, I mean, there's a significant chunk of their damage there in that battleship. They need to kill this Sleipnir, although, you know, I guess they can take their time with it. They know that Truth on Light and this Kitecom aren't going to come around. They're not going to turn around and come back to save him. As long as they can keep this Balgorn on top of him, which with, you know, the newts and the webs, they definitely can. And the Abaddon's closing in now as well. They probably are going to be able to secure this Sleipnir kill. It's just about what can Truth on Light get in the return.
They're going to try to go for this Arbitrator. Originally, they went for the Sentinel, but once again, holding under those frigate webs, the 720 is not tracking him at this range at the moment, especially with those tracking computers from the Arbitrator and Sentinel doing what they can do. Blue Melon finally into structure. He will fall. Nothing's been traded by Truth on Light at the moment, and Templar's Calcif off to an early lead.
Yeah, they are. And of course, as we've seen in other matches that have played out slowly before, this also puts the team that's behind at this, you know, they have the onus on them to do something. They need to make something happen. And seeing that Sleipnir get caught is disastrous. Maybe they should have put some of their damps on that Balgorn just in case, just as a safety measure. Because, you know, the Balgorn on the Hyena were the only ways they can really get caught here. And they've got so many damps in this comp that the Jackdaws, as we mentioned, the carries, the two Morluses, there's just going to be overwhelming E-War pressure. But they do manage to take down the Sentinel of wailing 6 names there.
And that is very important because the Sentinel has better E-War than the Arbitrator in terms of the effectiveness of those tracking disruptors that have been running through these HFIs and through these Sleipnirs. They're now going to go on the Thalia, who is down into very low armor. They nearly volleyed him through it. One more set of gun cycle, and it will do what they need to do, and they take out the Thalia. So now, Truth on Light are actually in a better position after taking that E-War off the table and one of the Logifrigs.
Yeah, Truth on Light have really shifted into gear here by taking out that Sentinel, because in this kite comp, they need to keep moving around. So they got to keep range. So they need the optimal range on their artilleries. They need the tracking because they're burning around. Their opponents are obviously burning around after them as well. They need both of those critical stats for those artillery guns, which obviously have decent range, have pretty poor tracking. Taking that Sentinel off the grid sort of solves that issue a little bit for them and lets them start chipping away at the Thalia. As we saw, they popped that pretty quickly. Now they're looking at the Deacon of Savoy.
And if we take a look at the control on the side of Truth on Light, beside them, it's just shield reps. Those are the only effects going in onto them. None of this E-War is hitting from Templar's Calcif, and they don't have anyone tackled. Truth on Light taking out another ship there. I believe it was the Pontifex, and now they are in the lead in terms of points in the match, and they should just be able to live to win now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start from Templars catching that Sleipnir, but lightning doesn't really strike twice. And, you know, it's going to be tricky to catch Dexter or either of the Fleet Hurricanes in those battle cruisers as well, especially after you've lost, for example, the links on the Magus, skirmish links, obviously very, very critical for the web range on the Balgorn, on the Hyena. And yeah, now they're just going to continue chipping through the support wing. I mean, I think they popped the Pontifex. They seem to have stopped on the Deacon. I think now they're going back onto Oriana in the Tempest. But yeah, they're just going to kite around.
Gonna keep cutting around. Gonna go for the Tempest fleet issue as a Tempest fleet issue. Get it? Anyways, gonna go for this Tempest fleet issue. He doesn't have any Logi frigates. Actually, I should say he has one Deacon onto him, which isn't a whole lot of repping power. And these 720 artilleries, they have decent DPS. All things considered, considering they are mostly an alpha style gun. So they're taking him down, they're burning through his armor reps, and they should be able to take him as they've decided not to touch any of the rest of Templar's Calcif's comp.
Yeah, and just to sort of have a slightly broader discussion here based on these comps, Obviously, when you know you're up against Truth on a Light, you know they're a very highly rated execution team. You know every pilot on this team is good at manual piloting. They know where they're going. They know their role. What do you think about the Templates comp, which is very sort of one note, I suppose? You know, it can either get on you with these 3 battleships and pump through you, or it just gets kited around, which is basically what we're seeing here. Do you think maybe like something a little bit more versatile might have been a better play?
I think this is the type of comp if you don't think you know what the other team is bringing, and you're just like, well, hope they bring some sort of triple battleship or armor control mirror match setup. But that's not really something you can do up against teams like Truth Honor Light, who have myriads of tournament experience. They won the last AT. They got knocked down to lower bracket, yes, but they still are a very scary team, and they can bring in whatever comp they want and fly it very well. So if you think, oh, I'll take this and hope that we get an armor control mirror match, you're basically just shooting in the dark and hoping that maybe you can make something happen later on in the tournament. But it doesn't matter what Truth Honor Light flies here, really, because I think even if there were a mirror match, they probably executed better over Tempest Calcif.
Yeah, I mean, trying to take the sort of coin flip that your armor control comp is either A, theory crafted better, or B, piloted better than Truth Honor Light is a weighted coin, I think, in my opinion. It's not great.
No, it's not. And also, you brought armor control without high projection, so you don't actually deal with these types of kite comps all that well, even without the amount of E-War that they brought. And you don't deal with rush very well, because as we've seen time and time again, these armor control comps, unless you have like a flag vindicator with very short range guns, still have trouble dealing with shield rush, because shield rush has overwhelming amounts of damage that you're not able to rep past when you take 2 Logi-Frigs.
So just going back to this Hydra comp, or Truth Honor Light, Justice League, whatever you want to call them, throughout the tournament so far, I think we remarked on day 1 and 2 that we didn't really see a huge amount of damp supremacy. We saw, you know, a fair amount of control, obviously more than we saw last year when scripted damps weren't a thing. But do you think this now, where Truth Honor Light is sort of reaching the later stages of the tournament, we're getting to top 8, top 6 sort of area, do you think now this is where Truth Honor Light sort of starts to reveal their true power level and says, look, we've got this comp that's got 5 just absolutely ram-packed with damp ships, you cannot play the game, and other teams going to follow suit here?
I think every team has dabbled with damps and with tracking disruptors. One thing that we noticed is that the only team that was really bringing it early on in the tournament was Paper Numbers. They were bringing it in the shield kite setup and then bringing some damps in the mids, making the ships less tanky, but able to kite around. Now we saw, starting with Tuskers and now with Truth Honor Light, a different take on that kind of damp and control setup from either shield kite or, in Tusker's case, armor kite. I called the armor kite one hammer time because you can't touch this. Very similar kind of idea from Tempest Calcif, bringing so much control in a shield setup, so you're way faster than any of these armor control setups can really deal with.
Yeah, and I actually had a chance to look at some of those kill mails from the Tuskers match, like the Claymore, and I think he had literally a prop mod, and then he had like 2 guidance disruptors, 2 tracking disruptors, and a damp or something. So I imagine the rest of the ships, the armor Nighthawks and all that, the Storks, etc., were just absolutely ram-packed. And of course, that actually worked out in favor for them against Truth Honor Light in a match that I thought at the start looked sort of a little bit questionable. I thought, was that Tuskers comp the ramblings of a madman? But actually, it turned out to be the scriptures of a genius.
And we're seeing what Truth Honor Light has brought with that too. I do think we're going to see more damps show up as we are later in the tournament. Now that these teams are forced to play their hand, Truth Honor Light in lower bracket now forced to play their hand against teams that they deem to be threats. They will be up against either We Form Volta or Lock Range Enjoyers in the next match. And those are teams that Volta, second place in the AT last time, and then Lock Range Enjoyers, they were first place in the Anger Games earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, at the start of the day, I was saying, 18 teams left, 16 after the first 2 matches. You can't swing a cat in either bracket without hitting a good team. And now we're down to just, 8 teams, I believe, or 7 after this match, sorry. So, I mean, every match is obviously very, very difficult. There's a lot at stake here. We're really getting into the higher tiers of this Alliance tournament, but that is, I think, going to be just about it from the arena here with 10 seconds left on the match. It is going to be Truth Honor Light taking it 71 points to 19.
And they got another ship, 77 to 19.
No, they did. Yeah, you're correct. So
we're going to send it back to the... close enough. We're going to send it back to the desk to break down that match and bring you into nanofiber tokens versus platinum sensitivity. But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more, get the party going on the dance floor.
Truth, Honor, Light bonking Tempest Castle right out of the tournament with that incredibly piloted fly killer setup. We saw at the start of that match, it looked like they took their shot and they missed, and then they went for another ship and then they missed, and we were sitting here thinking, oh, hang on, are Tempest going to pull this one off? Are they doing it? And then we saw a Magus just get volleyed off the field, and then critically Blue Melon in one of the RT Sleipnirs got tackled. And he went down pretty quickly because these ships are kiting ships. They're not designed to be, super tanky. And it started to look like Tempest were going to pull this one off. And then Bart, it looked like we saw the Truth on the Light guys do some, what we usually say, transversal matching. Talk to me about what happened there.
So EVE Online tracking is complicated, but not as complicated as missiles. And basically, you want to have your ships flying in the same direction or flying directly away from each other, so that the shots will hit. And Truth, Honor, Light was able to pull that off and start alphaing through things, which sounds a lot less impressive until you realize you are in a 125-kilometer sphere. So you can't just do what you do on TQ, where you're like, oh, I'm just going to go in a straight line indefinitely, and they'll chase me and I'll blow their ships up. You actually have to continue turning, continue dodging. They were dodging Hyena webs, Balgorn webs. I believe the Tempest fleet issue MJD'd into them at least once. But the big thing that I think happened is when that Magus went down, the links dropped. And as soon as that happened, I don't know exactly what links the Magus had on them, but I think that was the difference of ships tanking and ships not tanking. And I think the Magus had the speed links on it as well. So everything slowed down a little bit, just enough. Truth, Honor, Light's able to land their shots. Very, very well played on their part, except for the Sleipnir that got tackled.
Yeah, unfortunately, he was tackled and he did go down. CCPB, when you're flying things like RT ships, like how hard is it to actually make use of them?
It's something that you definitely need to practice. I think when you're starting out learning how to kite, I think it's easier to do that in missile ships to begin with, and then slowly graduate towards other things like turrets. I think practicing with rail guns is probably better before you start practicing with RDs, because of how rarely you get to shoot the RDs. Basically, you fire and then you have to wait like 10, 15 seconds, depending on what platform you're using. Whereas with railguns, you get to fire more often and realize, oh, I am hitting now, oh, I'm not hitting now. And you get to understand how to fly, how to actually apply your damage.
Yeah, we also saw liberal use of the damping ships in that last match from Truth, Honor, Light. A bunch of them, 5 in fact. Bart, take us through the damping mechanics.
So with sensor damps, you have 2 different scripts that you can use. One of them which either will make you lock much, much slower, and the other, which was much more relevant in this match, was one that reduces your lock range. We saw that most of it. I don't think that anyone was using the sensor, the lock speed damps. It's possible, but the lock range damps are incredibly powerful, especially when you have bonus ships like Molluses and Carries, and they were probably some on the Jackdaws as well. But that was what it was able to allow Truth, Honor, Light to prevent themselves from really taking any more damage. The Hyena was definitely damped out the entire fight and probably had a lock range of 5, which is not enjoyable in any way, shape, or form. And just by doing that, it made the kiting so much easier. A Hyena's so good at grabbing ships, but not when it can't lock anything.
Yeah, so our next match we're going to go to talk about now, Platinum Sensitivity versus Nanofiber Tokens. So interestingly enough, when you fly in a match, the actual match sort of simulation starts quite far before the match itself. As you're contacted with the referees, you have to do bans. Which is what we're looking at here. It's a blind ban system, whereas Platinum Sensitivity would have submitted their 3 bans, Nanofiber Tokens their 3 bans, and then if there's any duplicates, they have the trickle bans. Nanofiber Tokens played only about half an hour ago, so they would have finished that match, and they would have had a conversation with the GMs pretty much immediately. So no time to unpack stuff. They have to go through and say, hey, what's your bans? In this case, they went for Barghest, Loki, Balgorn, and Platinum Sensitivity going for yield classics at this point. EOS, Jackdaw, and the Hyena. Bart, what do you think?
I think that, what you said about them having so little time probably starts really playing into this. Nanofiber tokens, that's like kind of the standard basic, these ships are strong, don't get rid of them bans. But yeah, Platinum Sensitivity is definitely realized how good this Jackdaw ship is, and we've been seeing it. Banning out an EOS pretty much bans drones out. You could still try it, but I wouldn't suggest it. And Hyenas are just very strong ships, but yeah, it's pretty rough for nanofiber tokens. 30 minutes is not a lot of time, unless you're ending up in a best of 3, and then at which case you've already won so much that you're probably okay with it.
Yeah, CCPB, you've been practicing and playing with the Truth or the Light team you were telling us about. What's it like having to turn around matches pretty quickly?
I think practice is way different than this, on the day actually competing. In practice, it's very relaxed. You're just following a schedule. You have X many things you want to test out that night, and you're just running through it. And a lot of the time, you might be waiting on the other team to show up to even practice with you. But with this is game time. It matters a lot what you're going to be banning. This is what they've been practicing for months and months for. But I think that NFT have just been warming up today, and I think they're ready for this match.
Interesting. Let's take a look at some of the Alliance details for some of these teams. Let's see if we can pull up whichever one comes first. Platinum Sensitivity. So 15 pilots have flown for Platinum Sensitivity in the Alliance Tournament. Some veterans, clearly, playing in over 20 different matches. And they've been relatively successful, winning a chunk more than they've lost, which is pretty good. The matches that they have lost against recently have been against We Form Volta, the Tuskers Co., and then We Form Volta again. So, that's 2 very strong teams. They've won against a rival, Bright Side of Death, A Band Apart, Laserhawks, The Network, and Exodus. So very strong victories as well. So this is a good team, certainly not to be underestimated. Let's take a look at Nanofiber tokens. So Nanofiber tokens, bit smaller roster. Only 12 pilots have flown with them so far. Again, a couple of veterans here. 9 rounds from Andy Astronaut, and they've had a good record as well. Only played 5 matches, but they have won 4 of them, dropping only once to Odin's Call, who currently still in the winners bracket and being very, very strong. So we expect a lot of things from them. Nanofiber tokens beat Esports Bitopia, Pandemic Legion, Rote Capel, and Brave Collective. So Esports is a good team, PL is a team, Rote Capel is a good team, and Brave Collective is a solid team. Okay, I'm told the teams are now on grid. So let's go to the arena for this match between Platinum Sensitivity and Nanofiber tokens. Some point.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the arena. I'm again joined by Fear Viner and Nanofiber tokens. Let's start with them because I think this is a comp we've seen from them multiple times in the day, and I think actually me and Fear were pretty critical of it during that Brave match that we were watching. We really didn't like this concept of having 2 rapid heavy battleships, but obviously they won the match, it worked out for them, and here they are bringing basically exactly the same thing again against this Platinum Sensitivity comp, which also looks a little bit familiar. Fear, do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, they brought the window. Vindy Abedin once again worked against Shield Rush last time around. This time, instead of being all blue and red jams, it is yellow and green that you got to figure out who you are jamming and why. This is dual logic frigs. They don't have a whole lot of scan res. I expect this window to be able to basically make them useless this entire game, and we are about ready to start the countdown. I'm excited. What about you?
Oh, I'm very excited, but I also think the key aspect of this match is going to be the Widow's jams, as we were saying, against the Logi frigates. But not only that, if he can, at some point, say the Navy Armageddon, say, okay, we're going to shoot, the Pontifex, let's try and clip that Pontifex. Maybe they get 5 cycles into their clip, and the Widow says, okay, I'm going to cycle a jam on the Geddon. He jams that Geddon. That Geddon stops shooting for 20 seconds. And now, for the rest of the match, unless those Geddons commit a significant time investment to getting their clips back to sync, they will be out of sync, and they will be reloading at different times, they'll be firing at different times, and that is one of the critical weaknesses of rapid heavy comps, is they rely on these ships firing at the same times to alpha a primary target.
Yeah, and this time they brought a Damnation instead of an EOS. Last time we saw them bring an EOS, this time they brought a Damnation, just thinking that they want the skirmish links this time around. They do have quite a bit of range on those newts, might be able to keep this Vindicator, which is not a flag Vindy, so 10-kilometer webs instead of however long purple webs are, like 30.
Long.
So, very long. 10-kilometer webs with 4 lengths. He's got a Mega, so it's really like 13, but either way. Potshot's being taken out this Arbitrator, Thalia, and Sentinel right now. by this window, and Abaddon, the Vindicator, really not in range yet to really do anything. But as we take a look, Jam's going all over the nanofiber tokens team.
Yeah, and Platinum Sensitivity are trying to push in here as well with this Vindy. Of course, they want to try and utilize the strength of this Vindy, and obviously the strength of the Abaddon as well, short-range battleships, just try and get into range and start shooting something. Just going back to what you were saying about the Damnation pick, I believe they as you say, they did field on EOS last time, but the EOS is banned. But I'm not sure how much weaker it's going to be losing those skirmish links. They may have wanted the speed links or the sig links to help the Thalia and Deacon tank, and indeed the Sentinel and Svipple as well. They're small and benefits greatly from the extra tank from that speed, but Damnation obviously not getting those same bonuses.
Yeah, the info links are nice to have at the very least when you have kind of higher projection comps, such as Armageddon Navy, such as in this tournament where scripted E-War exists and is so powerful. But we see the scripted E-War of choice for nanofiber tokens, missile disruption, and one damp, it looks like. Well, Platinum Sensitivity brought a lot of missile disruption. And these Armageddon Navies and this Damnation really aren't doing a whole lot. We see split damage, mostly from drones, across the entire team on the nanofiber tokens, but no one has really died yet this match.
I think from this point, nanofiber tokens are going to start shooting this Vindicator of Mark Bridges because he's burned right into the middle of them here, and I think he's got a web on that first Navy-Geddon of Chadwick. I saw him burning towards 10 RS in the Vexel Navy 10, obviously keeping his eyes open, burning away from that Vind. He doesn't want to get tackled down. He's in big trouble if he does. But I think that sort of took Mark Bridges in this Vindicator pretty close to these Geddons, close to this Damnation, and he's got them tackled, but I'm not 100% sure this is actually what he wants to do here. He may have sort of tackled them just as a matter of opportunism rather than because it's actually his plan here, because now both these Navy Geddons, I can see, are cycling their newts on him. Significant newt power from these Geddons. The Vindy is a very cap-reliant boat with those guns, and obviously he needs his prop as well to stay in range, and now he is kind of eating shit.
Kind of is the opportune word there, though, because remember, he does have a Widow, and just like that, Mark Bridges is taking no more damage, so it looks like the Widow landed the golden jams on the Armageddon Navies and stopped them from killing his Vindicator bro in Mark Bridges, who still has a web, still has tackle. And remember, when you jam off somebody, they can't newt you either. So now his guns are working. There is some damage going on the Salia right now, but once again, looks mostly like pot shots. Con Peso has to be close to his Armageddon Navies, so he is relatively close to this Vindicator, but he doesn't have a web on top of him yet. And just as I say that, there's the web, there's a scram, and I mean, it's a 10 of Thalia. I don't know how good the scram's going to be, but he will go down and maybe be traded for FGA2.
Yeah, the drones are switching over to the Thalia here. I can see a swarm of blue drones just pewing away at that Thalia. And the Vindicator of Mark Bridges is actually still slowly bleeding through armor. He's just about to hit 50% here. And I feel like this is not where the Vindy wants to be. I said a bunch of times in comps when we saw Vindicators last week, the key to a Vindicator comp is you need to have a setup that facilitates the Vindy doing what it wants to do. And the targets on this grid, looking at them, the Damnation is probably the thing the Vindicator would like to shoot the least. It's very, very tanky. But if that Damnation just sits on him and holds him down, you know, he can't shoot anything else because the rest of his team, the Geddons, the Vexor Navy, all that sort of stuff can just stay away from the Vindicator, and the Vindy has no choice. But it does actually seem to be here that the Vindicator is chasing after the Damnation. The Damnation seems to be running away from the Vindy, whereas I would have thought the Damnation would actually be trying to hold the Vindy in place and say, you know, shoot me, leave everyone else alone.
Well, I mean, they are shooting the Damnation right now, and he is down in half armor. You got dual Logifrigs, but you also got a Widow. And green jams between a Vexor Navy and a Thalia. I guess which one is going to be jammed out by the Widow? It's probably the Thalia. So the Damnation going down now into 25% armor remaining. And Mark Bridges, he's stabilized in his armor thanks to this Widow jamming out the damage from the side of nanofiber tokens. And now Damnation finally into structure. This will be the first kill of the match.
It will, I think. Yeah, this Damnation is going to go down. And this is, I just want to bring focus here to the fact that both these teams have bought Logi frigates. This match, once you get into the later stages of the tournament as well, this is a very, very difficult environment to fly Logi frigates in. On the side of nanofiber tokens, you've got Cano Passo and Andy Astronaut trying to keep people up, but they can't go into the range of that Vindy web or they will just get blasted. And on the other side, you've got FGI2 and Nightcap, again, trying their best to keep the Vindicator up, but they don't want to go in range of the Navy Armageddon newts and just get instantly capped out. So very, very difficult juggling act for all these Logi frigates here, trying to do their best to keep people up without sort of inting. But that Damnation of Obix does go down, and they haven't really got much in return. The Vindy is still sort of bleeding again. He's down to 40% armor.
Yeah, but importantly, this Widow is now tackled. Kent Larkus has been webbed down by these Navy-Geddons and scrammed as well, so he is not going anywhere. These Navy-Geddons right on top of him alongside the Vexor Navy. But Mark Bridges is coming in, wants to save his Widow friend at the moment. Not a lot of damage has been put onto Kent as he starts putting some damage, I think, on a Chadwick in this Armageddon Navy, or maybe this Vexor Navy of 10 arrest, and in fact, that is his primary target.
Yeah, they have got this Widow tackled down, but they don't seem to be shooting him. I think they've said, well, we're 70% of the way through this Vindicator. We got to keep killing it, or else these frigates might come in and rep him back up again. They are going to lose 10 RS, but they're sort of saving this window for afterwards, and they've still got these 2 Geddon Navies pumping out the damage. But he's this Vindicator, 30% armor now. He's so slowly dropping, but the more they bleed DPS, that Vexor Navy goes down. It's going to get even slower and even slower. We might actually see Mark Bridges start to pick back up here. The Thalia of Can Paso is going to go down in a second here as well.
Being webbed by a Vindicator will do that to you, but yeah, 90% webs, doesn't matter about the Tenement. He will eventually track you, just load antimatter and get what you get. That said, some damage has also gone into this Armageddon of Hui Conte. I would assume that's the Abaddon shooting at him, though, because the Abaddon doesn't really track Logifrags all that well. There's some damage going on to Andy and the Deacon, but he doesn't have a brother to help him out. Might just be all onto this Navy-Geddon, though. There's the web onto the Deacon, so the Deacon will fall.
It will, but we're getting late into this match now, 7 minutes in. Both these teams have brought elements that snowball the longer the match goes. Of course, the ECM gets stronger the more targets there are. Only 7 ships left on the nanofiber side. It's going to be more concentrated. On the other side, the 2 newts, the bonus newts from the Navy-Geddons, surely they've obliterated that Vindicator's cap by now. He can't have many cap boosters left. His guns are going to turn off soon enough, surely, and will it last long enough to deal with Hui Conte in the Armageddon Navy, or will they, in fact, actually be able to even kill him? He's still just teetering about 40% armor in the Vindicator.
Yeah, and they've actually split the newts between the Window and the Vindicator. They want to turn off these Vindicator guns, but they also want to turn off the jams from the Widow, right? The Widow has bonus to jam strength. That is why it is a better ship than the Scorpion at jamming people and at taunting people, in addition to its tank bonus, which is kind of useless considering it's mostly flown as an armor ship, unless you don't put any jams on it and you're just solo dropping people. Either way, Deacon has been taken down, and thus far, no one has died from Platinum sensitivity. Mark Bridges staying alive. He's living to win. Hui Conte's almost down into structure, and he's got no Logi frigates to help him out.
Yeah, 13% armor, 10% armor. He is going to go down here, Hui Conte. And of course, this is, as we said, elimination match. The loser of this is going to go out with a top 8 placement, which is obviously a strong performance. But both these teams would love to go further. But this is what makes or breaks a top tier team here. The decision making in these critical moments. Have they decided incorrectly to split the newts here? Would it have been better to pile all the newts on the Vindicator, stop his guns, pile all the newts on the Widow, stop the jams, and just keep their DPS flowing? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not a top 8 pilot, but this kind of situation is where teams are make or break themselves here.
Yeah, and we see them committing on a Mark Bridges. I think he was just fully baiting, right? You say, oh, it's a mistake, an overextension from the Vindicator. You're playing too far forward. But remember, you have a Widow on your team, the strongest jamming ship in the game. And so long as he doesn't get tackled, he's going to stay alive because, Armageddon Navies, they don't really project all that far. Yeah, they got rapid heavies, so probably like 50, 60, right? But they don't really have a range bonus. Either way, this Widow eventually got tackled, but then you have Vindy and Abba just going at it, and the Widow prevents the Vindy from really getting anything on top of them. It's just this one Armageddon Navy and the Arbitrator left from nanofiber tokens, and I do think Platinum Sensitivity will walk away with a clean victory.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't see any avenue where they kill Mark Bridges here now, or indeed anyone else. And it's going to be obviously a sad time for nanofiber tokens to exit the tournament like this. And I guess it comes back to at the start of the match, sort of questioning this 2 Navy-Geddon comp. Does it have enough damage to break through battleships? They spent so long with Mark Bridges just barely holding on, 40% armor, 30% armor. And these faction battleships have so much base EHP that it can be very difficult to actually get through them in a reasonable period of time when you've just got these 2 rapid heavy comps. But as it stands, they're not gonna lose everything, but they are in fact going to lose the match 72-0 in favor of Platinum Sensitivity. And just as time ends, we're going to send it back to the studio for some more analysis.
Connected. Channel switched.
Well, it would have been a easy fight, right? But guess what, dude? I'm not seeing and people can't get their shit together!
Crush our enemies. Your dams are completely damped out.
Crush. I'm damped out.
Get on that chambers, boys.
Eat your reps.
Yeah.
Everything down.
I've not been able to look at a single thing all game.
Platinum sensitivity there, showing that perhaps nanofiber tokens were overvalued in this tournament, as we say goodbye to nanofiber tokens. They do win prize ships, which is great for them. Platinum sensitivity continue their run through the lower bracket of the tournament, looking perhaps to make it to the lower bracket final, where they will then go up against the winner of the upper bracket final, as is tradition. Now, Blackbird Pirate, we noticed that Vindicator seemed to be surviving for a very long time, able to run his boosters for a long time, despite being under nuke pressure. And you pointed out that they seem to be dropping some cans or something. What was going on there?
They did. So eventually you will run out of cap boosters if the fight lasts long enough, and that was a 10-minute fight. And I believe that Mark Bridges said, "Hey, help me. I'm tackled, and I need capacitor." And somebody drove up, and they dropped some cans filled with cap boosters for him. He looted them quickly. Sometimes you'll actually will be fast enough to blow the can up before they loot. Don't think we saw that. We don't see that very much anymore. It used to be more of a tinker setup thing, but got those. Was able to keep his keep his capacitor going and continue to do damage. And they did have 2 Navy Gettons, which is a lot of newts. So the Vindicator was able to continue shooting, and that's always bad for its target.
Factually correct there, Blackbird Pirate. CCPP, you were talking about the Widow during that match. And in fact, I believe the word used to describe the Widow was disgusting.
It is disgusting, yeah. It's a ship that we even buffed recently as well. It now has even stronger ECM power than it did before. And I mentioned that I fairly recently found out that you can actually have an ECM burst Widow that can burst through a Bastioned Marauder, which is, like I said, disgusting.
So the jams on that Widow, they're probably doing a lot of
They
work.
are. In this case, obviously, they're not using an ECM burst. They're using directed jams, but dealing with that the entire match like that must have been really rough.
Indeed it is. Now, speaking of being incredibly rough, I'm told that we have an interview with the captain of Odin's Call and that we are going to play it. So let's find out if this occurs.
Introduce yourself to the audience, please.
Hi, I'm Mikano Tsuba. I'm the AT captain officially for Odin's Call. Being Odin's daughter this year, as we have a couple of NC pilots with us. I've been playing E for about 5 years. Been doing small gang and solo stuff for 3. I was co-captain for Odin's during last year's AT and AG5, and this is my first year as a captain.
And what do you and your team do outside of the tournament?
Oh, so we are a wormhole group. We live in a C2 with a no-sex static. So we do a lot of we used to do a lot of no-sex stuff. There have been a couple changes to the game that kind of nerfed us, but that's still what we try to do. Yeah, we are like a medium-sized wormhole group, I would say, and we're having fun.
What level of experience does your team have?
Okay, so yeah, we got all kind of pilots, from AT veterans to completely new pilots to Thunderdome. Last year we ended up 7th in the AT. We got some NC pilots that were like 3rd a few years ago. And then we got complete newcomers that are just discovering the tournament format. We are like a pretty small team, and that's why I recruited all these NC slackers in the first place. Turns out they are as active on Thunderdome as they are active on TQ, so it didn't really help. That's how we ended up 9 people online 30 minutes before our final group match in the trial tournament. And we had to send messages around to get people online, and first time log into Thunderdome and play an AT match. And that's how we ended up having to win 7 or 8 matches to go through the feeders.
You managed to get your place in the AT by going through the redemption round of the Trials tournament. Can you tell me a little bit about what that was like?
Well, it has been stressful, I won't lie. It has been extremely stressful. But winning an AT match, whichever match it is, even the feeders, it's extremely, an extremely good experience. So we really enjoyed it. Obviously, even more as we went through the feeders. It was a pretty hard experience, but I loved it. I really loved it.
Are there any teams that you're hoping to have the opportunity to play against?
Oh yeah, I got like one team I want to face, and it's Esport Petopia. I'm very good friend with the captain, and we got like a history of facing each other in all tournaments we are a part of. It's like I got the 4 last tournament, the AG Alliance Tournament last year, the Chinese tournament. Every time we face each other, and it was always like interesting matches. So I'm really looking forward to face them in our second match.
Is there anything you want to say to the audience just to wrap this up?
Yeah, about tournaments in EVE, I think tournaments are great. They are like the peak, the end game of PvP. If you are PvP enjoyers and never tried them, you should go for it. Find a team, do some practices. Even if you think you're not good enough, you'll be good enough. Don't worry. It's like a completely different style from what you do on Tranquility. And yeah, it's good to have people investing their time in tournaments again. I really appreciate it. So yeah, join a tournament team and find tournaments. It's like really, really great.
There you are. Jintan speaks to the captain of Odin's Call. My commiserations. Now let's take a quick look at the bans for this upcoming match and see what these teams have decided to ban out. So Tusker's Call banning out Pontifex, Magus, and Bifrost. Odin's Call banning out the Hyena, the Stormbringer, and the Nighthawk. Blackbird Pirate, your quick thoughts here?
This is the first time we've seen somebody ban out a bunch of command ships, and that's really cool. And clearly, Tuskers does not want to see armor command links. So, or sorry, command destroyers, not command ships. That one.
Awesome. Well, with a quick look at the bans there, let's head over to the arena and see who will win between the Tusker's Call and Odin's Call.
Welcome back to the arena, guys. As was just observed, I'm actually a little bit surprised to see those bans because usually I've noticed that it's Odin's Call that decide to ban the Magus and Ponti. I know those are 2 of their favorite bans. I'm going to be honest, I am totally rooting for Odin's here because one of the production guys went on a computer that I'm logged into and went all in on Odin's. All my 12,000 points are now resting on this Golem Scorpion Navy 2 Raven comp that Odin's have brought, which is something very unusual that I don't think we've seen them bring. And how about Tuskers?
They brought Shield Kite! And this time around, they have an Osprey, so they will not be having a bunch of Shield Kitey ships that aren't using Shield and are instead full of E-War mids. They might still have E-War mids a la paper numbers earlier in the tournament, but either way, they actually are Shield ships with Shield's tank. Up against what is, unfortunately for them, I believe a cruise setup. Let me take a look at these guns.
Yeah, they are cruises.
Yeah, this is not going to be fun unless they have a lot of missile guidance disruptors.
Which is actually rather hilarious because on weekend 1, I suggested that some sort of variant of a 4 battleship cruise comp could be a final weekend setup. And here we are, Odin's clearly listening into my secret strats, have decided to bring it with a position in guaranteed top 3 on the line, top 3 to the winner of this match.
Yep, cruises. You see 1 point on the model. That is cruises. 3 points is Torps. We saw earlier in the tournament, Torps set up with very similar looking battleships. So this time around, it is cruises, the Ruse cruise, everybody's favorite weapon system if you happen to be someone who likes running 10 out of 10s. Although some people still prefer Torps, boo. Either way, 30 seconds until match start. Make that 15 seconds until match start. I'm excited, but I also think Tuskers have their work cut out for them if they don't have enough E-War.
Yeah, I'm very excited for my channel points here, to be honest. I think this is a very, very good matchup for this setup. They're not against any Tech 2 resist ships, so you know, there's sometimes the damage lacking of cruises can be a problem if you're up against something that's got a good resist profile and can just tank through it with reps. They've got a Tech 1 Osprey, and they've got a bunch of Tech 1 ships, Tech 1 resist, Osprey Navy, Caracal Navy, Drakes. So these cruisers are going to be able to apply. They've got the range, they can hit the whole arena, but it seems actually like Tuskers here are just ramming in, despite being a more sort of kitey comp. I think they're saying, well, there's no point really kiting here. Let's just try and pump onto whatever we can, and maybe, in fact, use the bumps to try and break the Tinker setup of these 4 battleships, which I believe is what they are going to do.
Yeah, we saw these cruise tinker setups earlier in the tournament. Some of them won. A lot of the times they lost. This time around, they delete the Osprey. Stork going to be the primary target for Odin's Call at the moment. But, you know, taking these shield kite setups, they kill the Stork, into cruise setups, you're brawling at 0, and they're actually getting through this Golem pretty effectively, even with the bonus rep that the Golem gets.
Yeah, and the Stork actually boundaried there. I don't really know why. I mean, he was going to die anyway, but he did actually just jump out of the arena there. But yeah, this golem of Colonel Kurtz is absolutely melting here. He's going to go down, and quickly now, Odin's need to deal with this DPS. They are looking at JJ Yakin in the Caracal. They had to spend, 10, 15 seconds at the start of the match killing off the Osprey to make sure they couldn't tank. How much damage can they clear here? These are, as I said, Tech 1 boats here. Caracal Navy's just about going down. There he goes. They're going to start clearing this damage. And I mean, like I said, no command ships on the field here. The golem is still just about living of Colonel Kurtz. He's still going to keep on squeezing a few more cycles out of his shield booster here. How much can they get in exchange for him?
I don't know if they can actually get a whole lot more. They got first Caracal Navy, second Caracal Navy. They've lost their burst. They're going to lose their Bantam. They brought Tech 1 Logifrags in this particular thing. And we saw the Golem had all the repping power in the world at his side, but this is overwhelming damage coming in, even from these HM elbows. These aren't even hams. And you can see the attack power of Tuskers. Actually, were these hams? Did I actually just look at this wrong?
No, I think they are heavy missiles, and that's why, the damage is just not as good. I'm pretty sure they're heavy missile models.
No, it's so it's hams on the Cyclone. The Drake Navies looked like they had HMLs. Is this mixed weapons? Yeah, those are HMLs.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual.
Weird.
But in any case, now we're in a situation, regardless of that, we're in a situation where neither team has Logi, and it's just going to be a pure DPS race. And I have to say, with the just pure HP of the 3 battleships on Odin's side, I really favor them here. There's no command ship with any staying power. They are absolutely melting through them. The second Navy Caracal goes down. Now they're looking at the Navy Drake of VLD. They've still got the Vigil for bonus paints to help those cruise applications. They've got the Fleet Vigil for webs as well. Odin's, I mean, this is going to be a very, very close match here. The Raven of the Paradigm is going to go down here. How is this DPS race going to turn out in the end? I really have no idea, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's cruises versus mixed hams, HMLs. I mean, once again, I could just be reading that model wrong, but you saw it too. They're going to go on to this Drake Navy issue, and the Raven, I mean, he's tanking for quite a bit. It doesn't even look like he has a shield booster. Actually, he does have a shield booster, but just not an ancillary shield booster. He will go down into low armor, trading for the Drake Navy issue. Now they have to deal with a Raven and a Scorpion Navy with a Drake Navy, a Drake, and a Cyclone.
They do, but they've still got these frigates here, and it's up to Tuskers to say, I mean, for Odin's here, I think the target calling is pretty easy. You just say we clear as much DPS as quickly as possible. Now they're looking at the Navy Osprey. They can hit anything with these cruisers. But Tuskers have the difficult decision to make here. They say, do we commit, 15, 20 seconds, killing off the Fleet Vigil, killing off the Tech 1 Vigil? In fact, the Tech 1 Vigil of Hoda is actually miles away across the arena. They can't really look at him except with the heavy missiles, so that would require splitting DPS. But the Vigil Fleet of Aethel is going to go down here. But, I mean, they're taking chunks on Christina and the Osprey Navy. This is still going to go to the wire.
Indeed it is. Toastbrought and the Raven, I mean, he's got some cap transfers to help him stay alive, but with that Golem down, they have a significant amount of their tank off the field. They're going to try to go for this Osprey Navy. As you mentioned, Christina now 65 kilometers away from the arena center. He is trying to move away from these missile boats at the moment. He's not tackled down, but still, cruise missiles, they hit everywhere in the arena, and he is about to dive into armor.
Yeah, and of course, the Vigil's still got him painted as well. And with this Tinker setup that Odin's have brought here, the more DPS they kill, sort of the exponentially longer it takes to break through this Raven. He's receiving cap transfers, as you saw. His Ansil shield is going to keep going. They are going to take on this Osprey Navy. And eventually they'll get to a point where it's going to take more time than the match has left to deal with this Raven. And this sort of attritional comp here from Odin's, where if they can clear DPS, they can actually sustain through a reasonable amount of DPS. Whereas the Tuskers at this point is just pure EHP. They have no attritional power. They either make enough progress in time or they don't. Whereas the Odin's Call comp sort of stalls things out by they prove their chances. They stall things out by killing off more and more DPS to the point where they'll be able to tank. And now the Navy Drake, the second one of Mirror Chief, is going to go down here. I think this is looking Odin's Call favored. But that first Raven of Toastbrought is slowly breaking. Can they kill Mirror in time?
I don't think they can. Toastbrought, he's in armor. Mira down to about 60% shield remaining. Sorry, 35% shield remaining, 60% gone, now to 24%. But look, Toastbrought, he's already into structure right now, and he doesn't have a whole lot of structure on this Raven. They're going to take out this Drake Navy, perhaps, but then it's a Drake and a Cyclone versus a Scorpion Navy issue. Scorpion Navy, very tanky ship. We'll see. He doesn't have cap transfers to help him stay alive, though.
Yeah, that's the problem when you're stuck in this situation where you've only got one battleship. These setups are obviously built around having the cap transfers between two battleships to try and keep the Ansil running. When it's just him on his own, he's got his 9 charges and then that's it. So it's still going to be him. He's probably going to kill this Drake Navy, but then he's going to be against the Drake and the Cyclone. And of course, the Flycatcher. I still don't really know if he's going to be able to deal with both of those. They are going to be buffer fit. As you say, there is a lot of EHP on the Scorpion Navy. I'm still questioning who's going to come out on top here. I don't really know.
Yokon about to get into half shield, but he is taking down this Drake Navy issue. Then he's got a Drake and a Cyclone. Probably goes for the Cyclone first, I would have to imagine, as he is doing more damage right now with those heavy assault missiles. I still can't believe they mixed the weapon systems on this comp. That Drake Navy of Mira, though, he is finally into structure. 21% structure remaining. He goes down. The Scorpion Navy might actually be able to hold now, but he has to take out the Cyclone and then the Drake in that order. If he goes for the Drake first, it's a huge mistake.
Yeah, we'll see which he chooses. I think the target painter is on the Drake, so they are actually going to go for the Drake first. Maybe they feel the Drake has less EHP compared to the Cyclone with his XLASB charges, but Yokan's going into 40% shield here. 3.5 minutes left on the match. This is going to be very, very tight still. I mean, they are shooting Tossiter in the Drake. I'm not sure whether damage has stopped. Was he reloading for a second now? He started firing those cruisers again. This is crazy.
Drake's an absolute brick. He is taking damage from the Scorpion Navy with no reps, with no ancillary shield booster. I think this actually might have been the wrong call, contrary to what I said. Even though Drake has a brick for AHP, Cyclone has the active reps and should be able to deal with this cruise setup from the Scorpion Navy issue. The Visual taking a bit of damage at the moment as well, but keeps those paints on that Drake. Yokon now into armor. Toaster in the Drake, only at 60% shields. I think they might actually do it and take out the Scorpion Navy issue.
Yeah, it just seems to be just enough damage here, and I'm really mourning my points here. 12,000 points down the drain. Thank you very much, Kyle. I would have gambled on Odin's anyway, to be honest. I believed in them. We scrimmed with them a lot. Obviously, very, very competent team. He is cycling.
He got an Ansel reload.
Has he got the reload?
Look,
has he got the
he's
reload?
repping back
He's
up.
repping again. Oh my goodness. And he's still killing this Drake. 50% shield. Are my points coming back to me?
2.5 minutes left in the match. Tosator in the Drake, down to 50% shields remaining. And Yokon, he's able to Ansel rep all the way back up to half shields. He's got 9 reps in the Ansel charges, heating and believing. He got an Ansel reload off through the armor. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, and this is really good play from Yokon as well, min-maxing this XLASB charges. Every time he cycles, he's keeping his health at about 33%. He's maximizing that passive regen. And when he kills the Drake, it's just going to be the Cyclone and the Flycatcher left. Will they be able to bake through the passive regen of this Scorpion Navy issue? Oh my goodness.
1 minute 50 seconds remain in the match. Tosator in the Drake, now diving into armor. This is going to be extremely close because Yokon, he's out of ancillary charges now. He's just working on just the cap from his ship onto the rep. But Tosator, he's into structure. He goes down. Now he has to go for the Cyclone. Odin's Call are now 83 points to 76. Minute 30 remaining. They have barely any shield health left on Yokon, but it's just a Cyclone left for Tuskers.
Can he reload the XLASB? Does he even need to here? It's just the Cyclone and the Flycatcher. And I think actually, down to the wire, Odin's are going to take this by the points margin here. Yokon is still just about cycling. I don't think there's enough damage here on the other side to kill him. What a fantastic match. But Odin's, I'm sure of it at this point. Actually, conversely to what I said earlier, Odin's are actually going to take this. And wow, what a match. What a comp. What a fight.
Quadruple cruises. Quadruple cruises. You were saying, hey, this might be a thing. And I'm like, nah, no one's going to bring quad battleship. That's so many points on battleships, and you don't get anything else. Not only did they bring a Golem, which is the most expensive, not the most expensive battleship, but the most expensive for non-Leshak battleship, non-Balgorn, non-special battleship in the game, but also you're winning with just a Scorpion Navy left alive. After all that is said and done, I cannot believe it. Odin's Call are going to go to the upper bracket finals and face the winner of We Form Volta and Lock Range Enjoyers.
It is, and this is absolutely fantastic, and I look forward. I mean, I said earlier, day 3 is always full of absolute bangers, and this match was no exception. And I just want to give another shout out again to Yokon here for optimizing those shield reps, just to put his shield at the right point for the maximum regen. I think maximum shield regen is like 3 times as high as it is, like 70-80%. It's a really important factor when you've got so much shield HP, and they are going to do it here as time runs out. Congratulations to Odin's locking in a top 3 finish in Alliance Tournament 18. We're going to send it back to the studio for some more analysis on that one, but wow, what a match.
The curse is over. Jintan, it's over. We've made it out the other end. Odin's Call, despite the curse, despite the odds, have pulled it out with a big win over the Tuskers Co. in the most exciting match that I've seen today. Like, holy crap. That, just everything about that match. Like, I thought it was back and forward, back and forward. He got that ASB reload off just at the last minute. You were literally dancing around, like, panicking that no one would ever talk to you ever again for interviews.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Priest Yokan for exercising me.
Black Bart Pirate, talk to me. What happened in that match?
So many things. I think it was we heard it with the commentators. Basically, there was a combination of heavy missiles and heavy assault missiles there, and then they just rammed the entire fleet directly into it because I think they recognized, okay, these 4 ships are probably a tinker. We need to split them apart. They actually kind of sucked at bumping them apart, even though they had 10 people ram, which is why everything lived for so long. And then, I mean, it just got whittled down. Like, the cruise missiles apply pretty well to shield battle cruisers. They apply decently well to the shield ships. And the big thing that kept happening was Odin's Call's Vigil Fleet issue was left alive for so long. So they actually had that extra application of the target painters and the webs that let 4 cruise missile battleships, which, questionable? I mean, obviously it worked, but questionable. Still let them apply. Ended up being a Navy Scorpion, basically. I won't say 1v1ing because there was a Vigil there, and that definitely helped, but pretty much solo PvPing down that last 4 minutes.
Yeah, I'm also actually told by some of our observers in the system that the Scorp Navy ran out of missiles during that fight and actually had to loot some from the wreck of his teammate. So that's why we might have seen the damage drop off for a little bit as he was looking for more missiles. That's how long that match went on. Like, absolutely incredible match. Great performance. Odin's Call securing themselves 3rd place at worst now. So they will go forward to face the winner of our next match, Volta versus Lockrange Enjoyers, in the winner's bracket final. The winner of that, of course, going into the grand final, and the loser dropping down to the lower bracket final. So even if they lose twice now coming up, then they get 3rd place, which is awesome. That's a whole bunch of ships. We spoke about this in our tier list and at the start of the show. Odin's have been a team on the ascendancy for quite some time. They're going to be, of course, super happy with that, and they absolutely deserve it from that performance there. The Tuskers Co. will be back. They are not eliminated. They've just been dropped down into the lower bracket. They still retain their flagship, crucially, very crucially, so they'll be able to use that in those lower bracket matches and might make a difference. Now, I'm told we have an update to our graph, and we can throw to that. Jin, it's happened. The win rate after the Jin interview. Oh, can I just? Oh no, I can't. Is no longer just a big fat goose egg. It's happened. People will talk to you next year. You must be very pleased with that.
Yeah, and I imagine now, thanks to that, you'll be happy for us to play the Volta interview after this, right?
Absolutely not. Let's move on. So let's look at the bans for this upcoming match. Okay, so we from Volta banning out the Abaddon, the Magus, and the Pontifex. Lockrange Enjoyers banning out the Osprey Navy, the Eos, and the Osprey. Blackbird Pirate, what do you make of this?
It's kind of strange. We haven't actually seen Lockrange Enjoyers really doing anything with Abaddons, Maguses, or Pontifexes. So either Volta knows something about them that none of us, including the people watching, analyzing, and commenting, do, or they're trolling, and Volta says, we don't care, we know we can crush you, no matter what you bring. Lockrange Enjoyers, though, bring pretty classic. The EOS ban, very, very standard at this point. Very strong ship, helps with drones, helps with armor. And Osprey Navy and Osprey are both, like, classically targeted at Volta. We've seen the Osprey Navy become this incredible sort of multi-tool ship that fits into so many different shield setups, and I think that a very, very smart choice on Lockrange Enjoyers.
Yeah, I'd like to see if we can put up some of the pilots graphs of Volta and Lockrange Enjoyers, if we may. I'm told that we are sorting that right now. Until then, let's do our little predictions actually now. So, Blackbird Pirate, what do you think? We Form Volta or Lock Range Enjoyers?
I think We Form Volta definitely, absolutely, unequivocally cannot possibly lose this because they are just so good.
Can we mute his microphone, please?
Yeah, I think I'm also going to go for Lock Range Enjoyers here. You got to shout out to the homies.
Mute too, please. And clearly, it's going to be Lock Range Enjoyers. We have to retain the Captor's Curse. We do have Lock Range Enjoyers players. Let's throw them up on the screen and have a look at that. So, Lock Range Enjoyers, captained by Damasus Kadesh, a very experienced tournament pilot. Not only has he played 27 matches in the Alliance Tournament itself, he captained a team in the Mar Championship and a number of teams in things like the Anga Games and the Alliance Open. So, very experienced pilot and really cool dude. Canadian, very pleasant. I went climbing with him at FanFest. Nice guy. Bunch of other experienced pilots as well, including Gorski Kar, of course, former CSM, and Tin Baron. Do we have the Volta one of this? We don't have the Volta one of this. Well, we're pretty much almost ready to go to the arena. I am hoping, obviously, for a Volta victory here. That's my boys. Blackbird Pirate, is your mic unmuted?
Yes. Yes, it is.
What do you think we can expect here? Like, this is a very interesting matchup between these two teams. Volta have been undefeated, obviously so have Lock Range Enjoyers. We've seen both teams bring interesting things. Volta bringing that flagship Bargus a couple of times. What do you maybe expect here?
I think it's going to be interesting because I think Lock Range Enjoyers has actually been playing sort of their own game a little bit. We've been seeing this sort of like triple Executor Navy, sort of a fly killer range control, maybe even Octodad-ish setup, and nobody else is really doing that. So we'll see if Volta's like figured out how to counter it because Lock Range Enjoyers have been winning very well with it.
And Jen, you've obviously been doing a bunch of analysis of what people are bringing and things. What's your thoughts?
I don't know. We've seen so many new comps today that we haven't seen over the previous weekends that it's hard to really understand what we should expect. But given Volta's bans, it seems like they are worried about sort of a control setup coming out from this Lock Range Enjoyers team, which is surprising because we haven't seen that brought yet. I don't know. I really don't know, and I'm excited to see what they do bring.
Well, I mean, let's go to the arena and find out as we go for We Farm Volta versus Lock Range Enjoyers.
Welcome back to the arena. Looks like my co-caster might be having some audio issues right now, so I'm solo casting for the time being. My name is Firvina. The Basilisk will be joining us eventually. This is going to be fun. Lock Range Enjoyers have decided to once again bring some variation of Octodad that is not Octodad but relies on Navy cruisers instead, those being exec navies. And on the flip side, Volta also bringing some variation of Octodad, perhaps. They've brought 4 battle cruisers instead of the 3, but still having high projection, ANIs, and an augurer for reps for them, as the reps for the side of Lock Range Enjoyers are also an augurer. So very squishy, not really, but still T1 reps, not as much as an Oneros. We are about to get ready to go as moderator, I believe, has stepped in perhaps, or maybe Baza is back. I'm not sure. We are starting the match. Baza, if you're here, please say something.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems like Baza's having trouble. Octodad is well and back, but just Cruisers and Battle Cruisers edition, Augurer of Rylode is taking a good amount of damage, not a lot of tracking disruption really on grid, and I mean, these long-range mid-sized platforms are able to project quite far.
Yeah, and we do see some tracking disruptions going the way of Lock Range Enjoyers. We from Volta bringing those in their mid slots, while Lock Range Enjoyers, it looks like, have been preferring the damps. They are able to take Planet 6, also known as Reload, off the table, though, so Volta without their Logi off the start of the match.
Yeah, that's pretty disastrous for Volta. You would expect them to get some damage or something in return, but an Augurer down, that is the worst possible outcome. Right now, Volta's losing an Executor Navy issue. Tin Baron is being primaried in his Augurer, but he's burning away. The Hyena of TikTok has gotten on top of him, and Tin will eventually drop. Ibox in his Exec Navy is doing a good job of getting on top of Tin Baron and forcing the kill.
And they keep on trying to take down that Augur. They finally do. Ebox in the Exec Navy trying to pull range at the moment. Is down to 14% armor, but hasn't really taken a whole lot. Now just kind of getting plinked at, and they are swapping over to Melinda in this Harbinger. But Ibox now into structure, barely surviving. They might get another good couple of shots in, but Striker in the opposite Exec Navy is going down fast.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to trade again, but I mean, right now it seems like the DPS race is, fairly even right now. But look at the jams from the Blackbirds onto We Form Volta. That's going to be really the key here is, are those jams actually effective? I mean, maybe not, because Mr. Rambo in his exec Navy is down into hull and drops. Meanwhile, Melinda is the primary for Lock Range Enjoyers and being held down, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite being held down. I mean, we see there is a web onto Zhao Yi in the Navy Harbinger and a web onto Annie in the Navy Brutix. This Harby, though, he's only being scrammed, so doesn't have a web on top of him, but no prop mod, as there is some damage now going onto this Blackbird of Jamal. We saw Blackbirds being used to some effect earlier in the tournament. There's still more damage being put onto Zhao Yi, so they will trade a Harbinger for a Harbinger Navy. Perhaps Volta still in the lead so far in this fight as soon as they take down Zhao Yi.
Yeah, I feel like Volta is actually starting to run away with this now, even though they started on the back foot with Rilo going down first. I mean, look at what Volta has left. They've got 2 AUG Navies, a Hurricane Fleet issue, and a Brutix and a Harbinger for damage. Meanwhile, Lock Range has just 2 command ships. Not good.
No, it's not good at all. Absolution and Astarte. I mean, we see these Navy battlecruisers pulling their weight. This Brutix Navy issue of Annie, though, is tackled, and they are now down to half armor remaining. These Blackbirds doing some work. There's a whole lot of damage coming out from We Form Volta at the moment, although this Absolution now down to half armor just as I'm saying that.
Yeah, the Absolution down into half armor. They're trading out for the Brutix Navy issue of Annie Gardet, but just looking at the DPS bars right now, We Form Volta is solidly winning the trade right now. Blue Morphium and Damascus Kadesh are going to go down before Annie Gardet does. Once it happens, it's only going to be Grunt versus World, and Volta in a commanding position.
Take down the Blackbird, now taking down the Absolution. There's 1 Blackbird left of Jamal. Annie Gardet, though, into structure. 50% structure remaining, but you got a Hurricane Fleet issue, a Harb Navy, an Augur Navy, and another INI on top of that. They're going to go for Grunt and the Astarte now, and that is pretty much all she wrote. We Form Volta going back up and getting top 3 once again. They will be in the Winners Bracket Finals tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be an exhilarating match. Lock Range Enjoyers getting knocked down. We haven't seen the last of them. They will have to play Truth, Honor, Light in the lower bracket. Not an enviable position to be in. Meanwhile, Volta is just continuing to churn through the remaining armor of Grunt Kato. He's doing his best to hero rep, but I mean, it's not going to be enough against 2 faction cruisers and 2 faction battle cruisers.
And yeah, not nearly enough damage. I think pseudo Octodad is now what we're calling this one, because it's not 8 battle cruisers, but it's pretty dang close with these Navy cruisers. And We Form Volta coming up with the better version of that setup against a team that has constantly been bringing it and just has been waiting for the right moment to use it. They will trade Control Freak for this Astarte, but it's just a Blackbird it carries and a Confessor, which do pitiful damage compared to We Form Volta.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Lock Range Enjoyers choking slightly more than my co-host as Major Jenkins goes down, leaving Control Freak alive just in a sliver of hull, but no damage left. The attack bar for Lock Range has gone to 0, just like their lifespan in this upper bracket.
Absolutely no attack. And they will go down to the lower bracket. They are going to face Truth, Honor, Light. Not a matchup you really want to get necessarily. Truth, Honor, Light kind of absolutely demolishing Templars. We are going to send it back to the desk, though, to bring us into the final 2 matches of the day. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
We Farm Volta there, taking the victory over Lock Range Enjoyers, as we, of course, knew they would. Now, Jin Tan, super interesting setups there from both teams. Almost a mirror matchup, a little bit of difference. One side bringing a bunch more battle crews, the other side electing to bring the command ships, but also blackbirds. We heard Fear referred to it as the pseudo Octodad. What is the Octodad, and why is that not the name of this comp?
So the Octodad all traces its lineage back to Alliance Tournament XV, where we didn't have any limits for the amount of classes of ship you could bring. For those of you unaware, you could only bring 4 of one type, such as 4 cruisers or 4 battle cruisers. And currently... and this is effectively trying to do the same thing that was doing, which is just abusing medium guns, medium turrets, and later on medium missiles, but that was a specific meta call. What you're trying to do is just be able to project DPS all the way across the arena. You know, medium guns have the best kind of cross between tracking and ability to apply to long ranges. You can hit up to 70, 80 kilometers with some of these ships, and they still do a tremendous amount of damage when they get up close and personal.
Speaking of tracking, Bart, can you just take us through this?
I can. We have a Mauler getting shot at by a Hurricane and going fast, but not fast enough, so it gets blown up. However, when you get a smaller ship or a faster ship, the guns can't turn as much according to the calculations to actually hit the target. This can also be based off of things like signature radius. So like when you're micro warp driving, your ship is considered bigger by the game and therefore is hit easier. And also range. The farther away you are, you know, the, I guess, slower your ship moves in relative speed to your target. So like Jintan said about the medium guns, they have very, very good tracking from a massive distance of range. So they pretty much can hit anything, assuming the piloting is pretty well. I think we saw some Sleipnirs that were hitting things that they probably shouldn't have been able to due to good piloting earlier today.
And Jin, do you think that Lock Range Enjoyers could have done something different in that match to maybe pull out a victory over We From Volta?
No, it's always going to be very difficult for them just because of the construction of that composition. Volta was able to kind of spread out, they were and still be able to actually project damage onto those blackbirds, onto those control ships from their from the Lock Range Enjoyer's side with relative ease. I think the only thing they could have done is maybe use those command ships a bit more effectively. I don't know if they had tackle modules fit, but if they did, if they could have maybe held them together or pinned them in closer at the start of the fight, pushed them towards a corner, maybe that could have worked, but it was always going to be quite an uphill battle. It was kind of one of those things that was lost a little bit at pick and bans, from my opinion.
And Bart, with those blackbirds instead of more DPS ships, do you agree with that choice? Do you think that they'd been better off just taking more straight up DPS ships in this case?
I like their setup. I think that Jin is right in that. So while you're jammed, obviously you can't lock anything besides the blackbirds. So you keep the blackbirds far away, and then if, like Jin said, he pushed the command ships in super close, used that medium gun close range ammo, that might have been sort of the big difference here, because I feel that it was kind of like a skirmish from like a bit of range, and if you have jams, you know that you have like the faster you get stuff down, the more effective they are, just because then there's less ships. You can start doubling up, tripling up on the same ships there. And I think that they just had to be a little more aggressive in that case. It looked like they were starting off really, really well, but then it just kind of Volta slowly caught up, just because 7 ships is a lot of damage and 4 is not as much.
Yeah, Reload, aka Planet 6, aka New Eden's finest logistics speed bump, went down fairly quickly at the start, and there was a small amount of worry from my perspective, but then that was quickly quashed by the great performance of the Volta team there. I'm very proud of you guys. Let's have a look at the bans for our upcoming match, which is going to be the Tuskers Co versus Platinum Sensitivity. So Tuskers choosing to ban out the Scimitar, the Basilisk, and the Jackdaw, whereas Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Eos, the Jackdaw, and the Hyena. Because they both banned out the Jackdaw, we have some trickle bans, and Tuskers banning out the Deacon, with Platinum Sensitivity banning out the Osprey. Jintan, what do you make of these bans here?
Well, obviously the Tuskers don't want to face a shield kite setup, banning out the Scimitar and the Basilisk. Those are very, very key ships to that setup. Normally we just think of that as being a Scimitar comp, but we did see another team, I can't remember which one off the top of my head, use a Basilisk kite setup fairly effectively earlier today. Does make me wonder what they're bringing, though, that is so vulnerable to a kite setup, perhaps some sort of double or triple battleship control setup.
Yeah, so very interesting that they're banning out that Osprey as well. It's not a super common ban, so we'll see how that goes for them. We're looking now at the Tuskers team over the years. So 55 pilots have flown from them. Latronicus being one of their most senior up there, along with Suleiman Shua, the Tuskers executor and CEO. They've been a very successful alliance over the years. They first competed, in fact, as the Tusker Bastards back in the day before they went independent, and that led to them winning Alliance Tournament 14. In a solid victory against Pandemic Legion. They have not been as successful over the last couple of years, but you can see there they won a whole bunch of difficult matches against good teams, and this year we're seeing them perform super well. Platinum Sensitivity, as we've seen before, a bit of a smaller team core, 15 people have flown for them, but again, a whole bunch of veterans. Mark Bridges there with 10 matches played in, Nightcap with 17. They've also been quite a successful team, winning more than they've lost, which is always good. You get more practice, you get better, and only really dropping this time against Nanofiber Tokens and Volta, which is a pretty respectful run thus far. Volta, of course, will join Odin's Call in the winners bracket final at some point later tomorrow, where they also guarantee themselves no worse than third place. The Tuskers Co and Platinum Sensitivity, this is an elimination match, so these teams are now fighting not to be eliminated from the tournament. Blackbird Pirate, do you think we might start to see, we're not going to see a flagship from Platinum Sensitivity because it's dead, but do you think we might see one from the Tuskers here?
I mean, I hope so. Like, you would always hope that, that's their secret sauce, their linchpin, whatever you want to use, and I would hope that they'd bring it out. It maybe won't happen depending on how much respect there is. I think we did, in fact, see Volta has been not bringing it and not needing it because they think that, a lot of times if you think that we don't need it to win, maybe you're not going to, just in case something weird happens. Like, we saw Stork decide to boundary earlier that almost cost a match, and what if you do that in your flagship, like a Pandemic Legion pilot? So you never know. You got to be super careful with this. I don't know if the flagship choice here will matter as much, because it seems that Platinum Sensitivity kind of has been bringing the same thing over and over again, and I think that that's a lot more like figuring out how to beat that is probably more important than being like, oh yes, we'll save our flagship though. So we'll see what happens.
Jim, what do you think about the choice of a Barghest and a Vindicator as flagships from these two teams? Like, they clearly have a different understanding of the meta and what they want to do with their flagships. The Vindicator, usually we see, doesn't scale as much as ships like the Barghest, so you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think it just generally depends on what you're trying to do with your flagship. The flagship Vindicator, especially when it's as expensive as the Vindicator that Platinum Sensitivity lost, does open up a lot of unique power, especially if you expect it to come down to some kind of armor control mirrors. The 90+% webs that they can shoot out to like 22, 24 kilometers with boosts and officer webs is just so potent. It allows you to get in there, grab a logistics frigate and just remove it from the grid without nary a problem, whereas a T2 fit Vindicator wouldn't be able to achieve that. Whereas a Barghest itself it's just a better version of a regular Barghest. It doesn't offer that a different way of doing things. That said, we have seen this Barghest be flown very effectively by teams previously. It gives you such a wide catch radius. All you need to do is have one ship, forget that the Barghest is a flagship, and then it's caught, and then it dies, and that can turn an entire match.
Yeah, we speaking of that, actually, we saw VLD from the Tuskers flying his Barghest, his flagship Barghest, to great effect against Truth on a Light earlier on in a super exciting match. So if you guys haven't seen that one, make sure you go back and watch it when the VODs become available. Bart, Have you had any like favorite matches today? This has been such an insane day with incredible matches.
I really liked. We've had a couple ones that have come down like to that last wire. I mean, I loved the Odin's Call match. That was awesome. Like, literally, you didn't know where it was going to go until maybe the last minute, and not in a way where you're like, well, they could come back. It's like, no, you actually did not know which way this was going to go. The Truth Honor Light match versus Tuskers was awesome. Just because I was talking about it earlier, and the last time the Tuskers fought them when they were under Hydra, they actually did the same kind of like, we're going to meta super hard specifically against this team. This time it worked. Last time it didn't. So that was really cool. Liked both of those. And yeah, those are my 2 highlights so far.
I'm a big fan of the reverse tie-dye match as well. It's been so many years. I was talking with CCP Swift, and we couldn't figure out exactly when it last was. And I think Gentan, you suggested it was probably when we had the Bomber Tinker year. It was probably when it last was. Now, let's have our quick predictions before we head over to the arena. Blackbird Pirate, who do we think between Tuskers Co and Platinum Sensitivity?
I think I'm going to go with Tuskers this time.
And Jintan?
I've got hope for my boy Mark Bridges. You know, Misty's not on the desk, so I've got to sing his praises for him.
Well, I mean, after the way we saw VLD fly that flagship Barghest earlier on, I'm going to have to put my channel points behind the Tuskers Co. But let's head over to the arena and find out. Let's go.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Tirvana. I'm joined by moderator, and we are into our final 2 elimination matches of the day. Winner of this will be top 4 and go into the lower bracket semifinals starting off tomorrow's stream. On the red side, it is the Tuskers once again fielding their flagship Barghest comp with a Nighthawk, a Claymore, and an Augurer, which means they are playing Can't Touch This with the mids.
Yeah, and they might have gotten that right. It's going to be difficult for Platinum Sensitivity with what they've brought to really get any sort of tackle on the Augur. We see that the Deacon ban may be actually fairly effective here, as we now see that there are 2 Thalias being forced to be brought by Platinum Sensitivity, so it's going to cost a bit more points, and Thalia is not quite as tanky as a Deacon.
Yep. And as I have liked to call this comp, it is hammer time from the Tuskers. Shield ships fit with armor and all the E-War mids. Platinum Sensitivity, they got their work cut out for them, but they do have a Widow, which has been very useful for them through their lower bracket run. Mark Bridges and the Vindicator has been able to bait people in previous matches, but Tuskers are a different breed, and they want to continue some AT success that they've perhaps been lacking the last couple of years moving into this. Meanwhile, Platinum Sensitivity, they just want to make it into the top 4.
Yeah, this is going to be, an incredibly deep run for Platinum Sensitivity, and better than they've done in the past at their, relatively new up-and-coming team. Japanese community, going deeper than they've ever really done before, deeper than some of the other international communities, like, say, the German or Russian teams. And I think this is really the time for Tuskers, like you were discussing, to bring their Barghest. It did well against Hydra. I think it will do well against this armor comp of Platinum Sensitivity.
And if it doesn't, we'll get to see another Flag Barghest kill and see how expensive this Flag Barghest is from Tuskers. I'm expecting some very blingy modules, some purple launchers, among others. The match is now underway, and both teams starting to cut a little bit. But Platinum Sensitivity is going to be the one that's burning in towards the Tuskers, as the Barghest, Flag Barghest of VLD, will stay in the front of his team, play his front line, as he is the slowest of his team ships.
Yeah, we're starting to see the E-War get applied to the Vindicator and the Abaddon tracking guidance to the Widow and to the Nighthawk and to the Barghest. That makes a lot of sense given that we see the Moa and the Stork, the Shield, ships being brought into an armor comp using mids for E-War here at the low point cost. The Megas will be primary to try to get rid of any sort of links off the jump.
But the links are staying alive for the time being. This Megas got dual Thalia reps. Extra points on the dual Thalia, 2 extra points, having to move into that armor Moa, which will be fairly squishy with the number of low slots it has. It is now being primaried and should be able to be taken off the field pretty quickly by this rapid heavy Barghest.
Yeah, Randolph Sykes is taking some damage in his crew from drones, but the real story here is the MOA is taking all of the missile damage, and it's only got a 4-slot tank in those low slots, and the Bargas still has enough rapid heavies. It might break through it between that and the Claymore Nighthawk.
Yeah, a little bizarre. Now down into 20% armor remaining, and he is getting broken through these rebs. But now a Vigil Fleet issue of Stu, getting some drone damage on top of it as well. I mean, this kite setup from the Tuskers, they used it to some effect earlier, as you mentioned, up against Truth Honor Light, knocked them down in lower bracket. Platinum Sensitivity, though, they brought a brawl to a kite game, and they still haven't lost any ships. This MOA is actually now repping up through. I think the clip ran out for VLD.
Just looking at VLD Morome as Bargas continuing to apply missiles, but probably not for too much longer. Some damage going on to the Thalia of FNG, and MOA should get fully repped up here in the meantime while the Bargas is on that 40-second clip.
No blood in the first 2 minutes of the match. And Platinum Sensitivity, they just need 1 kill. We'll see if they can get it. This Magus of OSAT will be at least the primary for the Claymore and the Nighthawk and the other HML ships on the team while the Barghest is reloading. OSAT taken low, but now a lot of these missiles not hitting their marks.
Yeah, I mean that's just going to be the effect of guidance disruption. Is it not only makes your missiles less effective when they do hit, it also shortens the flight time such that it makes your missile range significantly shorter, much like how tracking disruption makes your optimal worse, but it can also make your tracking speed even worse, so you don't even hit it. Right now, we're just seeing that Mark Bridges' team with the Vindicator is trying to go a little bit above the Tuskers Co.
Yeah, but they are staying within range of their Logi frigates, and they are, or sorry, not Logi frigates, of their Augur, and they are keeping them alive. Now, the Magus is the primary from the Tuskers. They've hit the reload on the Barghest, and they're going to try to take this Lynx off the field, get the web links away from that Vindicator, as that is so important. The Vindicator did get actually drive-by webbed earlier by the Vigil Fleet of Stu Minor, who stayed alive. OSAT, though, will be able to rep through this HML damage, which don't really apply all that well to armor destroyers, and now it looks like this Abaddon might be the target from the Tuskers.
Yeah, that Abaddon is going to be kind of leading the charge right now, along with the Vindicator. The Vindicator, we do see long-range webs. That's going to be Randolph Sykes doing drive-bys in the Kruor. The Kruor, we don't really think of it, in the same way as a Hyena, but it is still that bonus range ship, and it's just pulling away when it realizes it might be in danger, trying to buy time as the MOA is still back into low armor.
We'll see if they'll be able to take out Little Bazaar. You only need to kill 1 ship to win if no other ships die. And we'll see if Tuskers are able to do that. They do. So they finally kill someone with that rapid heavy clip of VLD. But still, lots of action. And by action, I mean lots of poking and prodding, but no deaths quite yet. This Pontifex got a good chunk of his shield taken out of him, but not a whole lot left from Platinum Sensitivity in terms of damage on top of him.
Yeah, we can see these scrams flickering off and on of the Abaddon and Vindicator at times. That's going to be the bonus scram from VLD Morome. One of the benefits of that flagship is that you get those officer or high-tier faction scrams, and heated, you have no trouble with links hitting close to 40 kilometers.
Yep, skirmish links on that Claymore. Very, very nice to have when you have a Barghest. Either way, some more damage going on to this Magus of OSAT. Some damage onto Heinkel and the Abaddon as well. Split DPS, but OSAT now going into low armor, and he's finally taken off the field. So, links off the field from Platinum Sensitivity. This is dire for them now.
Yeah, they still have Ayaka Aruta's Pontifex, but who knows how they distributed the links between the two. When those links do eventually wear off in the next minute or so, it's going to make the Pontifex and the Thalia just that much easier to kill. And speaking of easy to kill, the Skybreaker of Nyx goes down.
1 more kill in the Tuskers cap. They still haven't lost anyone, as their E-War mids have just been so effective, and their kiting has been so effective. They haven't been caught at all on any of these ships. This Barghest of VLD doing the screen that he needs to do to make sure the rest of his team can stay away from Platinum sensitivity.
This is almost comical from VLD Morome. He's just like holding out his arm with the scram against this Vindicator of Mark Bridges, just holding him away, being like, ha ha ha, you can't touch me. It really is hammer time. The Pontifex is trying to close range, get on top of something, but it looks like he's now been webbed by the crew of either Stu Minor or the Vigil Fleet issue.
Yeah, now the Pontifex, very slow, can't get away. He's got info links at the very least, but info links are only so useful when you have a ship that needs web range. He's got damaged drones now on top of him. You see the drone cloud now swarming as Nosuko and the Crucifier is taking damage from, I believe, HMLs at the moment. No, that was drone cloud as well, and both the Pontifex and the, what was that? The Crucifier get taken down very quickly.
And I almost hate to say this for Platinum sensitivity. It's just that their attack bar has been close to nil the entire match, and now that all of these other support ships have dropped, Tuskers is able to concentrate all of their E-War mid slots and those target painters that NOS onto all of Platinum sensitivity, and it's snowballing. Look how fast Loquartus in the Widow is dropping. With no links, the Thalias just can't keep up.
Yeah, Kent Larkus. I mean, he's in a Widow, not a super tanky ship if you fit it with armor. Yeah, he got shield resist bonuses, but that's not really helpful. He's now into structure and should end up falling. It's all but over, and the Tuskers Co. will move on to be a top 4 team playing tomorrow, or sorry, a top 6 team, top 4 team playing tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you're surviving to the final day. That's always kind of the goal. Tuskers, in recent memory, they've had somewhat unfortunate bracket positions. They've lost some of their key members to Hydra Reloaded or just to inactivity. And now they're really coming back into the form that they were at in Alliance Tournament 14 when they beat Pandemic Legion to win that for the first time ever, and really showing that they do truly belong with the elites of the elite.
And they will face the winner of Lock Range Enjoyers versus Truth Honor Light. Lock Range Enjoyers, the winner of this year's Anger Games. Truth Honor Light, the winner of last year's AT. That's going to be an exciting match. Hopefully, we're going to have Baza back on in time for that. He is fixing some technical difficulties that are preventing him from joining. We have a minute left in this match. Moderator, anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, I like Mark Bridges. He's a good guy. I'm glad to see that they made as deep a run as they did. I won't take anything away from a top 6 performance. That's better than I think anyone, when we were doing these prediction shows, thought they would do. Right now, both teams good fighting and local, as only the Abaddon and Vindicator remain on grid for Platinum.
Yep, you got 2 battleships, but I mean, they've just been kept at arm's length, and this E-War makes them, even if they are not at arm's length, pretty much useless. 20 seconds left in the match now, and GFs have already been called in local. I mean, it's a nice run for Platinum sensitivity, constantly getting better and better as tournament season progresses. We saw them in AG as Kiting Onichan actually make a pretty deep run there as well. So I'm excited to see what else comes from this team, what else comes from the Japanese community, as they are a very small number of players for EVE Online.
Yeah, and coming in top 6, again, they will get 8 of each, the Gary and the Bestia, the prize ship from the Minmatar Republic, who's sponsoring this event. But that's all for myself and Fears. We send it back to the desk.
Guys, stop being casual. They're really bad. We should not lose anybody to this. Warp off. Warp off. Take the fleet warp. Everybody warp off. This is really, really bad execution. I'm very disappointed.
Another great haul back from Amar. Damn, I'm thirsty. Ah, that hits the spot.
Yeah, we actually lost a bet as CCP collectively, so that's why that Alliance logo is in the game. Of course, you could change your alliance by leaving, but that would be kind of a jerk move. Like, oh, you don't like it? Just leave.
This logo sucks. I'm gonna go join.
The Tuskers Co. with a solid victory over Platinum Sensitivity in a very hard-fought match in order to pull that victory out. I do think that if Platinum Sensitivity had that flagship Vindicator, it would have been maybe something that made the difference. We went almost 5 minutes with only one ship going down. Just a match all about positioning and control and just waiting till the right moment to strike as a unit rather than, sort of just running in or running out of the arena. Very, very top-end piloting from all those players. Black Bart Pirate, we noticed that the Kruger and the Vigil Fleet issue seem to be driving in, hitting with a web, and then getting out of there. What's going on?
Yeah, so they were going in to slow the ships down. Specifically, they would fly in and put a web on it, and then the target painters would swap from Tuskars onto the target that was recently webbed, and then they try and blow it up. And it's a pretty dangerous move to do, especially when you're in a setup like Tuskars was, which is a very slow burn setup. And by doing so, you slow your target down enough that your missiles start applying a lot harder. I think Jintan made a comment. You slow down in Eve way faster than you speed up most of the time. So just coming in and webbing for a couple seconds and then flying away with those longer range bonus webs, which like we see on a Kruger, which I think that's the first time we've seen one, can be really effective. And sort of to go off that, I think you're right. If they had the flagship Vindicator, there's a few times where I saw the Vigil Fleet issue get within about 20 to 15 of the Vindicator, would have been able to grab it with those 90% webs. Because they didn't, it was safe to just be an amazing pilot and not have to worry about any of the maybe slightly more toxic mechanics of you online.
Jin, why don't we see more Krugers? It's a very unusual ship in the Alliance Tournament.
Yeah, we've only ever really seen them used heavily when they've been discounted in points. They are relatively effective. They have a lot of things that we normally do value quite heavily in the Alliance Tournament. Obviously, they have a web range bonus, they have a neutralizer bonus. The problem is really just where they sit at in terms of points. They are 4 points, so that's the same cost as an assault frigate, which can do much the same sort of role of tackling something or holding something down, but we're in a more durable shell and with and in a way that's easier to actually use. It doesn't take as much skill to fly a Jaguar, hit approach F1, scram web, and then slam on that ADC a second you get shot. Flying a Kruger normally requires a lot of skill, and it requires a very careful setup around it. You need your logistics to really be on the ball, to have 3-4 small reps so that you can keep your tiny little buffer topped up whilst you're going in and using those maneuvers. It's something that we'll probably see used a little more as we get to this end game, especially if this Tuskers comp kind of catches on. We do have a day before the final the final day of matches, and I'm sure these teams will be scrimming throughout the night, trying to figure out how their opponents' comps work, and trying to find ways to defeat them.
Yeah, speaking of that, we started today with 18 teams competing to win Alliance Tournament 18. Right now we are down to 5, just 5 teams remaining. Tomorrow we will see our top 4 go up against each other to see who can be the grand champions. And those top 4 will be Volta, Odin's Call, the Tuskers Co, and the winner of our upcoming match, Lockrange Enjoyers versus Truth, Honor, Light. So this, again, is an elimination match. We are in the elimination bracket. The winner of this will go forward to live one more day and try and compete to get into that grand final. Lockrange Enjoyers here banning out the Osprey Navy issue, the EOS and the Osprey, whereas Truth, Honor, Light banning out the Nighthawk, the Executor Navy issue, and the Scalpel. Blackbird Pirate, what do you make of this?
I think that especially on the Truth, Honor, Light side, we've seen Lockrange Enjoyers win a lot with this Executor Navy setup that they've been doing. Now they can't do it, and I think that Executor Navies are actually a ship that there isn't really an equivalency for. What you'll see a lot in these is that like if you ban the Osprey Navy out, people can bring like a Caracal Navy. If you ban an Oneros out, you could bring a Guardian. I don't personally think that there is an equivalent of the Executor Navy. So Truth, Honor, Light is saying, hey, we don't want to deal with that 3 times Executor Navy ship, which is kind of pretty cool and interesting.
And Jintan, what do you make of this Scalpel ban?
Yeah, that's a really curious one. I don't know. If I'm going to be perfectly honest, we haven't seen a huge predilection of them in this tournament, and when we have, it's mostly been in rush setups. That said, maybe they were just trying to make that a little weaker, and especially with lock range enjoyers banning that out, that's pretty much taking that off the table unless they want to run some sort of weird scimitar-based rush, which normally isn't going to work because you don't have the points then to dedicate into that top-end DPS.
Awesome. And what are you expecting in this match, Bart? Like to see these teams field? You've experienced a bunch of matches with both of them now. Give me your thoughts.
So normally, if the Executor Navy wasn't banned, I would kind of expect lock range endurers to sort of fall back and be like, okay, we've won with this several times and we lost last time, we didn't use it. Let's go back to the tried and true. But it is banned, so I do believe that these two are relatively interconnected in regards to being practice partners. Spoiler alert, I'm probably going to get pinged, like, what the hell? So when that happens, you have absolutely no idea. We've talked about ban theory and that a lot, and honestly, being practice partners does not help you. It makes it way, way worse to go up against each other. So I'm going to say I have no idea. We're going to find out what they do when they put it on grid, and it's probably going to be weird.
Yeah, practice partners going up against each other. You have that situation where you know that team super well, you know what they like to do, you know what they're strong at, and you've worked with them to develop that meta. So, do you just bring something that you think that you personally as a team are like incredible at executing, or do you try and counter them? Jintan, like, what's the captain's thought process usually in these?
Well, actually, Bayarche, the producer of this stream, was telling me a really interesting story about something he ran into when he was when he was playing in the Alliance tournament, where they'd practiced a matchup between their practice partners, 10, 12 times. They kind of knew the ins and outs of how everything worked, kind of what they needed to do, and they'd found that it was something that was very advantaged in their opponent's favor. And then when they saw the bans come in on the day, they thought, okay, well, we think we know what they're going to bring. Let's just take away all the tackle modules on our tackle, replace them with damps, and we'll crush them. And then they did that, and their practice partners were very salty about it. So it'll be interesting to see if any team sort of attempts something like that, and what the outcome of that might be diplomatically, which I think is always fun. There's always drama behind these matches that, unfortunately, we don't get to see very much on the desk.
Yeah. Before we go to our last match of the day, I just want to take a moment to shout out the people down at the Eve London watch party right now. They are in the Oyster Shed in London, and they're watching us on the big TV. Hello. I hope you guys are having a great time. It is 20 to 10. I'm sure you've been having a great time for many hours now. Yeah, I hope you continue to have a great time in this last match. So we're going to go to the arena now for Lock Range Enjoyers versus Truth, Honor, Light.
Welcome back to the arena. My name is Fearvana, joined by the Basilisk, and on the red side, it is Lock Range Enjoyers. And what have they brought? It is a Flag Vindicator and a Widow for the ultimate in armor control. And I have to ask you, Baza, what have Truth Honor Light brought?
So Truth Honor Light, aka Justice League, spearheaded by Dexter, aka Ziopaman, in that flagship Barghest. They've brought a sort of slightly strange, wonky armor comp, but I mean, I say wonky. I'm sure it's going to perform exceptionally well here. Two rapid heavy missile battleships here, the Armageddon Navy and the Barghest. I remember they flew a comp earlier with Barghest, Orthrus and something else, which I thought was pretty low in damage, but they actually managed to make the picks they needed and make those critical sort of kills and get a win on points there. So I think they're going to be similarly slow here. It's going to be about finding the targets they can actually kill, and they've got oodles of control in the low end.
Gentleman's agreement was made in local not to shoot any flagship wrecks. We'll see if that holds true, as the teams are underway. One team wants to brawl, the other team wants to kite, and in the middle we have the AT, or I should say it's actually just a bunch of Opuk's Dragoon yachts that are cloaked up and observing what's going on, and some Polaris frigates and other things. And I might
in the middle at the moment, we've got a Confessor on one side of Amelia Dusk Space, and sort of conversely on the other side, the Svipul of Damasis Kadesh, obviously two very well-known pilots, two very big names in the Alliance tournament scene, and they're the sort of leading the charge. Well, I say leading the charge, neither team's really charging in here, but they're the front line at the moment for their team, but there's just sort of no real damage going across. It's sort of a control war at the moment.
Yeah, no real damage. There are a bunch of jams going out and some tracking and missile disruption, but otherwise, no real damage. No one's really done anything. This is just a poking and prodding match. This is just like the armor control matchups we've seen previously. What is going on here?
Yeah, and I saw something in the EVE Online Discord the other day discussing some of the matches about how one of the, I believe it was one of the Hydra members, sorry, Truth on a Light, Justice League, whatever, saying, oh, you know, these armor control comps, they just sit around for 7 minutes before the battle starts. Well, go on then, get on with it.
Get on with it! Yes, exactly! We do see this Armageddon Navy issue of Nick burning in a little bit, maybe trying to force an overextension. Confessor of Amelia also doing the same, burning towards, looks like this Svipple at the moment, or maybe the Sentinel from the side of Lock Range Enjoyers. Remember, one of these teams is going to get eliminated, and they are the last 2 tournament winners for the game, so really excited to see who actually comes out on top, but now the Magus gets volleyed by Truth Honor Light.
And that's the power of those 2 rapid heavy missile, I can't say that anymore. Those 2 rapid heavy missile battleships here, they can pick a target, and when there's a window where they're both unjammed, of course, the Fantasy UI shows us jam attempts, not successful jams, and they were able to just absolutely frag that Magus right off the bat. And now they're looking at Damas's Kadesh and the Svipple as well. He's going into mid-armor.
Yeah, the push forward and the pull back working out well for Truth Honor Light, and they only need 1 kill if they're in the kite setup. Damascus Kadesh, though, is now in defensive mode and has the extra armor resists and the shield, or not shield resists, the
tankiness. The tankiness.
There's the tankiness. I was trying to look for SIG radius there. Sorry about that. It has been a long day. The Sentinel, Zhao Yi, also taking a bit of damage at the moment, but not a whole lot left. And just like that, the teams are staring each other down once again.
Yeah, but as you said, Truth on a Light scoring first blood in this match. And I think, you know, we've seen Lock Rage Enjoyers bring this comp a couple times earlier in the day with the Widow and the Vindicator, but I think every time they've brought it, they've been in a position where the enemy has pushed into them. And this is now a situation where they're behind on points. They need to make something happen. They've got this Vindicator. They want to use it. And obviously, Truth on a Light are not going to come into them. So Lock Rage Enjoyers need to be the ones pushing forward here. And it's a totally different dynamic for a comp, whether you're sort of pulling back, kiting away from an opponent who's pushing into you, or whether you need to be the ones going aggressive. And at the moment, the pressure is on Lock Range Enjoyers to be going aggressive.
And they need to find something. This carry is playing forward at the moment. Doesn't really have a Jackdaw on the enemy team, but to deal with at the moment. But he does have to deal with dual Blackbirds. And we mentioned this Widow, but also these dual Blackbirds from the side of Truth Honor Light are going to be putting out bonus jams as well, although not strength bonus, just in terms of range. Zhao Yi in the Sentinel, now taking a bit more damage, but it looks like just Drone Blob on top of him.
Yeah, it is just a drone blob, and as long as Tin Baron, obviously a very competent pilot in his own right, is going to be able to just deal with that, no problem at all, but it's still just poking and prodding. We see the Confessor of Striker Erica push forward here, but immediately, I believe, gets scrammed by the flagship Barghest of Dexter, and that's a very dangerous place for him to be. There's no getting out of that situation. He's going to get absolutely obliterated here by these missiles coming out from the battleships.
That is a very long scram range, and Striker now still scrammed up. Now the Armageddon Navy issue also got some tackle on top of him. I'm taking a look at the fancy UI right now. He was scrammed actually by that Confessor, but now he's broken free. The Svipple of Damascus Kadesh now wanting to get on top of this Armageddon Navy of Nick Domar, but we see the screen perhaps coming in. This carries might have a scram on him, although I doubt it. This Vindicator is tackled down now. Grunt has been tackled.
In the center of the screen here, they were just on the left of the screen a second ago, but now Vindicator and Barghest, these 2 battleships, just sat right on top of each other. I'm not sure who really wants to be in this position. Obviously, if you're in a Vindicator, you think, great, I'm right on top of the Barghest. But Dexter has a history of surviving at very, very low HP in these flagship Barghests, and I think he got here of his own accord. So maybe he knows something that Grunt Kato doesn't.
He's got the damage of the dual rapid heavy comp, and at the moment the Vindicator staying in place. We saw the one Armageddon Navy maybe get tackled earlier on, but now he's broken free. So Nick Domar doing just fine. Zhao Yu and the Sentinel, though, is now the primary and has actual missile damage on top of him at the moment, but the reps keep on coming through from Tin Baron and the Guardian.
Yeah, and I have to question just how powerful that Sentinel is. He must be very, very powerful with only really 2 damage ships on the other side, the Barghest and the Navy Geddon. If he has any guidance disruptors at all, he can just totally obliterate their application here. And now we see Dexter starting to go into armor here. It's going to be up to Lucas Kwan to keep him up, but he may get damped, he may get jammed. Obviously, there's a lot of control on both sides. It's hard for us to tell. We've only got the fancy UI icons. They tell us a lot, but they don't tell us what's successful. They don't tell us whether the ONERS is actually locking. You know, this is going to be tricky here. There's a lot of stuff taking damage here. The Sentinel's taking chunks. The Carries are taking damage. Dexter's still slowly going down here. The Logis working their asses off here to keep everyone alive.
Logi MVP for both these teams right now. Dexter now into 55% armor. He has an Oneros on top of him, but he still has to deal with a Flag Vindy. They do take down the Sentinel finally, so that frees up the missiles from the Armageddon Navy significantly as they move on to the carries of Zale. He has been tanking quite a bit. Now he's got the full rep power of the Guardian behind him, but he is slowly breathing structure right now.
And Dexter's burning away here from this Vindicator, so I think he must, obviously with those nukes that he's going to have on that flagship Barghest, I think he managed to cap out the Vindy entirely and stop his web, but the web goes back on. The Barghest is slowing down again, but he's already caught reps up to full armor here, and in the meanwhile, Lock Range Enjoys are slowly bleeding ships. They lost the Sentinel, as you said. The Kerries is starting to take aggro here as well, and I wonder if this control from Truth on a Light might be too much to bear at this point.
Yeah, these jams doing work from this Widow, Blue Morphism, trying to get the champs he can get. But unfortunately, he's up against two Blackbirds. And Warpout and Orontes Ovasi have been able to counter jam this Widow and do the work that they need to do to keep the rest of these ships off of Truth, Honor, Light. They are now up 16-0. They have 3 minutes left in the match, and they're on to Damascus Kadesh in the Svipul now.
Yeah, and as you say, those two ACM ships jamming each other, but the point investment of the Widow and the Blackbird, let's say they're both successful against each other, they can still lock each other, but they can't lock anything else. But the points investment, 14 points for these two Blackbirds from Truth on a Light, 25 points for Lock Range Enjoys on that Widow. So the rest of their comp is just going to be that much weaker. Those extra 10 points not going elsewhere. And, you know, the Widow may be neutered here, although we do see the ECM icon come off him, but maybe now he's just being damped instead by the carries. They feel they can keep him under control with that. And the Svipul, was that the Svipul that popped? No, it was the Blackbird of Jamal does go down.
Yeah, both teams brought Blackbird. One brought two, the other brought one. And unfortunately for Lock Range Enjoyers, this should be all she wrote for the match. That Blackbird's dead. They're going to move on to the spawn effects now of Nora. They've got plenty of damage on top of them. Maybe then Tin Baron in the Guardian, who is repping quite effectively onto the spawn effects. The Guardian versus the Oneros, it's an age-old question. Which do you bring to the AT? And it looks like the Oneros is winning out this particular time as the DPS moves on to Tin Baron.
Yeah, so this was quite a slow burn at the start, but they did eventually kick it off. But with just 2 minutes left, you know, I want to sort of talk about some of the plays we saw in this match. I want to call out Dexter specifically. Obviously, being entrusted with piloting a multi-billion flagship, I can assure you that Barghest on Truth on a Light is not going to be a cheap ship. Being entrusted with that, you need to know what you're doing. And the fact that he burned into that Vindicator and said, I'm not worried about his damage. I know I can nuke him out before he kills me, and then was able to pull range again and actually catch reps. It demonstrates such an intricate and in-depth knowledge of the situation. It's got to be second nature. Eva's like a language to him, and he speaks it so fluently. And both these teams have been extremely potent over the course of today and last week. It's a shame that one of them has to go out, but it is unfortunately going to be Lock Range Enjoys. I believe they will secure a top 6 finish with this loss, and Truth on a Light will lock in a top 4 position, obviously aiming to continue all the way to the final tomorrow.
Yeah, they will be facing the Tuskers Co. in the first match of the day. It is the only BO1 tomorrow. The only best of one will be Truth, Honor, Light versus the Tuskers Co. And then we will have 2 best of 3s in the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket finals, followed by a BO5 for the grand finals. Baz and I will be casting that particular match, and I'm excited for it tomorrow. Anything else you want to say for these last 30 seconds of the match before we hand it back to the desk?
I'm just going to give another shout out to Nick DeMar. I call him out every time I'm casting in the tournament. This guy basically taught me the game. I was in his corporation back in like 2012, 2013. I got demoted to our training wing, which was kind of funny, and then brought back up again. And yeah, this guy basically taught me everything I know. So props to Nick DeMar. I know he shows up to basically every match that Hydra, Truth on the Light, whatever you want to call them, play. And yeah, a great performance from both teams. It is going to be the end for Lock Range Enjoys. And yeah, with that, we'll send it back to the studio.
Sino's up.
Pump up the dams, pump it up while your team is stumping. And the dams are pumping. Look ahead, the crowd is jumping. Pump it up a little more.
Well, there we have it. Just over a week ago, we started with 32 teams here in Alliance Tournament 18, and now we have our final 4 teams remaining. Odin's Call and We Form Volta in the upper bracket still remaining. They have guaranteed themselves at least 3rd place. And in the lower bracket, we have Tuskers and Truth, Honor, Light. So incredible teams. Today has been some of the best matches in a day I can remember. Just so many highlights, so many like swinging it back and forward. So many close calls. We had a reverse tie-dye match for the first time in years. We had Odin's bringing it back and getting rid of the Jintaview curse. We had Tuskers beating Truth Honor Light down to the lower bracket and then going to face them again tomorrow. Just such an exciting series of matches today. Make sure you stick around for the raid. We are going to go off and get ready for tomorrow, and we will be back for the final 4 teams to see who can be Alliance Tournament 18 champion. See you then.